A crowd of journalists surrounded the young man. They wanted to know the truth about how he single-handedly cleared an A-rank dungeon. There were many rumors that he defeated an S-rank hunter during a dungeon breakthrough. The young man remained silent. The fact that he earned a lot of money while working as a hunter was just a coincidence. It's not about the unique abilities that journalists talked about. Luck and bluff helped to achieve all this. Reporters wanted to know her opinion on the attitude towards national security. In fact, he didn't really understand what all these people were talking about. They were interested in his plans. But if he had known what would happen next, everything would have ended differently. It would be interesting to see what they would say when they realized he was only an F-rank hunter. The S-rank hunter he supposedly killed will want to tear him into small pieces. It is impossible to imagine that a high-ranking professional would leave him alone just like that. There was a possibility that a terrible curse would now be sent. In any case, what happened was a real disaster. Many ordinary people watched this interview live. When the barrage of questions died down, he calmly replied that he did not intend to talk about the details of the incident. The comments under the broadcast were mostly negative. People did not like the arrogant hunter. Someone from the crowd accused him of manipulating his rank. Another journalist asked him to convey a few words to the association. The reporters couldn't calm down. They shouted loudly, trying to get at least some kind of answer from the guy. Clenching his hand into a fist, he understood that all his words would be perceived differently and loud newspaper headlines would be everywhere. Looking at the people, he calmly said that he would not comment on anything and called those gathered damn mammals. The reporters fell silent. Their surprised faces spoke for themselves. No one expected such an answer. But the silence did not last long. One of the journalists wanted to understand what the word mammals meant. Another reporter poked a smartphone in the guy's face and asked if he had an S rank. He didn't care what people thought of him, whether they considered him a powerful being or a non-entity. He just wanted to understand at what point everything went wrong. It all started the day he decided to resign. In fact, he was not a native of Earth. His home planet was Alpha Ori. On a planet with a highly developed magical civilization, he had the role of a supreme magician. But at some point, the idea came to mind to give up everything and start living for myself. The job was socially oriented, and I had to work 640 days a year without days off. With the development of technology, the need for food and sleep has completely disappeared. The constant overtime was simply boring. He couldn't even remember the last time he left on time. You can't just quit this job, and that's a big problem. High-ranking creatures are severely limited in their ability to escape from work. The slightest offense will cause a powerful electric shock to strike the brain. Even if you somehow manage to leave your workplace, there is no way to hide from the rulers on this planet. Sometimes the thought of finishing them off appeared, since it was impossible to live in such a rhythm. But even in such a cunning plan, there was a catch. He could not harm representatives of his race. Even suicide was out of the question. It was impossible to harm oneself. But during another brainstorming session, an interesting idea emerged. Magic was limited only by the physical body. The soul is not limited by anything, although the technology did not exist yet. Despite the difficulties, it became clear that the soul was quite capable of escaping. This bold idea haunted him for almost 10 years. After much trial and error, a unique magic soul manipulation emerged. Thanks to her, it was possible to separate one's soul and settle on a distant planet where no one would ever find one. The plan worked, and he was able to escape, transferring his soul to a distant blue planet. This is how the first transmigration of souls in history took place. Lying in bed, he examined his body, and his hand attracted particular attention. It looked like several pieces of moving protein masses. It soon became clear to him that the soul had left this body only recently. In any case, his experiment was a success, and reincarnation turned out not to be so scary. He even managed to adopt the voice and the new language that everyone speaks. Looking in the mirror, he was convinced that there were no problems with body movement, but there were oddities with memory. According to the plan, he was supposed to inherit absolutely all of the person's memories. Even his parents would not notice the substitution. But for some strange reason, he couldn't remember anything about this body. The terrible pain made me stop thinking about my memories. His stomach ached like hell, and he thought he had miscalculated. The thoughts were that he had mixed something up and the reincarnation had not gone according to plan. Only after a couple of minutes did it dawn on him that the body had died of starvation. Before the process of soul transfer, he set a number of clear conditions. The first was the transfer of one's consciousness into a being with maximum magical power. But unfortunately, he did not take into account one variable. the physical condition of the new body. He thought that it made no difference what kind of body he got, even a single-celled one. But now he realized that the difference is colossal. During the first period after reincarnation, magical power will be very unstable. Now he needed time to fully adapt to the magical power of the new planet. But first, to stop the pain in my stomach, I needed to eat something. Attention quickly shifted to the translucent doors from which a glow emanated. Most of his home planet was covered in liquid. This is why light almost never reached the inhabitants of the depths. But the new habitat was very different from the former planet. There was bright sunshine, blue skies, and solid ground underfoot. Everything would be perfect if it weren't for the terrible feeling of hunger that gripped my body. But no matter how much he wandered the streets, he was unable to find anything edible. Now it was no wonder to him why the previous owner of the body had died of hunger. If he doesn't find something edible soon, he will die again. Suddenly, he noticed a cockroach crawling on the asphalt. The insect was small and not appetizing, but there was no other way out. With great gratitude, he grabbed the cockroach and prepared to swallow it. The boy who was carrying something interesting caught my attention. He was clearly the same species as the alien's new body. The same kind of mammal, but a child. He had something in his mouth that could be eaten, and it didn't look bad. He immediately forgot about the cockroach. The boy's strange thing was much more appetizing. To steal or not to steal is the most difficult dilemma of his entire life. He followed the child with food like a possessed maniac. The boy noticed a young guy who was drooling. He was very suspicious. The child started to run. The alien begged him to stop. The nimble boy quickly disappeared into the city's alleys, and the alien noticed strange flower pots. These were ornamental plants, not very edible in appearance, but it was better than stealing food from a child. Casting aside all doubts and prejudices, the guest from another planet began to furiously chew the grass. But the fascinating process of eating plants was interrupted by a strange cry from a child. A guest from Alphaori decides to check what happened to the child and why he is screaming so loudly. The boy was literally paralyzed with fear and even forgot about his food. In a deserted alley stood a huge monster, similar to a large bird. Judging by his aggressive face, the monster's intentions were clearly not good. Having noticed the boy, the giant bird rushed after him, and the monster also decided to have lunch. He managed to reach the boy's backpack with his long beak. Somehow, the child managed to free himself and avoid becoming the monster's prey. He fell to the ground, and the monster quickly swallowed his backpack. The monster continued its pursuit, breaking cars in its path as if they were toys. The boy desperately called for help and ran with all his might. The alien had never seen such huge birds in his life. He couldn't even understand if it was normal for such huge birds the size of a house to roam this planet. The guest from another planet was in a stupor, wondering what kind of terrible place he had ended up in. But the horror was quickly replaced by calculating calculations in my head. Perhaps the situation wasn't so bad. The new body definitely remembered the taste of the bird. If he ate such a giant one, he would be full for a long time. The strange animal was quite worthy of becoming the alien's prey. He is a powerful magician and can kill the monster with a snap of his finger. If he adapts to local conditions, he will very quickly and easily seize power on this planet. His magical power was incredibly enormous. It amazed the alien. It felt as if she was permeating every cell of his new body. He fell. There was so much of it that it was difficult to stay on his feet. On other planets in the galaxy, there is little magical power, like a small bucket. Here there was so much of it, as if he had dived into a huge pool. A guest from Alphaori landed on Earth for the first time and couldn't believe how amazing and generous the planet was. The alien began to dream of a great future. With so much magical mana, nothing was impossible for him. The dreams were interrupted by a boy who screamed loudly and asked for help. It was strange to him that the boy was asking an alien for help. The guest from Alphaori promised to help, but there is one small condition. He asked for something delicious that the child was clutching so desperately in his hand. There was no time to think. Behind him, the giant bird could kill everyone in its path. With tears in his eyes, the boy promised to give everything he needed, if only the stranger would save him. The guy ordered to stand behind him. He would deal with the monster in no time. He is, after all, the head of the first magical order responsible for protecting the planet. This bird can easily separate the flesh from its bones with just one sneeze. But something went wrong. The spell had no effect on the monster. The alien was surprised. It was the first time he had experienced a misfire. Something like this had never happened before. Perhaps he was just nervous due to the unfamiliar environment. The alien decided to try a fire explosion spell, but there was no result. Water magic. This spell also did not bear any fruit. It was decided to use a proven technique. Shadow control has never failed, but this time everything is different. The feeling was terrible. In this world, his magic simply didn't work. The monster didn't wait for the alien to deal with the magic and rushed at the guy. Having absolutely no understanding of the traffic rules, the guest from Alfari ran across the roadway. The experienced driver managed to hit the brakes and miraculously avoided hitting the strange guy who was crossing the road at the wrong traffic light. The alien tried to escape from the huge monster and did not pay attention to the cars. The driver leaned out of the window and unleashed a series of curses on the strange blonde man in the suit. The guest from another planet thought only about how to get rid of the monster pursuing him. The enraged bird apparently decided to have lunch with the young man and therefore pursued him very diligently. While he was chasing, the thought occurred to him that it was a shame he hadn't eaten anything. It was necessary to get away from the monster as quickly as possible, otherwise the consequences would be terrible. The monster, trying to catch a young guy in a suit, destroyed everything in its path. The most terrible thing is that the monster could not only run fast, but also fly. The guest from Alfari understood that if he didn't quickly come up with a way out of the situation, he would simply be devoured. At the most inopportune moment, my knee joints started to hurt badly. For a second, the alien thought that the body he had chosen was physically inferior. The pain in his leg was so severe that he lost his balance. A couple of seconds later, he fell to the ground at the most inopportune moment. The monster flew over him at great speed, not having time to maneuver. The giant bird did not expect such evasion from its prey. As a result, the monster crashed its beak into the stone wall at great speed. The alien opened his eyes and fell into a stupor, with bird feathers flying around. He couldn't even immediately understand what had happened, because he thought that the monster would devour him the moment he stumbled. The monster simply killed itself. The guest from Alfari thought in surprise that the creature probably had no brain. It was very strange to his intellect that there were creatures on Earth that were capable of killing themselves. The pain in my stomach just wouldn't let me rest. I needed to eat something. Touching the bird's corpse, he began to speculate that it would be suitable as food. But someone's voice from behind prevented them from starting their meal. Turning around, he noticed a very young and attractive girl who was looking at him in surprise. While the alien was running away from the bird, the boy called the police for help. He told how some uncle saved him and distracted the monster, but he had to hurry so that the monster wouldn't kill him. As she ran, the girl asked her subordinate for the specific location of the monster. Having learned the exact coordinates, she asked everyone to stay behind because it was very dangerous. It was a rookie assassin, a bird monster that inhabited the sandy desert of the Gate, originally an E-rank monster that could be killed with firearms. But at some point, this creature mutated and its rank increased to level C. Since the bird is very fast, hunters below rank C will be killed before they notice the attack. What she saw in the gateway was terrible. The young man dealt with the monster single-handedly. A police officer ran up to Sun Wuyan and asked what had happened. The boy joyfully shouted to the alien that he had brought help. The police officer was very surprised, but thanked the stranger for killing the monster. He also added that they were lucky and met a hunter on the way. The word hunter alarmed the alien. It was the first time he had heard such a term. The guest from Alfari tried hard to remember the meaning of this word. The policeman officially expressed his gratitude for the guy's quick handling of the monster. The girl wondered whether the stranger had really stumbled upon the monster by accident. The bird's habitat is the gate of shifting sands, and therefore the monster is easier to catch inside than outside. Killing this monster in this way is only possible if the hunter is able to follow the bird's direct attack. Sun Wuyan decided that the stranger was at least a C rank, otherwise he would already be dead. After the dialogue with the policeman, the alien called the boy. He reminded him of the promise the child had made to him a few minutes ago. The boy handed his food to the stranger with displeasure, because after all, this guy had saved him. Having tried the trophy, the guest from Alfari immediately realized that he had experienced a magnificent taste. After evolution, he didn't eat for ages, and even forgot how delicious food can be. Sun Wuyan was shocked. The young blonde man actually took food from the child. While he was devouring the contents of the briquette, he looked at the huntress and greeted her. Extending her hand, the girl introduced herself and added that she was from the hunting association. After shaking hands, the interlocutor was surprised that the monster didn't even scratch the guy. She also added that she wanted to look at his ID because she needed to report the incident to the association. Without looking up from his food, the alien wanted to ask what it was. But realizing in time that such an answer would be incorrect, he said that he had simply forgotten it at home. Sun Wu Yan wasn't upset and simply replied that she would simply look for him in the association's registry. She only needed to know the name of the young man, but the guest from Alfawari did not know the name of the body's previous owner. Sun Wu Yan was already losing her composure. She wanted to know if the blonde was registered as a hunter and when he passed the awakening test. After all, it was a huge crime to use your abilities in the city center without even registering. She looked into the stranger's eyes and shouted that this was all illegal, but his face was absolutely calm. A contented boy was taking a photo against the backdrop of a dead monster, and the alien had no idea what they wanted from him. The guest from Alfawari realized that he couldn't just lose everything on the very first day. Looking at his interlocutor, he replied that he was naturally registered. He forgot his ID at home and will bring it now so she can check everything. Having moved away from Sun Wu Yan, the alien decided that he would never appear in this area again. He was quickly able to find the registration card in the new apartment. The previous owner of his body was named Kim Giriok, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a hunter's ID, which meant Kim wasn't registered. On the floor, he noticed an ashtray and several packs of cigarettes. Taking the pack in his hands, he thought for a moment and couldn't immediately understand what it was. Fragments of memories flashed through my head. The owner of the previous body smoked a lot. Clutching the pack of cigarettes, the alien became finally convinced that the deceased was a heavy smoker. Smoking is dangerous for magicians because they combine the internal mana of the body and the external mana of nature. And only one organ could combine these two types of mana. This wonderful organ was the respiratory system, and specifically the lungs. Now the guest from Alfawari knew exactly why he had failed to use magic. He understood that the planet had an underdeveloped civilization, but it never occurred to him that people were crazy. But there was no point in worrying anymore. He was so blinded by the amount of mana that he didn't check his body. It was impossible to give up. He was able to escape, which meant he would find a way to heal himself. The police officer was very interested in why he did it if he knew. The alien could only ask forgiveness for his actions. He couldn't even imagine that a couple of hours after arriving on Earth, he would be arrested. A few minutes after talking to people, his stomach started hurting again. This feeling was already familiar to him. He wanted to eat again. He had to somehow learn to solve the problem of hunger on this planet. Suddenly, he smelled a pleasant aroma nearby. Opposite him was a snack bar with the simple name of Sunha's pork soup. After entering and sitting down at a table, the woman immediately brought him a bowl of soup and an appetizer. Even though the food was hot and burned his mouth, the taste was simply excellent and the alien could not stop. But his happiness was short-lived. He did not know that according to the laws of the Earth, you have to pay for food. Kim Giriok insisted that he simply forgot to pay for lunch. But fortunately, he was noticed by an officer who had previously met with the blonde man. He called the guy to make sure that this was not the hunter he had seen earlier. For the first time, he would be forgiven. Kim Giriok bowed and vowed to pay for the meal. Before letting him go, the policeman took a small brochure out of his pocket. According to the results of the interrogation, Kim Giriok was not registered because he had recently awakened. Having handed over a brochure, the police officer recommended that I go to the center as soon as possible and get an assessment, especially since it was free. As he was leaving, the man asked him not to forget about the assessment and wished him luck. The alien had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Only one thing was clear. Almost every person on the planet knew about this awakening. Everyone around insisted on visiting the center, and it was located close by, so the alien decided to go there. Very soon, he reached the right place. It was a huge skyscraper. Suddenly, he remembered part of the past life of the former owner of the body. The guy was already here. He scored almost the lowest on the test and received an F rank. Now he knew for sure that Kim Giriok was an F-rank awakened being. A female voice came from behind. The girl said that they met again. It was Sun Wu Yan who wanted to know why the blonde man came to the Hunters Association. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she asked to look at the hunter's ID. The guest from Alfawari remembered very well that he had promised to bring an ID last time. Fortunately, some of the memories returned. The alien apologized for his actions and explained it by his excitement and embarrassment. The truth was that he didn't have a hunting license, which is why he didn't come back that time. He was registered as an awakened person, but did not apply for a license because he was disappointed with the rank he received. He was given one of the lowest possible ranks, F. The girl was shocked that an F-rank hunter could kill a monster, and the alien replied that it was just luck. The stupid bird killed itself when it crashed into a concrete wall at full speed. Deep down, Song Woo Yeon knew that the rookie killer had failed to adapt to the environment and had died, something that was very rare. But she remembered well the stranger's look that day. He was so calm, as if he had already killed hundreds of such monsters. It was curious why he hid his true rank. Most of these hunters were involved in illegal activities. The thought occurred to her that this strange blonde man might be a criminal, but out loud she said that she believed in such luck. Birds are known for their weak intelligence. A guest from Alphaori noted that Earthlings use subtle movements of their facial muscles to express emotions. It's time to learn this. He decided to try and reproduce the smile. It looked very ambiguous. Sun Woo Yeon was scared. The guy had such a suspicious face, as if he was a maniac. She wanted to leave here as soon as possible, but first she needed to pass on something. She handed the hunter a 50,000 won bill and asked him to accept the money. The alien first thought that on Earth it was customary to give money as a sign of greeting. Since he left the monster's corpse, she had to hand it over personally, and the money was his share. A bowl of soup cost 8,000 won, so he could buy 6 servings. Kim Giriok asked in surprise if the bird's feathers were really golden. The girl replied that the monster had no idea of the price, but he had a stone worth 2 million. Even though he was an alien, he knew how to count, and Alfari immediately asked why his share was only 50,000. The girl tactfully explained that she had to reimburse the costs of repairing city property. If the blonde hadn't escaped that time, he could have received hunting immunity, and then the amount would have been several times greater. The girl wished him good luck, and then said goodbye and quickly went about her business. Clenching the money in his fist, he repeated the amount 2 million won several times. On his home planet, such birds are no different from the insects that crawl underfoot. Looking at the fee, he thought that this was not a very dusty job. To survive, he will need money because he came here for a happy life. In order for him to be able to calmly enjoy all the delights of the earth, he will need as much money as possible. Squeezing the bill in his hand, he clearly understood that the easiest way was to become a hunter. Before lunch, the future seemed very dark and harsh to the alien. The previous owner of the body was so poor that one bowl of soup could simply ruin him. Looking at the huge screens, Kim Giriok knew exactly what he was going to do. Even though his magic wasn't working yet, he would quickly find a way to make money hunting. While he was thinking about how to quickly kill a lot of monsters, he heard from a passerby about a certain gate. Many of the Earthlings saw such a large gate for the first time, and many filmed everything on their phones. The gate, a magical portal to another dimension, was carefully guarded by police. Inside were hunting grounds where people fought monsters. Each gate had its own classification based on mana level. The higher the rank, the more dangerous and ferocious the monsters that lived inside. Based on his own experience, he felt a very strange mana. The alien remembered well that it was inside the gates that dangerous monsters existed. Since there were a lot of onlookers inside, it was too dangerous to go inside, so he decided to check the surroundings. Using his hidden skill, he sensed mana nearby. Since the power source was nearby, Kim Giriok decided to immediately go on reconnaissance. The path was close but dangerous. The guest from Alfari almost fell from a high slope before he reached it. He considered the police barrier tape to be elements of bad decor. Before going inside, he thought again why people decorate plants with some kind of ribbons. A couple of minutes after he passed through the gate, a group of hunters appeared. The head of the detachment spoke on the phone. He reported that they had arrived at the scene. The voice on the phone called the hunter by name and asked if there were any civilians nearby. And Yun Sung replied that everything was fine. There was a ribbon around the gate. The voice on the phone kept saying that he was tired of the mutation of this gate, but Yun Sung promised that he would begin the inspection immediately. Having finished the conversation, he ordered his team to follow him. It was quiet and damp inside, and one of the hunters couldn't stand it and started complaining about the unpleasant smell of rot. The squad leader noted that according to measurements, the dungeon looked like a D rank. Comrade in Arms is tired of this. Every time a mutation occurs, the level goes up by 2. The subordinates wanted to finish quickly so they could then go to the bar and have a good drink. But An Yun Sung, on the contrary, demanded that they take their time and examine everything in detail. They had already walked quite a distance, but they had not found any signs of monsters. One of the subordinates believed that they had nothing to fear, since An Yun Sung himself, an A-rank hunter, was with them. Before he could finish his sentence, a giant silhouette with glowing eyes appeared behind him. He wandered around the cave for a long time, but never met a single monster. The Alforian sensed Mana, insignificant and weak, clearly possessed by some person. The alien immediately realized that there were still people in the dungeon. Hearing a strange sound, he found shelter and decided to calmly observe what was happening. Nearby, there was a group of hunters who awakened a huge golem. The monster had enormous strength. One blow and the young hunter lay unconscious. People began to panic. They did not expect to meet such a strong monster. And Yongsung ordered to gather, if they panic, they will all die. The huge golem attacked again. The captain of the hunters did not expect such speed. He used his shield, and thanks to this skill, he stayed alive. And Yongsung's defense was well trained, but he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Meanwhile, the alien calmly watched what was happening. And Yongsung was able to defeat the monster, but it took all his strength. His charges looked at him with pride and said that an A-rank hunter is a tremendous force. Having caught his breath, the captain ordered to take Chalmin's body and head for the exit. But the golem turned out to be alive, his eyes blazing with blue flame. The monster quickly grabbed on Yongsung with its huge paw. Then the golem squeezed his body tightly, and you could hear the bones crunching. And after that, she threw the hunter away like a rag doll. His ward swung his weapon and cut through the huge stone. He was trying to wound the golem. But as soon as he struck the monster, his strong sword broke. The monster hit him hard in the chest, and the hunter fell to the ground. Only one huntress from the team remained on her feet. The monster swung its huge paw to kill the girl. At the last moment, An Yongsung covered her with his shield and saved her life. He shouted at the girl to use the restraining spell, but she was in a stupor. It was becoming increasingly difficult to contain the golem. If the huntress didn't help, they would all die here. But the girl got scared and ran away, leaving the commander alone with the monster. She forgot about her friends and her captain. Her only thought was to survive. The golem pinned An Yongsung to the floor of the cave with a sharp blow. He remembered how several years ago, during a dungeon breakthrough, he awakened and received an A rank. He had many offers from large guilds, but then he created his own. The guy thought they would have a great future, but the result was such an inglorious end. An alien appeared in front of the golem, and he found it simply unbearable. He analyzed everything that was happening and realized that this is the nature of people. Up close, everything was much clearer. He was looking at a huge monster, but there was no fear in his eyes. Kim Giryuk slowly said that he was glad to see Golem here. Golem, a giant clay figure that moves using mana. They performed various tasks on the alien's home planet, from simple construction work and cleaning up the surrounding area. Before the wars, the Alfari nation was built on the labor of these giant creatures. In his past life, he specialized in arming these golems. Now it became clear to him why there were no monsters around. The golem stands guard and kills everyone who appears here. In any case, while the guard is awake, getting out of here will not be so easy. If he could use magic, it would all be over very quickly. But you can always find another way to get what you want. The golem began to attack. Its blows were strong but slow. The monster was an excellent guard, strong and brave but slow. For some time, Kim Giryuk easily dodged all of the monster's attacks. The alien soon realized that defeating the golem without magic was not such an easy task. Thanks to the monster's size and clumsiness, it was possible to dodge attacks. But his new body was too weak and could not last long. The monster's next blow almost hit the young guy. The golem missed, and its huge paw crashed into the stone floor of the cave. Kim Giryuk noticed that he had a great chance to finish the battle quickly. The huge stone in the monster's paw is not just decoration, it is some kind of sensor for detecting magical energy. All that had to be done was to issue an emergency stop command. For security reasons, only the owner and creator of the golem know the stop command. But Alfaori could easily figure out such a rough model at first glance. He quickly entered a series of alien symbols into the console located on the gem. In an instant, the giant golem crashed loudly onto the stone floor of the cave. Kim Giryuk climbed onto the monster's back. It wasn't the end, but just an emergency stop. To switch the monster to autonomous mode, it was necessary to remove the core from its back. Extracting the core was a very important task that could not be delayed. He wasn't eager to do everything with his bare hands, but there was simply no other choice in this situation. Having removed the protective panel, he noticed a bright glow. He found what he was looking for. The golem's massive control core was securely hidden under protection. Alfaori knew he had little time, so he quickly got down to business. He ripped out the control system and raised it above his head. Now the monster was no longer dangerous. In the end, Everything turned out to be much simpler than he first thought. Even without magic, the alien was able to defeat the monster. An Yun-sung recalled a conversation with his mother. She was worried when she found out that her son wanted to be a hunter. The guy was too self-confident because he turned out to be an awakened A rank. The woman understood everything perfectly, but if something went wrong, it would be a tragedy. The boy took his mother's hand and explained that he was a hunter recognized by others and that she simply had nothing to worry about. He promised that soon everyone would know his name and he would be the most talented hunter. The guy was in a hurry because he had a lot to do that day. Before leaving, his mother asked him to be very careful on the mission. After a tough fight with the golem, he could hardly get up from the ground. What he saw was strange. Some stranger was standing on the lifeless corpse of a monster. Did this guy really kill the monster single-handedly and take out its heart with his bare hands? It was very strange how this blonde guy was able to get through the secret gate. And Yun-sung thought that the guy in the suit might also be a hunter. The alien came down and went to the wounded captain of the hunting squad. And Yun-sung overcame the pain and tried to get to his feet. The blonde came very close and then extended his hand to offer his help. The man held the latest news and was simply amazed at how the good news publication came up with such news items. And Yun-sung replied that the article had nothing to do with that guy. The man in glasses asked if it was necessary to do this. He understood that some hunter was able to defeat the monster, but why didn't the captain know his name? Even on the hunter's forum after the stranger's description, no one could figure out who it was. The director emphasized that the journalists were focusing on the A-rank monster. Otherwise, things would have been much worse. What happened could seriously damage the young hunter's career. Even an A-rank hunter who shows a moment's weakness will very quickly become a target for others. The man with glasses didn't understand why An Yun-sung didn't just say that he killed the golem himself. The guy felt that he had to tell the truth. It was the least he could do to show gratitude to that stranger. The blonde was very calm and did not look like someone who was going against the law. If that man had planned something bad, he would not have left An Yun-sung alive. The guy was sure of that. The director adjusted his glasses and then coldly replied that he understood everything. Then he advised the hunter to go and rest, as he had not yet fully recovered. Left alone, the man in glasses thought about the stranger who easily killed the golem. He definitely wanted to meet such an experienced hunter. Meanwhile, the alien was figuring out his new device, a smartphone. Having understood how this device works, he thought that Earthlings are real gods. Last night, he accidentally unlocked his phone, and now he just can't get rid of it. He could easily access any information even without being a privileged class. In one night, he was able to obtain a lot of useful information without which it would be difficult to live on this planet. First, he learned that the gate he was entering was not private property. Secondly, it became known that each gate has certain entry restrictions. Korea was a country that carefully managed the awakened, and therefore entry required prior permission. Only the Korean Hunters Association, or ASOH for short, could issue such a permit. He also learned that An Yun-sung was not some thief, but a popular A-rank hunter. The Alphorian now realized that he needed to get a hunter's license as soon as possible. He passed the theoretical lesson without difficulty, and the teacher promised that the students would soon be given a special device. The safety lesson was boring. The whole point was to not act recklessly around monsters. An instructor approached the alien and handed him some strange device. Holding it in his hands, he could not understand what it was, whether it really was a license. The young cadets were surprised that the blonde man knew nothing about the device. The Alphorian quickly realized that with his words, he had almost given himself away. Fortunately, the instructor explained that this is an entry-level analyzer that uses pixel glass technology. The teacher, having made sure that everyone had received the devices, suggested that they use them to look at butterflies. Only now did Kim Giriok finally begin to understand why this device was created. The analyzer quickly gave out information. The monsters were poisonous F-rank butterflies. The device was very useful. The guest from Alphaori realized that Earthlings are not so backward. The instructor also pointed out that all the devices can not only identify monsters, but also help in finding items. The device will easily help you find valuable resources nearby. The alien pointed the device at the instructor, but received no data, making it clear that it didn't work on people. Pointing the device at the plant, he learned that it was a fire fruit, which is characterized by red tubular flesh. After looking at the device, he decided to check one more thing. The alien pointed the device at his shadow, but the identifier reported that no information was found. This was strange, because he had been told that useful resources could be identified. The thought suddenly came to mind that only resources with mana can be identified. The device may help distinguish simple resources from the most valuable ones. It was quite convenient, although the method was not entirely accurate. There are many useful items in the universe that contain absolutely no mana, for example, this soil. The device considers it useless because it has no mana, but it contained absorbent, a rare material that absorbed mana like a sponge. But apparently, none of the Earthlings knew about this. The Alfarian thought that if the study of magic were even a little developed on this planet, everyone would know about the absorbent. The alien decided to ask his instructor an important question. He was interested in when the awakened began to appear in Korea. Of course, the instructor was well aware of this. The first case was recorded 7 years ago. The jolt that occurred in the underground then led to an awakening throughout the world. What he heard shocked the alien, who was only 7 years old. The history of magic on the Alfarian's home planet spanned over 60,000 years. Now he understood how primitive the people around him were in their development. It immediately became clear why all the devices had exclusively electrical properties. It was not without reason that electronics developed so rapidly. Here, primitive magic contrasted with a tremendous level of technological mastery. There was a certain charm in the fact that evolution took some anomalous path. Scooping up some soil in his hand, he thought that if he used the absorbent, no one would even know. A profession in which you can earn hundreds of millions if you try hard enough. A hunter, someone who is always on everyone's lips, a man who literally bathes in luxury. But contrary to all the journalists' reports, the life of a low-level hunter is like hell. He still couldn't use magic, and his leg hurt after the last battle with the golem. Before he ran out of money and this body died of hunger again, he needed to find a way to earn money. At the moment, all he had was a bunch of absorbent, which was great at absorbing mana. There were monsters on Earth that could be killed with this, but there was one problem. The monsters lived in C-rank dungeons, but he, Kim Giryuk, was F-rank. They simply wouldn't let him in there. It's difficult to make money with the absorbent on a planet little known about, and the low-ranking body makes the situation worse. The alien almost died of fear when a new message arrived on his phone. A Class B monster was reported to have escaped from the dungeon, and civilian evacuation was available. The alien did not understand anything from the text, but became very interested. He quickly put on his suit and decided to see for himself what had happened in the city. On the street, he saw crowds of people fleeing from a dangerous monster. Seeing a B-rank monster, he was very surprised. Were all the creatures of this rank really that huge? The monster easily climbed to the top of one of the tallest skyscrapers in the city. Trying to get closer, he accidentally pushed one of the onlookers who was filming what was happening on camera. The stranger started shouting loudly about this. He was upset that someone had pushed him. Looking at Kim Giryuk, the guy added that he shouldn't stare at him or he'd get hit in the face. The alien had absolutely no idea what this noisy man wanted from him. The stranger haughtily admitted that he was a hunter and was collecting material for his research. Kim Giryuk replied that he was also a hunter and that their goals were similar. He even honestly admitted that he had an F rank, not suspecting what the reaction would be. A loud laugh rang out. The impudent guy couldn't hold back. The alien really didn't like that some Earthling dared to make fun of him. Meanwhile, a helicopter with military personnel approached the monster. The monster was moving towards where the civilians were, and a decision was made to shoot to kill. The monster suddenly waved its tail and the helicopter with the military exploded. A squad of high-level hunters arrived at the scene. The monster broke huge windows in the skyscraper and tried to get inside. Having broken the strong glass, the monster stuck its long tongue inside and grabbed several people. The giant creature opened its mouth and prepared to swallow its prey. One of the brave hunters cut the tongue of the huge creature with his sword. Blood flowed in all directions. The monster howled loudly throughout the area. And Yun Sung watched everything from a helicopter and thought about his next steps. He soon realized that the monster was trying to escape, which meant it was time for them to act. The archer unleashed a hail of arrows on the huge lizard-like creature. The huntress was accurate and hit the monster's vulnerable spots perfectly the first time. The monster turned out to be very cunning. He cut off his tail to escape from the hunters. The monster moved down the skyscraper at great speed. Realizing that the enemy could escape, An Yun Sung jumped out of the helicopter to not miss the monster. Using his shield, he jumped on the monster's back. The blow was of enormous force. The monster flew down at great speed, and An Yun Sung managed to deliver a few more blows. The monster couldn't survive the hard landing and died from the impact with the ground. People shouted that the hunters had once again managed to destroy the dangerous monster. A group of hunters moved towards the civilians, and the impudent man begged for an autograph. and Yoon Sung and his comrades approached the crowd of onlookers. The alien, thanks to his smartphone, learned that A-rank hunters are elite, among the lucky 3% and beloved by the public. The crowd of people literally went crazy. Everyone wanted to get an autograph from their idol. And Yoon Sung noticed the blonde man in the suit and greeted him. He respectfully shook his hand with both hands. The hunter remembered everything. The squad captain looked at the alien and declared that he owed him his life. The hunter reminded him of that incident with the secret gate. If it weren't for the golem guy, he would have killed him. The impudent man who laughed at Kim Giryuk's rank turned pale. He didn't expect the most popular hunter to speak so respectfully to the blonde. Looking at the people nearby, Yun-sen asked the savior if they were his friends. The captain wanted to introduce himself because he couldn't give his name the first time. Hearing the blonde's name, he handed over some paper and asked if he had time. And Yoon-sung really wanted to talk to Kim Gi-ryuk about something important. They sat down in a beautiful park. The alien was surprised that the hunter wanted to repay for his help in the dungeon. And Yoon-sung assured that this was very important to him. He wanted to thank the person who saved his life. All this time, he felt uncomfortable because he was unable to thank the stranger in time. That day, the alien simply ran away because he was afraid that the police would catch him. The A-rank hunter was very happy when he heard that there was one thing he could help with. Kim Giryuk showed the geolocation on the map and asked if An Yoon-sung could take him to this dungeon. The alien looked at the guy and asked if everything was okay. He was very gloomy. And Yoon-sung replied that everything was fine. Then the alien suggested speeding up. The young awakened one could not stop thinking about one thing. Why did such a young and talented hunter like Kim Giryuk need him? Earlier in the park, An Yoon-seung, having learned that the blonde was going to hunt, was glad that he could learn something from the master. The alien looked at the guy and replied that he wanted to clarify something. Taking out his hunter's license, he calmly replied that he had the lowest F rank. Having given the license to his comrade, he added that he wanted to be just a porter while Yoon-sung killed monsters. The A-rank hunter had heard before that there were people whose rank was determined incorrectly. Awakened high-ranking beings are forcibly mobilized when dungeons are breached. Therefore, there were those who falsified their rank in order to avoid obeying the association. Is Kim Giryuk one of those people and is deliberately hiding his strength? The alien was pleased. They had finally reached the right location. He noted that everything looked exactly like in the pictures on the internet. And Yoon-sung shouted loudly that it was the Fire Spitfire, and the alien was surprised by such a strange name. In fact, it was all due to a translation error into Korean. These monsters were first found in Ohio. The monster was covered in fire, and the system named them fire bats. But a translation error from English to Korean led to them now being called fire spitters. The monsters were everywhere, and it seemed like a bad idea to go into their lair together. The A-rank hunter turned to Kim Giryuk, curious from the very beginning about what was in the blonde man's bag. He took out some earth and began to slowly scatter it in the wind. The fire spitter had a weakness to the earth and the absorbent that was in it. The monsters burned even before they had time to reach the young hunters. And Yoon-sung was very surprised and decided to ask one question right during the hunt. He was very curious why Kim Giryuk used earth, since he could destroy C-rank monsters with his bare hands. This question surprised Alforanets. Did the hunter really read his license with his feet and not his eyes? After all, it says F rank. Looking at his interlocutor, the alien thought that high-level hunters don't even suspect how those with class F live. Without any irritation, Kim Giryuk asked if the hunter had always thought of awakening as an ability. For example, to easily lift a multi-ton truck, or fill a huge hole with water to create a lake. But things are different. People did nothing to get these opportunities, they just fell on everyone's heads. Clenching the earth in his fist, he noted that they could just as suddenly disappear one day. That is why Kim Giryuk did not want to rely on these abilities. Of course, his entire monologue was complete nonsense, but the alien hoped that the young hunter would buy into these words. And Yoon-sung grabbed his head, wondering why he hadn't thought about this before, but believed that his abilities would be with him forever. He also noted that, given the new gates that were constantly mutating, there would come a day when they would no longer be able to use their powers. The hunter tried to hug the alien. All this time he was looking for an easy way out, and Kim Giryuk foresaw all this. A very interesting thought suddenly came into his head. High-ranking hunters can sense certain things instinctively. For example, he gets goosebumps when around S-ranked hunters. But when Kim Giryuk is around, he doesn't feel anything, as if she were just a fly on the wall. The alien was shocked. How could a human dare to call the former head of a magical order a fly? It turns out that if you train your abilities, you can learn to hide your mana. The alien tried to contain his anger. He thought that he was talking to an uneducated person. He calmly confirmed all of An Yun-sung's speculations as if they were the truth. A few hours later, they were sitting in the cafeteria, and the hunter asked the alien to take him with him again next time. He woke up only 6 months ago, and his previous team fell apart on that terrible day. It was difficult for the alien to work alone, but forming a team was too dangerous. Kim Giryuk remembered that day and believed that the guy was very worried about the betrayal of a team member. The Alforian accepted the offer, but noted that he would not be able to save his new friend in case of danger. The alien also reminded that a hunter must always be ready to defend himself. But An Yun-sung perceived all of Kim Giryuk's words simply as his natural modesty. Having finished his dinner, the hunter suddenly asked what year his savior was born. The alien asked again if his new comrade really wanted to know how old he was. The hunter immediately admitted that he was already 22 years old, but he had repeated a year at school. For the first time, the Alforian wondered how old his body was. He had never thought about it before. He immediately reached into his trouser pocket to get his ID. Opening it, he showed all the information to his new friend. And Yun-sung read that Kim Giryuk was 24 years old. The surprised guy couldn't believe that there was only a 2-year difference between them. Now the Alforian understood how old his new body was. He tried to remember information about his university years. Even his phone book was empty, not a single contact. Kim Giryuk was a very strange guy with no friends or acquaintances. There were practically no memories, and the alien could not understand what kind of life the previous owner of the body had lived. In a dark room, a young man watched a report about how the number of gates with mutation was growing. Scientists still cannot determine the true cause of this anomaly. The boy with green eyes listened as the announcer spoke about the concerns of the country's citizens. A couple of days ago, An Yun-sung called and offered to see something special. He had the right to enter the new gate. Naturally, the alien immediately agreed to such a tempting offer. Whenever a new gate appeared in a country, access to it was initially restricted, and a special research team was allowed inside. Some unusual plant was allegedly found inside the new gates, and the alien thought that perhaps it would help him restore magic. The task was simple. You had to inspect the plant at the entrance and then quickly leave. There were quite a few people around who dreamed of getting inside and exploring the dungeon. The A-rank hunter explained that most of them were just onlookers and journalists. Suddenly, a luxury car of the Genesis brand appeared. Kim Giryuk immediately noticed this, but he didn't even understand who had arrived. A young man got out of the car. The whole crowd immediately froze and switched their attention from the gate to him. It was Kang Chung-ho. People couldn't understand why he personally came here. The alien couldn't understand why people had such a reaction, but An Yun-sung explained that he was an S-rank hunter. There were only 3 people in Korea who held the highest rank, and Kang Chung-ho was one of them. The Alforian immediately noticed that this man had very stable mana, which is a great rarity for people. The S-rank hunter stopped and began to stare at Kim Giryuk. A friend whispered that Kang Chung-ho has very unusual eyes. This is a rare item, the dragon eye. The guy felt uneasy when Chung-ho headed in their direction. Approaching the alien, he calmly asked his name. The Alforian felt no fear or anxiety, and so he replied that his name was Kim Giryuk. Chung-ho was interested in the blonde's rank, and Yun-sung intervened in the conversation, replying that the guy was simply wearing his items. The S-rank hunter was very unhappy that someone dared to interfere in their conversation, and Yun-sung immediately fell silent, and Kim Giryuk answered without a shred of doubt that he was an F-rank. Kang Jung-ho smiled and then asked again if this was true. It was clear that he didn't believe it. The alien immediately realized that this hunter sensed hidden mana in his new body. The lungs were merely an organ that expelled air. The damaged respiratory system did not reduce the amount of mana in the body at all. A hunter of Kang Jung-ho's caliber could easily determine someone's potential even from the slightest sign. The Alforian replied that if his interlocutor did not believe him, he could show him his hunter's license. For Jung-ho, it was all funny. The one who can calmly look him straight in the eyes is only an F-rank holder. And Yun-sung interrupted the conversation. He apologized and explained that it was time for them to go. The alien tried to say that they were planning to visit a new dungeon, but his comrade quickly pushed him forward. The S-rank hunter silently watched these strange guys leave. The comrade was surprised why Kim Giryuk did not know anything about Kang Chung-ho. The stranger replied that he had simply lived abroad for a long time, and Yun-sung asked to understand him correctly. The S-rank hunter has a simply terrible reputation. He had a criminal record and no one wanted to go to the gate with him. On top of that, there had been an incident recently. The Alforian asked for more details. His new friend's cousin, Choi Jin, was the third best A-rank hunter. One time she was with Kang Jong-ho in a dungeon and he attacked her. Now the alien realized that his new friend was worried about him and that's why he made him leave. It was decided to go to the new dungeon later to check the mysterious plant. The alien asked his comrade about Kang Chung-ho's eyes, what the dragon's eye meant. He was interested in whether such artifacts could be bought or sold on the market. Originally, this object was in the form of a small bead, and Yang-ho swallowed it. The Alfarian was very interested in the dragon's lungs and asked Yun-sung to check out the market. The lungs were not very popular and were not available on the market at the moment. The eyes and heart could increase mana, but the lungs were useless in this regard. And Yun-sung was able to find an offer. The seller wanted only 2,600,000,000 for the artifact. Only after a couple of seconds did he realize what a huge sum it was. But his friend assured him that it was cheap, and the other artifacts were many times more expensive. After meeting at the gate, the alien ordered a taxi and decided to go home. On the way, he studied information about the S-rank hunter. The more he learned, the more scared he became. The alien was now wondering if he should have avoided eye contact with Yang-ho. Suddenly, a car hit the taxi from behind. The alien didn't know what an accident was and was very scared. The driver turned around and asked if everything was okay with his passenger. The Alforian lay on the floor of the car. He quietly replied that everything was fine. The man leaned out of the car and started shouting insults at the person who hit them. The culprit of the accident turned out to be Kang Jong-ho. He replied with a smile on his face that he hadn't driven for a long time and had mixed up the pedals. The guest from Alfauri didn't expect to see an S-rank hunter. It didn't seem like a coincidence. He addressed the alien by name and asked to exchange contacts. The hunter wanted to resolve the situation peacefully. Kim Giryok thought that despite his high rank, the hunter was a terrible driver. Kang Jong-ho handed the taxi driver a wad of cash as an apology and compensation. The poor man bowed low for such generous compensation, and the alien thought that the sum was large. The S-rank hunter then held out his smartphone and asked the boy to enter his contact information into it. Of course, the Alforian wrote down his number. It was his first accident, and he thought it was a normal practice for people. From the internet, he managed to find out that Kang Chung-ho is the only son of the owner of a well-known company in the country. He had a criminal record, although people with his capabilities never go to prison. There was a lot of evidence on the internet that the guy was abusing other people. After the dungeon was breached, his parents died tragically. Immediately after this, he sold all the company's shares, thereby liquidating the family business. Given the unclear time of his awakening, many speculated that he was carrying out the attacks for money. The S-rank hunter remarked that it was a pity that someone like Kim Giryok worked as a simple item carrier. He knew of a great job that paid much more. Looking at the alien, he asked if he was interested in hearing about an excellent money-making option. Naturally, this proposal interested the alien, and he asked to tell him more. Kang Chung-ho offered to quit working for An Yun-sung, and then he would give him 80% of all the items found in the gate. The alien immediately realized that this tempting offer looked more like some kind of absurdity. An S-rank hunter was most likely able to notice the potential in Kim Giryok's body. The Alforian thought that if he could control magic, the planet would soon be in his hands. He haughtily replied that it was difficult for him to enter the S-rank gate, which meant he was unlikely to work with Jong-ho. The interlocutor was very surprised. No one would have allowed a newcomer to pass through the highest-ranking gates in the world. Kang Jong-ho also didn't understand what kind of potential the blonde was talking about, because he was only an F-rank hunter. The Dragon Eye owner explained that his proposal was to become a sponsor and develop Kim Giryuk as a hunter. The alien was ashamed and apologized for his stupidity said earlier. The S-rank hunter accepted the apology and asked if the blonde agreed to his conditions. The alien was in no hurry to give an answer. He was curious why he, of all people, received such an offer. A wicked smile appeared on Kang Jong-ho's face as he merely whispered the word "new." The guest from Alfauri was well aware that right now he was missing An Yun-sung's advice. The young people met in a cozy cafe called Golden Aroma. An Yun-sung was shocked to learn that Kim Gi-ryuk had an accident with Kang Jong-ho. He believed that the high-ranking hunter was deliberately provoking the rest of the people. After dinner, Yun-sung asked if Giryok had watched TV today. Korea ranked second in the world for gate efficiency. Although no one has solved the problem with the gate mutation, civilian casualties have been greatly reduced. The alien had long been interested in the very concept of the appearance of magical gates, a mysterious phenomenon that spread across the world 7 years ago. The principle of magic was to use the mana contained in the planet's core. The gates that appeared became a kind of well for mana, although there was no precise explanation to this day. The Earthlings did not dive deeper because there were hordes of dangerous monsters there. There were still many more questions than answers. Yunsung interrupted the alien's thoughts by asking if he was feeling well. The blonde replied that he was simply wondering what he would do in the place of the gate's creator. Monsters are trying to kill people, and items found in the dungeon are like cheese in a mousetrap. But if rats learn to get cheese out of mousetraps, won't that make the owner angry? Such thoughts had never occurred to the A-rank hunter before, but they were very plausible. Suddenly, some kind of magical power began to envelop Kim Giryok. He tried to reach his friend, but he was very quickly carried away into some kind of portal. And Yun Sung was an experienced hunter, and this was the first time he had seen something like this. A huge vortex of blue energy literally swallowed the blonde. The alien was slightly irritated because he did not understand what was happening. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in a strange white corridor. He soon realized that he had somehow found himself inside the gate. Meeting a monster in a dead end was not very pleasant, but in any case, we need to move forward. Magic was unavailable, and it was unclear what to do in case of danger. A narrow corridor led him into a huge hall in which stood a statue of a lion. There was something written on the monument which looked like a gravestone. The Alforian didn't have time to read this because someone else appeared in the hall. It was Kang Chang-ho, who also ended up in the hidden portal like the alien. And soon another hunter appeared here. Now there were 3 of them. The young people did not quite understand why they found themselves inside the hidden gate. The 2 hunters clearly knew each other but did not get along particularly well, and the tension between them was noticeable. Kim Giryok naively asked if they knew each other. Kang Jung-ho looked at the Alforian and then asked if he didn't know Jung Ha-sung. He then looked at the second hunter and smiled and advised him to work harder since no one knew him in Korea. Jung Han-sung was a top-ranked hunter, one of only 3 who possessed the S-class. Kim Giryuk greeted him kindly and didn't understand why the guy was looking at him like that. Chan Hansen suggested saving the pleasantries for later and immediately began checking the location. The alien immediately noticed the unusual device on the hunter's hand. After scanning the area, he found out that they were inside an unidentified X-rank gate. The Alforian heard about EX for the first time and tried to find information on the internet, but his smartphone did not work. Kang Jung-ho explained that without a protective screen, the technology here wouldn't work, and if they didn't get out of here quickly, the phones would burn out. The alien again turned his attention to the inscription. The symbol of true faith will become the key. There were huge stone doors ahead. It was clear that they were blocking the way. Jung Ha-sung tried his best to open them, but they wouldn't budge. He was surprised and asked the hunter to help him as he couldn't cope on his own. The guy put in a lot of effort, but he won't be able to get out alone. Kang Jung-ho waved his hand in displeasure, but still agreed since there was no other way out. Hassan pushed the doors with all his might, and the second hunter prepared to hit the barrier. A powerful right-hand strike caused a burst of green aura to appear around him. Only now could the alien understand how strong S-rank hunters were. But even despite all their power, the stone doors blocking the way did not move even a millimeter. The right idea finally came to their minds. The obstacle cannot be broken by brute force. The alien decided to look again at the lion and the inscription on the monument nearby. He stared at the open mouth of the statue and thought that there was only one option left. Kang Jong-ho came closer, and then with a smile on his face, he noticed that he was tempted to put his hand in the mouth. He looked at the hunters and then asked them if the holes seemed to be specially made for inserting a hand into. Kim Giryuk and Jung Ha-seong looked at the statue in silence. The alien understood perfectly well that as long as the door was closed, they were trapped, and if they did not find a way out, they were doomed to starvation. Jung Ha-sung silently approached the lion statue. He had already decided what he would do. A second later, he inserted his hand into the statue's mouth, realizing that there was no other way out. The alien and the second hunter turned around because they heard a strange sound. The giant doors opened and a passage into a new hall was revealed. The Alforian turned to Chung Hassan, wondering if everything was okay with him. The S-rank hunter showed his hand. There were 2 fang marks on it. The statue had sucked his blood. He said that at first he was so shocked and wanted to pull his hand out, but nothing worked. Kang Jong-ho replied that nothing terrible had happened and that they should move on before the doors closed. Kim Giryuk had a very bad feeling. He felt like something was wrong. The hunters walked silently along the bright corridor of the dungeon. Soon they came to a new hall in which there was also a statue of a lion with an open mouth. Hassan said loudly that they couldn't stand there and waste time. He stuck his hand into the statue's mouth again. They needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The process repeated itself again. The statue sucked out the blood, and soon the doors to the new hall opened. In the third hall, a statue of a lion awaited them again. Everything was cyclical. The Alforian thought about what was happening. It was very strange that the dungeon had prepared such an incomprehensible test. Chung Hassan asked the hunter to open the next door because the intensity of the blood suction changed. At first, everything was fine, but the statue in the second hall sucked so much blood that my head started spinning. Kang Jung-ho replied that in such dungeons the intensity increases, which means they should take turns acting. But Hassan was so good at it that the hunter suggested that he see it through to the end. The guy asked if Jung-ho really didn't want to work as a team to get out of here. The S-rank hunter reminded everyone present of his class. But Hassan was not impressed and reminded them that they should cooperate. The interlocutor boldly asked what would happen if he refused to work on the same team. Kim Giriok did not want a conflict to start, but he understood that if it was his turn, he would die. Kang Chang-ho was not eager to insert his hand into the statue, especially since he believed that there was another hunter. Everyone looked at the stunned alien for that hour. The survival rate in EX-class gates was no more than 60. The absence of monsters did not make this labyrinth easy. To move forward, one had to sacrifice blood. The alien realized that in order to escape, he would ultimately have to sacrifice someone. Jung Ha-seong was surprised that an S-class hunter would really suggest entrusting such a job to an F-rank rookie. The dialogue was interrupted and a huge black wolf appeared in the hall. The monster's eyes were glowing and it immediately headed towards the people. The Alforian was perplexed. There shouldn't be any monsters in this labyrinth. The monster opened its huge mouth wide and rushed at Kim Giriok. Jung Ha-seong managed to react to this and took out his fire sword. One precise blow and the monster was killed by an S-rank hunter. The alien understood that this magic was primitive, but the sword's flame was very effective. Kang Jung-ho muttered haughtily that the hunter, having lost a lot of blood, was still kicking. But behind him, another monster appeared and was about to attack. A huge wolf rushed at the arrogant S-rank holder. Kang Jung-ho managed to react in time and killed the monster with a punch. The Alforian watched what was happening and thought about how strong Jung-ho was. The awakened one calmly noted that the monsters were weaker than he thought, most likely C-rank. Hassan replied that it was too early to relax and suggested looking in a different direction. Silhouettes of dangerous creatures were depicted on the huge wall. The monsters slowly materialized under the influence of some strange magic. Monsters appeared literally out of nowhere, and every second there were more of them. A whole pack of giant wolves rushed at the hunters stuck in the labyrinth. Chung Ha-seong asked the hunter to take care of the rear. The monsters are weak, but there are too many of them. But the arrogant awakened one was not worried. He asked Hassan to concentrate on his work. Dangerous monsters rushed at once from all sides at the people in the room. Kang Jung-ho fought with his bare hands. The creatures died from one blow. Jung Ha-seong used his sword imbued with a fiery aura and slashed at enemies left and right. Kim Giriok stood behind the hunters and calmly watched what was happening. He was incredibly impressed by the strength of these two hunters, despite the fact that they were only humans. Jung Ha-seong had lost a lot of blood, and therefore his stamina had decreased greatly. He looked at the lion statue and thought that he couldn't keep up this pace for long. The monster tried to attack from behind while the hunter was distracted by the statue. But the S-class wasn't given out of nowhere. He managed to react and kill the huge wolf. Now he understood exactly why the monsters in this hall started attacking them. The monsters kept coming, and even the arrogant Kang Chung-ho was already starting to grumble. The alien calmly watched as the S-rank hunters fought and was amazed at their strength and skill. Now he understood that even if he regained his magical powers, seizing power on Earth with such defenders would not be easy. Chung Ha-seong asked the hunters to quickly take a look at the lion statue. The lion's eyes burned with a scarlet flame. This had not happened in the previous halls. The thought occurred to him that if he didn't donate blood quickly, waves of monsters would start appearing in the room. Kang Jung-ho also came to this conclusion. Time was limited. A new wave of ferocious wolves appeared in the hall. They all rushed at the weakest hunter in the room, Kim Giriok. The arrogant awakened one ran toward the statue with his mouth open. He inserted his right hand inside without thinking about the consequences. All the monsters that were in the hall instantly evaporated. The doors to the new hall opened, and all that remained of the monsters was black ash. Kang Jong-ho was cheerful. He was interested in who would be the next to donate their blood. Chung Ha-seong believed that they should act in turn, since Kim Gi-ryok was too weak and he could die. Now the alien understood why this hunter is called a national hero. He is noble and well-mannered, and also not without compassion. The young people went to the next hall. They already understood perfectly well what awaited them ahead. Due to the massive blood loss, Jung Ha-seong began to feel dizzy, even despite his rank. This dungeon had left him very tired. His face turned pale, but he tried not to lose heart and assured the hunters that they would soon get out. In this hall, the arrogant awakened one was supposed to donate blood. Suddenly he suggested stopping for a minute and waiting a little, as there was no need to hurry in such a hurry. The national hero immediately understood what Kang Chung-ho was getting at and openly asked if the hunter was trying to buy time. He reiterated that in EX rank gates, following the rules is the main procedure. Looking at his interlocutor's face, he asked in an irritated voice if Chung-ho had really decided to attack him in the same way he had attacked Choi Jin. Kang Jong-ho moved towards the statue and merely said that there had been a small misunderstanding with the girl. He leaned against the statue and added that he was not crazy enough to attack his comrades. But people did not believe him because of his criminal record. Jung Ha-seong was too suspicious of the arrogant awakened one and wanted to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. Putting his hand into the lion's mouth, he added that even if it had been another hunter's turn, he would still have suggested going back and looking around. The alien listened attentively to his monologue. The hunter was very convincing and sensible. The Alforian watched the boy donate blood and thought that perhaps it was just rumors about him attacking another hunter. In each new hall, the statue sucked more and more blood to open the gates. Kang Jong-ho asked not to worry about him. He had several special potions with which he could restore his health. Chung Ha-seong suggested that the hunter go back if they couldn't find a way out in the next room. And then the national hero made the mistake of turning his back on the arrogant awakened one. Kang Jong-ho hit him hard on the back of the head with the potion jar. The S-rank hunter lost consciousness and fell to the floor in the hall. The alien was surprised by how thoughtlessly the awakened one spent the restoration potion. Kim Gi-ryuk couldn't remain silent and asked why Jong-ho did this. The guy calmly answered the question with a question. He wanted to know if the newcomer had heard anything about the Iron Maiden gates that had recently appeared in Europe. They are very similar to this dungeon, and to get out you need to sacrifice someone. Now everything became clear to the alien. The arrogant awakened one decided to sacrifice his main competitor. The survival rate in this dungeon was only 60%, which meant someone had to become a sacrifice for the sake of the rest. The alien agreed with Chonho's logic. If these are the conditions here, then someone simply needs to become a sacrifice for the sake of others. To survive now, the Alforian must agree with the S-rank hunter's plan. Kang Jong-ho almost put Ha-seong's hand into the lion's mouth, but was interrupted by the newcomer. Kim Gi-ryok asked to leave the guy alone. He himself wants to donate blood in this hall. The arrogant hunter was not against it. He only noted that judging by how the bloodthirsty lion's strength had grown, it would all be over soon. Suddenly a miracle happened. The giant stone doors opened. The new hall was not like the previous ones. Instead of a lion, there was a statue of a girl. Even such an experienced hunter as Jong-ho was surprised that this was really the exit from the dungeon. The Iron Maiden is a symbol that the test is coming to an end. In her hands, some kind of decoration was glowing with a bright light. A pleased Kang Chung-ho only now realized how wrong he was. He thought a living sacrifice would be needed. Only now did he realize something unpleasant. When Hassan woke up, he would be in trouble. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ryuk approached the statue and picked up the golden ornament. The alien liked the look of this piece of ancient art and thought it was a magical instrument. The Alfarian turned to the hunter and asked him to give the artifact to the wounded Hassan when he came to his senses. Kang Jong-ho looked at the wounded boy and understood that the association would not leave him alone. But while they are in the dungeon, he can kill him, and then there will be no questions. The alien, hearing this, was frightened. When the gates close, the dead bodies disappear into the dungeon, leaving no evidence. Kim Gi-ryok calmly looked at his interlocutor and asked if his hunter was also going to kill him. The arrogant guy smiled. He doesn't want to kill Kim Gi-ryok, but he will ask for a small favor. When they come outside, the new guy needs to take the blame and say that he was the one who knocked out Hassan. The dragon's eye greatly improved the young hunter's vision. He obtained this item by killing a rare A-rank monster, the Green Dragon. This magical artifact had many useful functions. For example, it enhanced mana and also allowed one to see objects at a very long distance. This artifact also made it possible to determine the awakening rank of other people. This divine vision allowed one not to squint to see something better. On the very first day when he saw Kim Giryuk, he noticed a strange mana that he had never seen before. On the day they met, he thought that the guy had the very skill that all the hunters in the world dreamed of. Upon hearing that the guy had an F rank, Kang Jong-ho immediately decided that he was lying to him. No F-rank hunter could confidently look into his eyes there. To ordinary people, high-ranking hunters are like large predators. Even when entering a regular store, the salespeople felt uncomfortable. The day they saw each other, he became interested in the guy, which is why he caused the accident and made an offer he couldn't refuse. The hunter was amazed that Kim Giryuk always remained completely impartial. It was as if he was blatantly ignoring the S-rank hunter. This is largely why he asked the newcomer to take the blame. Even if Chung Ha-san remembers everything, he won't be able to prove anything. The court is considering the testimony of the attacker, not the victim. Kim Giryuk only needs to say that during the passage of the labyrinth, disagreements arose and it was necessary to pacify Chason. But if the newcomer refuses, Kang Jong-ho will resort to forced measures. He can't go down alone. He looked intently at Kim Giryuk. In fact, he could solve the problem himself, but he was interested in this guy. To the hunter's surprise, the alien calmly replied that he agreed to fulfill Chonho's request. The S-rank hunter noticed that there was not a shadow of doubt or fear on Giryuk's face. Kang Jong-ho remembered how a couple of days ago Kim Giryuk said that he couldn't enter the S-rank dungeon yet. It follows that at one time he could enter there without any problem. It was as if this guy was in a straitjacket and muzzle, and for some reason he was holding back his true power. Looking straight into the eyes of the newcomer, the arrogant awakened one noted that he had made the right choice. He was tired, and it was time for them to get out of this labyrinth. The alien looked at the portal and thought about how he managed to survive in the X-rank dungeon. He walked out of the portal, and outside there was bright sunlight, which blinded him from being unaccustomed to the labyrinth. The road was cordoned off, and journalists and ordinary onlookers stood on the street. The Alfarian was very surprised by how many people were gathered there. The reporters asked a lot of questions. They all wanted to get comprehensive information. One of the journalists stuck a microphone behind the cordon and asked how many more hunters were in the dungeon. What was surprising was that as many as 6 portals were concentrated in one place. Soon, Kang Jong-ho came out, carrying Jung Ha-sen, who was still unconscious. This spectacle silenced all the journalists for a short time. None of them knew what could have happened to the S-rank hunter. A girl in a formal suit approached the arrogant hunter and demanded a report on the circumstances of what had happened inside. The main question was why Hassan was unconscious. She was interested in how he got injured, and whether the gate mechanism was really that dangerous. Kang Jong-ho pointed at the newcomer and added that there was a disagreement about the choice of victim in the labyrinth, and Kim Giryuk knocked out the hunter. The alien immediately noticed that Kang Chung-ho had another talent. He lied without blushing. The girl from ASOH was furious at how an F-rank hunter could knock out an S-class representative. The Alfarian thought that the member of the Hunters Association was a sensible girl and understood everything. She understood perfectly well that it was Kang Chung-ho who attacked the hunter and knocked him out. The arrogant awakened one turned to the newcomer and asked him to tell the truth. Kim Giryuk understood perfectly well that he was in a situation where he had no choice. He turned to the representative of the association and calmly stated that he had committed this act. Everyone around froze. Absolute silence reigned. No one expected that this was possible. Kim Giryuk added that he did not mean to cause harm, but knocked out the hunter so that the test would be successful. The girl refused to believe it, because someone with an F-class is not capable of harming someone with an S-class. Kang Jong-ho pretended that he himself was about to lose consciousness. He looked at the ASOH representative and asked if he now looked like someone who could hurt someone. The nimble reporter immediately started asking questions. He wanted details of the incident. The other journalists took up the initiative and also began shouting out their questions. The alien calmly replied that everything he said was true, and it was because of him that Jung Ha-sen was unconscious. Having come to his senses, the hunter was reading a news report while lying in bed. He couldn't understand why Kim Giryuk did this to him in the labyrinth, and Yoon Sung said he saw the morning articles before they were deleted. Looking at his new friend, he asked if it was true that Giryuk had knocked out Kason in the dungeon. Enjoying the delicious food, the alien now understood why Yoon Sung was so eager to meet him. He looked at the hunter and slowly replied that everything was just like that. But Yoon Sung was more concerned about Kim Giryuk's condition. He hoped that the boy had not been hurt in the labyrinth. The dialogue was interrupted by the alien's phone. Someone was calling him persistently. The number was not identified, and this was very strange. Almost no one called Kim Gi-ryok at all. The voice on the phone asked if this number belonged to Kim Gi-ryok. It was Jung Ha-seong, one of the 3 S-rank hunters. The alien left the table and asked his friend to eat without him. Hassan wanted to ask a number of questions about the incident that happened yesterday at the gate. The hunter was very interested in whether Kim Gi-ryok had really knocked him out. He added that he suddenly lost consciousness and had no memory of what happened before or after the incident. Jung Hanso was sure that only Kang Jung-ho was capable of such a low act. The whole point was that when he turned around, he noticed something before the impact. It was Kim Gi-ryok's indifferent and emotionless face. The hunter waited for an immediate explanation. The alien realized that things were bad. The Alfarian understood perfectly well that due to the abundance of news, the S-rank hunter was currently in confusion. The alien thought for a second whether he should tell the truth that Kang Jung-ho was to blame for everything. But this morning it turned out that Kason is called a national hero not because he is so fair. It's all about the impressive number of closed gates. The hunter is literally obsessed with fighting monsters. He was a simple workaholic obsessed with work, and it was unlikely that he would be able to protect anyone. The alien asked for forgiveness and then added that it was he who knocked out Hassan yesterday. There was no bad intent, and Kim Gi-ryok just wanted them all to get out quickly. Kim Gi-ryok offered the artifact found there as an apology, but Hassan lost his temper and considered it a mockery. The secretary entered the room and listened to an S-rank hunter scolding someone on the phone. Jung Ha-seong was angry. Did Kim Gi-ryok and Kang Jung-ho really want to sacrifice him to get out? Pulling himself together, he asked the newcomer if he really had the lowest rank. Without waiting for an answer, he promised that from now on he would keep a close eye on the young man. The Alforian tried to explain everything again, but it was too late. The other man hung up. Jung Ha-seong apologized to his secretary for his long phone call. The girl brought all the materials that her boss asked for. While he was reading carefully, she added that all information had already been removed at the request of the Hunters Association. The comments were terrible, some calling him a defective hunter, others believing that his S-rank was undeserved. The secretary asked not to read the horrible comments. Kason replied that even though the information had been deleted, the public was already aware of everything. He looked at the girl and calmly said that now the whole world knows that an S-rank hunter is not invulnerable. As he continued reading, he couldn't shake the thought that Kang Chung-ho was still involved in this matter. The girl reported that she had completed the assignment and checked the information about the newcomer. He was indeed an F-rank. Jung Ha-seong thought about this for a long time. If the guy was really low class, then Kang Jung-ho would have killed him immediately. Offering a deal or blackmailing was too difficult. It was much easier to just kill the weakling. He again remembered Kim Gi-ryok's eyes before he fell. The guy looked at him as if he were a soulless object. Since he awakened, there has not been a single person who has inspired as much concern as this newcomer. Looking at the secretary, he asked to contact ASOH. Perhaps Kim Gi-ryok had falsified his rank. Jung Ha-seong wants to apply for Kim Gi-ryok's rank re-examination immediately. The word skill was a term that denoted the super ability of an awakened one. Upon awakening, every person masters at least one skill, but magic on this planet had many limitations. There were limitations, for example, no matter how much Jung Ha-seong trained, he would not be able to master any other element besides fire. There was only one way to change the element that a person acquired upon awakening. Buy for a huge sum of money a certain artifact called the Skill Stone. But for an alien, everything is different, because he is a reincarnated soul who has experienced true magic. Theoretically, if he complies with all the conditions, he will be able to master absolutely any skill on Earth. But there were too many small nuances, and he attracted a lot of attention to his person. The alien's inquisitive mind still allowed him to find a way out of the situation and come up with a way to use the mana booster. Due to his damaged lungs, his body was unable to exchange mana. But since his breathing was normal, he could manipulate a small amount of mana. This can be achieved with a mana booster, but the material is in the gate, so it came here. It was a Korean tower of magic, and the gates in question belonged to this organization. The security guard ordered the alien to leave the area, as only those with a pre-registration were allowed in. Hearing that the guy only had an F rank, the guard began to smile insolently. The alien did not understand where such hostility towards the weak came from. The man drove Alfari away, saying that with such a rank they wouldn't let him in even with an appointment. Luckily, Kim Giryok's comrade arrived in time, and Yoon Sung apologized for being late. He had important business in the dungeon. Despite his busy schedule, he simply could not refuse to help his savior. The guard turned out to be a huge fan of the A-rank hunter, and Yoon Sung explained that he had signed up in advance because he wanted to meet the guild leader in person. He also added that he received a message that they would be received at the main office today. The alien couldn't help but notice how polite the people were when they saw A-rank hunters. They quickly entered the hall of the Korean Magic Tower. The place was special. It was the largest guild where hunting was the main source of wealth. And Yoon Sung explained to the girl at the reception that he came to see the guild leader. She kindly provided access and explained that the office was on the top floor of the building. It was necessary to use the elevator to get to the 60th floor of the building. The elevator quickly rose to the desired floor, and the hunters stepped out into the corridor. Looking out the window, the alien turned to his friend and said that something was wrong. He definitely pressed the 60th floor, but looking out the window, he realized that they were no higher than the second floor. His friend apologized for not warning him in advance. Looking at Kim Giryok, he replied that apparently they were starting to test them. And Yoon Sung also added that the head of the Korean Tower of Magicians is one of 3 S-rank hunters, and it is a great honor to see her. The leader drives everyone into a designed labyrinth and will only meet with those who find the way to the 60th floor. She will only meet those who are worthy of her time, and that is what the labyrinth is for. It was decided to try to climb the stairs first, but after a couple of stairwells, they realized that this was a mistake. They went up but went down to the ground floor and found themselves in a parking lot. It was decided to return to the second floor and look around there to understand what to do next. While the friends were climbing the stairs, the alien asked how many people had managed to pass the test. Yoon Sung had not heard of anyone succeeding in doing so. The Alphorian thought this was strange, since the building's employees knew the secret and how the information hadn't leaked. But the hunter replied that only a few knew where the management's office was. Kim Giryok emphasized that the guild leader has a very strange sense of humor. He managed to understand that the labyrinth was very well designed, and he even wanted to meet its creator in person. This place was permeated with magic. He even felt a familiar atmosphere. The A-rank hunter suggested that they split up and comb the area, as they were simply wasting time. Kim Giryok didn't answer and simply placed his palm on the elevator doors. He realized that the magical structure was very simple, but for some reason people could not find the way. And Yoon Sung was shocked to hear that his friend had found his way to the 60th floor of the building. First, they needed to send the elevator cabin to another floor. The whole point is that this was the only vertical passage in the building. He put his hand into the elevator and pressed the 60th floor button, but did not go inside. Then he asked his loyal comrade to wait until the elevator went up. After this, with a sharp kick, he knocked down the doors to the elevator shaft. The alien said that we need to go inside. The floor there is connected to the head's office through a gate. Without waiting for an answer from his friend, he jumped into the elevator shaft. And Yoon Sung jumped after his friend, and even after finding himself in the office, he still couldn't come to his senses. The female voice was a little surprised that someone had actually entered her office. The guild leader turned around in her chair and added that the young hunters were the first to be able to pass the labyrinth. The alien's face was calm. He was only thinking about whether people couldn't think of an emergency exit. The charming red-haired girl's name was So Esther, and she was the head of the Korean Magic Tower. She kindly invited the guests to sit down. The girl knew An Yoon Sung by name. The guild leader also asked to introduce the hunter to her friend, who clearly possesses analytical skills. The labyrinth was very complex, and a person with ordinary abilities would not have been able to cope with it. The alien was glad that he finally met the one who created this test. He quickly gave his name. The guild leader replied that she liked capable people, and she suggested that they get along with Kim Giryok. The words about a rare type were incomprehensible to the alien. He wanted to know what this girl meant. There were very few awakened with analytical abilities, so young Kim Giryok was a rare specimen. And Yoon Sung whispered to his friend that Seo Esther was a hunter with a very rare gift of curse. This skill was the rarest, and the girl used it perfectly to slow down and weaken her victims. This world was just beginning to learn magic, and no one could use complex spells yet. Most of the hunters on the planet had elemental magic, like fire or strength like Jung Ha-sung or Kang Jong-ho. Hunters with healing and defensive skills like An Yoon Sung are even rarer. And those who have special abilities like emotions, like curses or mind control, are practically not found in this world. The alien apologized for not immediately recognizing the S-rank hunter. She wasn't surprised, because she thought the guy was always busy because he had a lot of orders, and he was an experienced analyst. The guild leader decided to get down to business and asked Yunsun why he needed the gate that belonged to her. The alien interrupted his comrade and explained that he wanted to get into the dungeon, and Yun Sung simply helped him make an appointment because he had a very low rank and no one wanted to talk to him. He placed the license on the table, which stated his F rank. She wasn't particularly surprised. Analysts are usually below average in rank. The head wanted to understand why the newcomer needed the gate. If he needed the materials, she wouldn't give him access. Her guild was already short of materials from the trees, but the alien assured her that he was not interested in plants. The girl added that they were from the Neo Sisters Guild and she was not interested in helping them. She reminded that the monopoly over the gates is not cheap and therefore does not want another guild to use them. Looking at Kim Giryok, she added that they needed to come and negotiate at the guild level, not as a simple hunter. The girl really didn't like bargaining and suggested that they agree on the price for entering the gate in advance. The alien understood perfectly well that she didn't know even half of the valuable items in this dungeon. He looked at Esther and then said that he did not belong to any guild. And Yun Sung supported him. The hunter doesn't even have his own team, let alone a guild. Kim Giryuk also noted that she calls him an analyst, but he is not one and his only friend is An Yun Sung. If she helps him, it won't affect the other guild. This situation is just a personal favor. The native Alforian also added that he did not want to enter the gates for free and was ready to pay for the visit. The guild leader stood up from her seat, a strange aura appearing around her. The alien couldn't understand why. So Esther looked at him and licked her lips. The guild leader wanted to know why Kim Giryuk didn't tell her right away that he was an independent hunter. She offered the blonde to join her guild immediately, in exchange for which she could grant him lifetime access to the necessary gates. And Yunsung whispered that large guilds possess a huge number of magic stones and other tools. The alien understood why analysts were so valuable, since people couldn't even properly determine the purity of a magic stone. To avoid fraud in trade, the guild needs appraisers. Kim Giryuk's thoughts were interrupted by So Esther's hand. She offered him a bonus of 500 million won. To confirm that he had not misheard, the young hunter asked to repeat the amount. The girl was indignant why the Neo Sisters Guild was constantly taking hunters away from her. She also wanted to recruit An Yun Sung. The alien calculated in his mind how much food he could buy with this money. There were quite a few evaluators in the Magic Tower, so Kim Giryuk won't have a heavy workload. The alien asked again if they really wanted to hire him as an analyst for that kind of money. With a smile on her face, Esther confirmed her intention. The work is not difficult. Sit at a table and sort through documents. She also added that thanks to the flexible system, he will work only 4 days a week. Just hearing the word work seemed to strike him like lightning. After all, he used reincarnation only to stop working. The thought of having to work again could have driven the alien to suicide. The girl pushed the document forward and said that there were a number of other different bonuses. She also added that she wouldn't mind transferring An Yun Sung to her guild, but Kim Giryuk responded negatively. He refuses the offer, and it's not even about the money that is offered. The guy just doesn't want to be tied to any one guild. So Esther reminded him that if he rejected the offer, he would have to pay the entrance fee to the gate. The F-rank hunter calmly replied that he was ready to negotiate on this matter. Standing up, he told us that he knew of a certain material that, if mixed with concrete or metal, would create a building facade that would be resistant to skill. Even if monsters attack, such a building will be able to stand and withstand any attacks. The alien asked how expensive it would be to maintain a barrier around such a huge tower. Looking at the girl, he added that this material would be enough to cover the price of entry to the gate. Esther was not against such an exchange. Only if the material corresponded to the statements. The alien reached into his pocket. He took out a small bag of sand and offered to test it, and An Yun Sung immediately remembered the absorbent. Kim Giryuk destroyed the fire spitters precisely thanks to this material. She looked closely at the bag of sand, wondering if it really had such properties. The girl couldn't believe that the guy was willing to pay such a high price for a simple gate. An assistant entered the office and brought 3 cups of coffee. The alien suggested considering this deal as helping a person with the same rare attribute. When the guests left, the assistant politely addressed the head of the guild. She couldn't understand whether something bad or good had happened, so she asked her boss. The S-rank hunter replied that she was making a little joke about these guests. The secretary hoped that Esther didn't curse them because the guys were friendly. The indignant assistant reminded that the huntress had promised never to do that again. So Eater reassured the girl that the worst thing that could await them was endless little finger slaps against the corners. This time it was all harmless, just half a minute of sneezing. The girl looked at the cup and calmly replied that no one sneezed. While the guests were drinking coffee, Esther activated her curse skill. From this point on, the guests were supposed to start sneezing nonstop. But instead, the young man looked up and stared at the huntress. It's hard to forget that look. It was as if he was looking right through you. From the very beginning, he understood that a light curse had been applied to him, but it had no effect. Now she was very interested in where he came from because the curse works even on S rank, and he was F. An assistant came running into the office with the results of the sand analysis. It really did have an absorption effect. The man voluntarily gave up such an expensive thing, and this frightened the huntress. She ordered her assistants to find complete information on Kim Giriok. Returning home, the alien was overcome by a feeling of nausea. He swore that he would never drink the poison called coffee again in his life. Kim Giriok believed that this drink was usually served to respected guests and drank it in one gulp. But the taste and smell were exactly the same as the industrial glue from the planet Alphorian. Then in the office, he barely restrained himself from spitting everything back into the cup. She dared to offer such a terrible poison to someone who had passed through her labyrinth. And meeting his gaze, she asked if he liked the coffee. I had to lie and say the taste was great, otherwise he would have passed for a stranger. Now Kim Giriok's body was completely controlled by the alien. Since there is no more skilled magician on the planet than he is, there is no way to control his body with a curse or hypnosis. He selected a bottle of cold, still water from the vending machine. A comrade asked about the absorbent. Previously, only Kim Giriok knew about it. He couldn't understand why the guy would give up such valuable material for access to a low-ranking gate. The A-rank hunter was also interested in his friend's attitude towards the Hunters Association. Kim Giriok replied that he simply wanted to make a good impression on the S-rank hunter. And Yoon Sung looked into his friend's eyes. He wanted to know why he needed this gate. The next morning after his journey into the dungeon, his whole body ached. He looked at the clothes dryer to make sure the ingredients were drying well. Yesterday was a hard day that ended with a hunt at the gate. Faithful comrade An Yoon Sung bravely fought against the flying monsters. And the alien calmly tore off the wings of dead monsters. This is the necessary ingredient for the mana booster. Demon fairy wings, it would have been difficult to obtain them without Yoon Sung. Once you have the most basic material, the rest will be much easier to find. He opened the refrigerator to have breakfast and thought that he would soon regain his former power. But he didn't have a chance to have breakfast. There was a knock at the door, and the stranger thought that it might be Kim Giriok's friends. Two huge employees of the ASOH stood on the threshold. Bad thoughts appeared in the young hunter's head. With them was the girl he had already met on the first day of his appearance on the planet. It was Sun Woo Yeon. She showed her ID and asked for just 1 minute of attention. Kim Giriok did not understand what had happened and why the association needed him so early in the morning. Sun Woo Yeon apologized for visiting so early, but according to the rules, they are required not to notify the hunters of their arrival in advance. Through the open door, she noticed the hunter's small apartment and a mountain of unwashed dishes. The girl added that she received a notification about a scam involving the hunter rank. The alien did not understand what was being discussed. He had to follow them urgently to the association for a rank recheck. If he refuses to go with them voluntarily, he will be forced to do so by brute force. Kim Giriok only thought that he wouldn't be able to have breakfast this morning. Sun Woo Yeon indeed had every reason to undergo an emergency check. It all started a couple of weeks ago when the alien just arrived on the planet. During our first meeting, he revealed that he had the lowest possible F rank. She was then very surprised to learn the guy's rank because he was able to kill a rookie assassin. The girl immediately began to suspect him of falsifying his rank, but there was no evidence. Suspicions grew after checking documents in the database. In his entire hunting career, he had only entered the gate once. It seemed like pure nonsense. Like someone who had only been to a dungeon once could kill a monster of a higher rank than himself. If a hunter intentionally changes his rank, it can be very dangerous for society. Since the girl did not have sufficient authority, she simply submitted a report and began doing other work. But a couple of days ago, in the evening, she was monitoring hunters' forums and came across some fresh news. All the media outlets were vying with each other to report that Kim Giriok had knocked out an S-rank hunter in the dungeon. Everything changed after Jung Ha-seong applied for Kim Giriok's revised rank. But the girl was surprised that the guy was completely calm and did not try to escape. And his apartment looked very old and untidy. If he were an experienced hunter who earned a lot of money, he would live a completely different life. Kim Gir-yuk came out of the locker room and asked how much the procedure cost. He did not have any money with him. The girl explained that the procedure was free, but if it turned out that he had lied, he would have to pay for the test and also a fine for falsification. He watched as the newly minted hunters took the rank test. The devices weren't particularly new, and the device wouldn't accurately identify someone with diseased lungs. Considering that the previous owner of the body was a heavy smoker, there is nothing to worry about. But Sun Wooyan asked to follow her. The repeat procedure was being performed using completely different new equipment. The alien reflected on the fact that Earthlings had finally learned to accurately track mana in humans. Upon entering the office, the girl told him that he had had plenty of time to voluntarily undergo a re-examination himself. The ASOH employees grabbed the guy tightly so that he wouldn't run away, and the girl asked him to remove all metal objects. The results were ready. Sun Wooyan repeated again that if they differed from the previous ones, he would be considered a fraud. She asked if he knew when someone would be found guilty of perjury. The guest from Alfari couldn't even imagine that the Association Center had such advanced equipment. While the girl read the report in detail, he thought about how to begin his justification speech. But in his head, the only thing he had in mind was the retest fee, 480,000 won. After reading the documentation to the end, Sun Wooyan was surprised. There was not a single sign of falsification. He's still an F-rank hunter, even though his level has gone up 2 notches in a year. The alien was interested in whether his level would continue to rise. But Sun Wooyan explained that this only happens once. A terrible realization came. This body had F-rank mana all along. He suddenly remembered the cave with the golem. The monster didn't notice him and only activated when the hunters entered. This was because the monster did not perceive him as an intruder due to his low mana. The alien decided that his reincarnation spell and choice of body had turned out to be a complete failure. Now he is doomed to live on another planet as the weakest F-level mage. The girl kindly offered to go to the hospital. Low-level awakened ones often have problems after the test. Kim Gir-yuk thanked her for her concern but refused, citing the fact that he was fine. He finally dared to ask her a question. He was interested in how she knew that he was at home on a weekday. Sun Wooyan smiled. Her ability as an awakened one is detective and she can track other people or objects. But suddenly the dialogue was interrupted. Kim Gir-yuk noticed something on the roadway. There was a dead carcass of a small raccoon lying on the asphalt. Kim Gir-yuk sat down next to the animal's body, and the girl explained that this sometimes happens. The guy picked up the corpse of the dead creature and whispered that it was a waste of precious material. Sun Wooyan added that the raccoon had been dead for a long time and that touching it was unhygienic. But the alien didn't care. Taking the dead raccoon, the blonde said that it was time for him to go home. The girl asked him to walk very carefully and look around when crossing the road. She thought that the F-rank hunter took the dead animal to give it a proper burial. The Alforians had 2 types of golems, mineral ones which were made of stones and metals. The second type, organic golems, are made from the corpses of various animals. This was a great success, since the Earth was full of test subjects. Sun Wooyan, looking after the guy, thought that he was a very sensitive and vulnerable person. For some reason, the ritual didn't work, perhaps due to the high humidity. Not only was I not in the mood, but someone was calling late in the evening. He made a big mistake when he added analytical skills to the hunter's profile. After that day, the calls didn't stop. Everyone wanted to hire an appraiser for the job. But it was already too late and he was tired to talk to anyone on the phone. The alien's attention was nevertheless drawn to the new search application. I received a notification about a promotion, the sweetest chocolate in the world, especially for the hunter. And the best part is that the store was not far from the alien's apartment. Of course, even despite his fatigue, he still went to the specified address. The guy thought it would be rude to ignore the offer that said the chocolate was made especially for him. There was a small minibus parked in a narrow alley. The alien came to the specified address, but there was nothing there except a car. It was very strange for him that the car was parked right there. Suddenly, an unknown person got out of the car and walked towards the hunter. He grabbed the blonde from behind and began to choke him. A few moments later, the guest from Alfari lost consciousness. When he woke up, the first thing he realized was that his hands were tied. His head hurt. He had a bandage over his eyes and he couldn't understand where he was or why. He even began to regret that he had chosen this terrible planet where such things were happening. The alien heard the voices of strangers discussing his capture. One of the kidnappers was interested in whether the blonde man really had the lowest rank. His assistant replied that the guy didn't even struggle during the attack. The unknown attackers wanted to make sure that the guy didn't have any scratches or bruises. The alien heard that a certain boss had arrived, and the people nearby were very afraid of him. The man brought with him some VIP client who was very important for their business. Only now did Kim Gir-yok hear the word goods. Now he understood that they wanted to sell him into slavery. The privileged client immediately noticed that one of the captives had woken up. He approached the captive Kim Gir-yok and with a sharp movement of his hand to rip the blindfold from his eyes. The guest from Alfari clearly did not expect to see him in this place. It was the arrogant, awakened Kang Jong-ho, a smile shining on his face. The S-rank hunter assumed that the guy was confused about how he got here and needed to explain everything. Recently, there was a rumor about a hunter with excellent analytical talent. His high skill level and low hunter rank made him an easy target for the hunter. Kang Jong-ho smiled. Now Kim Gir-yok will be sold into slavery and he will work for someone for food. Contracts with analysts of this caliber are very expensive, so there are those who are ready to buy a slave. The arrogant awakened one also added that the F rank is very good because it is easy to brainwash them. He had already bought awakened ones here, which is why he became a VIP client. Kim Gir-yok asked if the hunter would help him, but he replied that today he was just a client. Waving goodbye, he added that he had plenty of other things to do today. The mercenary boss ordered the captive to be taken to another room. The alien thought that reincarnation on planet Earth was his colossal mistake. Soon he was carried into some room and thrown onto the cold floor. The kidnappers didn't care that the captive wasn't blindfolded, because he would soon pass out. The alien couldn't understand why he was moved to this room. Perhaps they weren't going to sell him right now. Soon he felt a sweet floral aroma that enveloped the entire room. There was some strange magical object standing in the corner of the room. The intensity of the sleeping potion could even affect a B rank. But this will not work on such a great magician as the guest from Alfari. With his teeth, he began to try to untie the ropes that bound his body and prevented him from moving. The magic of heat and friction, surprisingly, was not very effective in this situation. The shackles that restricted movement were broken. All that remained was to find a way to escape. Even with my immunity to brainwashing, being sold into slavery would be horrific. The idea came to mind to report the kidnapping, but there was no phone in my pocket. He realized that the kidnappers were not fools and had thought through all the nuances in advance. The magical object that was supposed to put him to sleep caught his eye again. He took hold of this object in his hand as if an experienced priest took hold of a censer. There were two mercenaries standing on the street, guarding the entrance and exit of the building. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise behind them. A bright glow appeared in the doorway and a soporific aura burst out. One of the guards was hit in the head with a censer. The second one tried not to breathe, but it was too late. Kim Gir-yok walked out of the building with a magical artifact and looked at the kidnappers lying unconscious on the ground. The object in his hands had great magical power. The alien immediately appreciated this. One of the kidnappers dropped his phone, which was to the advantage of the F-rank hunter. Despite the fact that he had recently arrived on Earth, the alien knew that there was an emergency service, and so he immediately dialed their number. The dispatcher picked up the phone, introduced himself, and asked what had happened. Kim Gir-yok immediately replied that he had been kidnapped, but it was as if no one on the other end of the line had heard him. He repeated several times that he had been kidnapped by unknown people, but the dispatcher could not hear anything. The alien looked closely at the phone and thought that it was most likely broken. Realizing that he won't be able to get through, he decides to send a message to the emergency services. The line was busy, and he was informed that it would take time to process the message. He tried to send the message again, but soon realized it was an answering machine. The last option left was to tell An Yun-sung about everything. Having sent a message to his friend, he decides to continue his daring escape while he still has the opportunity. Two mercenaries were patrolling the area on schedule. They noticed something strange in one of the alleys. A bright golden glow appeared out of nowhere in the darkness. At first, they thought that one of their own had recently dyed their hair blonde. Kim Gir-yok spun the artifact on its chain and then expertly threw it at one of the mercenaries. The sensor hit its target precisely, and one of the guards received a blow of monstrous force right in the face. The second mercenary only now realized that in front of him stood the awakened one they had kidnapped that evening. But he didn't even have time to react. The sensor hit him right in the forehead with enormous force. The alien realized that the most effective way would be to simply hit the kidnappers in the face with the artifact. It was necessary to quickly find a way out of here. There were no ideas, and there were not even any windows to roughly understand where it was. Quite by chance, he felt a huge flow of mana. Behind him, there was a huge gate in the wall. He remembered very well that the gates were hunting grounds, and at the same time, the exit from this place. They are usually found in wide open spaces, such as on hills. But thoughts about gates and dungeons were interrupted by mercenaries who came to the noise of the brawl. He had to run away again from the kidnappers, who clearly had no intention of simply talking to him. As he quickly descended the steps, a terrible pain shot through his right knee. Even a short run made my knee hurt like hell. The mercenaries were catching up. They couldn't understand how the pathetic F rank was able to escape and knock out several guards. Approaching the fugitive, one of the guards ordered everyone to stop. Holding the sensor in his hands, the alien thought that they had come to their senses too late, and that now everyone would fall asleep from the strange magic. The blonde waved the artifact, trying to get the aura to reach the kidnappers faster. The guest from Alfari swirled the sensor and prepared to throw it at the criminals. But this time, the tried and tested technique failed, and one of the thieves was able to catch the artifact on the fly. Covering his mouth and nose with his hand, he rushed at the escaped F-rank hunter. He pressed him against the wall with his elbow so that the future product could not escape again. Looking the alien in the eyes, he whispered that he usually doesn't touch the goods, but today, he will make an exception. For the first time in his time on Earth, the alien decided to rely on brute force and hit his offender in the jaw with his knee. The kidnapper was not prepared for such a reception and flew back several meters. Life on this planet turned out to be much more difficult than the guest from Alfari thought. And the most unpleasant thing is that the sensor stopped emitting a sleepy aura. The problems that had fallen on the alien's head did not end. Luckily, he felt mana. There was a door nearby, and behind it, most likely, a gate. He had already become accustomed to the architecture of this world, and knew that large doors usually mark the exit from a building or room. The doors weren't even locked, and he was able to open them easily. But what he saw did not make him happy. Kang Chung-ho and several other strangers were standing on the street. The man in the hat was clearly the boss of this underground auction. He was surprised that anyone managed to escape. The F-rank hunter managed to escape and even neutralize well-trained security. Kang Jung-ho, noticing his old acquaintance, simply smiled. The boss's bodyguards were furious that some weakling could neutralize so many people. They thought that the statement about the low rank was a lie. The cunning man was deliberately hiding the truth from everyone. We could have tried to escape if only there wasn't an S-rank hunter here. The boss of the underground auction apologized to Kang Jung-ho for the misunderstanding. He felt very awkward, but he still asked the hunter for help. Smiling, Kang Chung-ho kindly promised the man to help him catch the impudent F-rank hunter. The kidnapper's boss promised to give a big discount on the fugitive, and Kang Jung-ho was not averse to buying him. The arrogant awakened one suggested that the blonde run away right now. Kang Jung-ho leaned over and whispered that the back door was open, and if Kim Giryuk hurried, he might be able to escape. The alien addressed the hunter by name. In a quiet and confident voice, he asked if he had ever seen him escape. Such an unusual question took the arrogant awakened one by surprise. Kang Jung-ho quickly recalled all the times he had encountered Kim Giryuk, and then replied that he had never seen it. Coming closer, the S-rank hunter asked if Kim Giryuk would not escape this time either. Raising his hand, he offered to settle their conflict right then and there. The alien raised his hands and added that this was not a suitable place for a fight, so he would simply surrender. The arrogant awakened one didn't understand what was happening. The blonde beat up all the guards, almost reached the exit, and now surrendered. Suddenly, the alien felt an unusual mana next to him. A man appeared from a completely different portal and greeted the boss. Kim Giryuk quickly realized that this was not a standard portal like a gate, but a magical passage that is used in the skill of moving in space. The boss praised the stranger for always being damn punctual. The arrogant awakened one quickly realized that this man was a ferryman. The alien heard the boss explain that he was a very rare magician with the ability to move people through space. While everyone was busy talking, Kim Giryuk thought that it was a great time to escape unnoticed. The carrier looked at the hunter and kindly said that he was glad to meet him. But at that very second, Kang Chung-ho hit the magician in the face with all his might. He didn't expect such a blow. His body flew several meters to the side. The boss of the underground auction was furious with the VIP client for doing this. The S-class hunter looked calmly at the leader of the criminal organization. It turns out that Kang Jung-ho had been looking for a meeting with the leader of the underground auction for a long time. The alien watched what was happening and did not understand anything at all. A green aura surrounded Kang Jung-ho as he headed towards the bandits. He calmly said that the illegal movement of awakened people abroad is a completely different matter. One of the guards shouted at his boss to leave through the portal, but it was too late. Kang Jong-ho caught up with the criminal and hit him hard in the face. The alien understood perfectly well that the bandits had no chance. It was no wonder the hunter had an S rank. At first, the ranks of hunters varied from A to F, but then people began to appear whose strength differed. This new, grandiose level has been given an S rating. The guest from Alfari understood perfectly well that this was the top of the food chain on planet Earth. The head of the underground auction begged the hunter to spare his life. The arrogant awakened one noted that this was too stupid a request in such a situation. Patrol cars pulled up to the abandoned building. Kang Jong-ho asked Kim Gi-ryuk if he called the police, and the boy calmly replied that he did. The arrogant awakened one asked not to be drawn into the kidnapping story. He killed the criminals because they were illegally transporting hunters abroad. The alien thought it was the police's job, but his interlocutor replied that government officials were too slow. Previously, it would have taken several days to find this place, but everything changed after talented awakened ones left for private organizations. Today, the police arrived too quickly. Kang Jong-ho thought that Kim Gi-ryuk simply gave up. He had a number of questions, but it was too late to ask them. The arrogant awakened one quickly disappeared into the alley despite the alien asking him to stay. The situation that Kim Gi-ryuk found himself in was very difficult. The police ran in, and seeing the guy, ordered him to raise his hands up. They twisted his hands behind his back and began asking him where he had put the kidnapped victim. Kim Gi-ryuk was a law-abiding alien, but he was mistaken for a criminal. Luckily, Sun Woo Yeon appeared and ordered the guy to be released. She was glad that Kim Gi-ryuk survived. The girl was puzzled why the young hunter was handcuffed. It turned out that Comrade An Yun-sung contacted her and asked for help. The girl showed the message that the A-rank hunter sent her. The police officer checked the criminals lying on the ground against the database. He then turned to Sun Woo Yeon and reported that they were all wanted for human trafficking. It became clear that this was the leader of an organization that kidnapped and then transported hunters abroad. The girl had heard a lot about these criminals, but she didn't think she would be able to catch their boss. One of the police officers asked who neutralized all the criminals. Kim Gi-ryuk answered that it was Kang Jong-ho. There were also many unconscious people on the first floor. The police asked not to lie. The alien had to say that he dealt with all the criminals for self-defense. Sun Woo Yeon thought about the fact that the guy was not tied up and asked for help himself. There were no signs of a struggle on his body, and he was incredibly calm, which was alarming. She was very curious whether the guy had really been kidnapped by criminals, or maybe he carefully planned this entire operation himself. He certainly didn't plan to receive some kind of magical instrument, but perhaps this was compensation for a difficult night. Even the police couldn't figure out what it was or who it belonged to, which means the artifact is rare. Because Kang Jong-ho ran away, I had to sit at the police station for half the night and give a statement. The item in his hands could only be used on people. It had no effect on monsters and animals. The kettle on the stove boiled. Kim Gi-ryuk waited a long time for the potion to be ready. From the color of the potion and its captivating aroma, he immediately realized that he had succeeded. Only a legendary archmage could have made such a high-quality potion on an alien planet from low-quality materials. He created a mana booster, a potion that could temporarily increase the minimum mana threshold for using magic. It was like a flint for a lighter, allowing the flame to flare up. After he drank the potion, he needed to get started immediately. The effect lasted only 5 minutes, but it was enough for one spell. He concentrated. The moment had come to try out the first spell on Earth. Gathering a small beam of magical energy, he directed it at his right knee and calf muscle for healing. He also recorded the physical condition and stopped the aging of the body. He lifted his leg a little to check if it worked. He jumped on the floor, putting weight on his legs one at a time, and there was no pain. The spell had worked successfully. Despite the joy of success, he understood that his path would be long. Kim Gi-ryuk's mana level was too low. Since the lungs were weak, it was often not safe to use such a potion. There was no need to rush. In any case, this day was a success. It was decided to consolidate the successful spell with a successful breakfast, and he went to the refrigerator. There was a knock at the door, although Kim Gi-ryuk was not expecting anyone. The alien opened the door, and an elderly man stood on the threshold and politely greeted him. The guest from Alfari immediately remembered this person thanks to his body memory. It was the owner of the house. The man apologized for coming unannounced, but the situation was not simple. The owner of the house kindly asked how difficult this month had been. The thing is that he still hasn't received the rent. The alien heard these words for the first time. The owner of the house handed over letters and bills. Kim Giryok had not paid for utilities for a long time. The payment arrears were simply enormous. Kim Giryok was in a panic. The man explained that he could only wait until the end of the month, and then he would have to evict the young hunter. The sum for 3 months was not small, 1,350,000 won. The owner offered to settle everything amicably, and if the blonde man couldn't pay the rent, he would have to vacate the room himself. The situation was not at all simple. It was necessary to find almost 1.5 million won very quickly. If you add the rent and utilities, you need to get 2 million won by the end of the month, only 14 days left. The alien decided to check the apartment. Perhaps the previous owner of the body had saved cash somewhere. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. He didn't want to take this chance, but there was no other option. He would have to agree to that proposal, even though he didn't really want to. He called Kang Chung-ho and reminded him about the traffic accident and his promise to give money as compensation. To figure out how much money to ask for, I had to use an online forum. People were writing about 3 million. Only 2 million were needed, but considering the case with Hassan and the recent incident, we could ask for more. The alien asked the S-rank hunter for 3 million won. Kang Jong-ho was surprised that this was possible. For him, such a sum was simply ridiculous. He immediately sent the money to Kim Giryok. A notification about the receipt of funds in the amount of 3 million was immediately received on the phone. The alien could not believe that getting such a large sum of money was so easy. But after paying everyone, there wouldn't be much left for long, and now he knew that he needed to earn money for more than just food. Thoughts about how hard life is for Earthlings were interrupted by a phone call from comrade An Yoon-sung. The alien didn't even have time to thank him for his help. This needed to be corrected. Kim Giryuk also recalled that A-rank hunters earn from 1 to 10 million for one raid. It was decided to meet in a small, cozy cafeteria. Kim Giryuk wanted to treat his friend as a token of gratitude for his help that night. An Yoon-sung replied that nothing was needed, but if his friend insisted, a cup of coffee would be enough. Hunter A-rank ordered an ice Americano, and Kim Giryuk wanted a signature latte. But he insistently asked that coffee be completely excluded from the coffee drink, and his friend was surprised by this. Of course, the barista accepted the order, although he had never heard such a request before. Sitting at the table, An Yoon-sung said that he was very confused that evening when he received a message from a friend. He apologized for not being able to come in person, but he was in the dungeon on a mission and couldn't get out of there quickly. The situation with the gate was very bad, and An Yoon-sung could not leave it on his own. The alien had already developed his own plan for this meeting. He delicately asked his friend if he had only been in the breakthrough dungeons lately. The alien was interested in whether the hunter had entered the gate since the time they met. An Yoon-sung hesitated and did not know what to say. This was exactly the reaction Kim Giryuk expected. The hunter was still afraid to go into the dungeons on his own. A sudden encounter with a high-level monster and a comrade's betrayal had an impact on the hunter. The fear of death that almost overtook him changed everything, and An Yoon-sung was now afraid to enter the gate alone. For a 20-year-old boy, it was very difficult to overcome such an injury. The alien calmly said that he was only an F-rank hunter and could not support Yoon-sung forever. It's time to create your own team or work as a lone hunter. Kim Giryuk enjoyed his decaf cocktail. Looking at his friend, he added that he would like to train him. The guy was very surprised by these words. The blonde promised to help with improving skills and mana control. The alien was pleased, as if he had caught a huge fish. On the same day, the hunters went to the dungeon chosen by Kim Giryuk. This dungeon was called the Temple of Maximus, a D-rank gate, and it wasn't a particularly popular place. Magic stones dropped here very rarely, so there was no competition, an ideal place for training. Kim Giryuk asked his friend to show him his main ability first, and Yoon-sung admitted that he even felt a little awkward doing this in front of his new mentor. Using mana, Yoon-sung summoned a giant magical shield, something his class was blessed with. The shield had a protective screen that absorbed damage and prevented enemies from attacking. The alien looked at the magic his comrade wielded and did not immediately dare to say anything. What interested Kim Giryuk most was why the shield only blocked damage from the front. The A-rank hunter replied that the skill was originally like that and he never thought about it at all. For the Alforian guest, watching people just beginning to grasp magic was like watching a chimpanzee with a knife. Kim Giryuk looked at his friend seriously and then explained that the skill should protect him from all sides, not just from the front. This magical shield must not just be flat, it must, like a dome, protect the entire body from all sides. The confused A-rank hunter replied that he could make the shield larger, but it would not change its shape. The alien thought he was talking to a fool since he heard such a stupid answer. Kim Gir-yuk insisted that An Yun-sung try again and again. Trying to help, he advised imagining the skill's concentration as the solar plexus, and all that was left was to spread the mana around it as if it were a crystal ball. The hunter understood what was required of him, but he was not sure that he would be able to do it. Kim Gir-yuk took his friend by the shoulder and suggested that they train. Sooner or later, they would succeed. The most important thing is to keep the image of the dome in your head, to think about the sphere. An Yun-sung heard everything carefully and promised to try to do what his mentor told him. After 20 minutes of intense training, An Yun-sung finally managed to surround himself with a magical shield on all sides. He was very happy because he managed to do something he could not even dream of. In an attempt to move, the magical dome shattered into small pieces. The A-rank hunter was very upset, but Kim Gir-yuk advised him to just train, and sooner or later the dome would be much stronger. An Yun-sung was very grateful and could not have imagined that he would ever be able to do such a thing. Mana stability was affected by mental state, so self-confident types had a higher chance of success. The A-rank hunter wanted to train further and asked his mentor what he should do. Kim Gir-yuk replied in a confident tone that it was time to practice. To improve skills, you need to use them against monsters. An Yun-sung, using the new sphere, began to kill low-ranking monsters in the temple. The A-rank hunter was fully focused on training and tried to follow his mentor's advice. The monster struck the new magic sphere that An Yun-sung had learned to create. She was already stronger than the first time. The opponent's weapon broke on her. Without canceling the sphere's spell, he counterattacked with his shield. The monsters died quickly. Kim Gir-yuk was very pleased with the hunter. While An Yun-sung was busy training, it was possible to collect magic stones unnoticed. A great excuse to train a friend and collect stones from monsters yourself. Of course, this could be called secret theft of someone else's loot. With a friend like that, there was no need to bother killing monsters. This amount of stones would last for a month. It was necessary to collect as many stones as possible before An Yun-sung noticed. After training, the A-rank hunter's face was very strange. For a second, Kim Gir-yuk thought that his cunning plan had been uncovered. Hunter An Yun-sung had never felt a sense of respect for anyone in his life. In his acting and youth, he had no mentor to look up to. As a child, he didn't even praise sports stars and other celebrities. And only on this day did he realize the meaning of the word respect. He looked at his friend and savior and could not express all his feelings. Kim Gir-yuk's teaching style was so natural, and he was also able to find a hidden skill that no one else knew about. And Yun-sung had never heard of a skill that could reveal an opponent's weaknesses. He immediately remembered the situation with the golem. Kim Gir-yuk clearly had some kind of mental skill. What level of skills did the blonde need to have to be in order to give such advice was a mystery. And Yun-sung was very embarrassed and couldn't fully master the skill even after detailed explanations. He bowed low and said that he would try to master everything in a short time and would no longer waste his mentor's time. Kim Gir-yuk looked at his comrade and asked him not to rush, as it was difficult to learn something new in one go. The F-rank hunter promised that he would work with his friend as much as necessary. And Yun-sung couldn't believe how magnanimous Kim Gir-yuk was. From the first meeting, he understood that this was a special person and he wanted to repay him with something. Hunter Aranga wanted to help. He offered his services and assistance in any matter. But the stranger replied that he didn't need anything, and An Yun-sung was once again convinced that his new friend was a selfless person. Kim Gir-yuk was not the kind of person who could be influenced by fame and money. Yun-sung used to think that he would achieve everything since he was an A rank, but now he can't even thank his friend. He promised that he would rest today and continue training tomorrow. It was possible to leave the gate. The day had been fruitful for both of them. The A-rank hunter was determined to practice hard to become stronger so that one day he could repay his mentor. Kim Gir-yuk gave up everything so that the hunter would not suspect him of anything. And his rank is so high that he doesn't even bother collecting stones. For him, it's a waste of time. If you continue in the same spirit, you can go to the C or B rank gate next time. If we sold all the stones that were collected today, the lease could be closed for a month in advance. That would be real happiness. As they exited the gate, the young hunters didn't expect to meet Sun Woo Yeon. She greeted him and noticed that An Yun-sung had lingered inside for a long time, despite the fact that the gate was of the lowest rank. She personally came here to convey important information, but she was very interested in why Kim Gir-yuk was inside, since he only had an F rank. Just the other day, he was suspected of fraud and had to undergo a re-examination. He was acquitted, but a few days later he breaks the law and illegally passes through the gate. The alien replied that he simply worked as a porter and did not hunt monsters in the dungeon. Pointing to the bag, the girl replied that it was too small for the porter, an excuse that was too stupid and absurd. The girl warned that illegal entry into the gates would lead to big problems. Kim Giriok protested that the association's rules did not prohibit porters from entering higher-ranking gates. The girl knew this very well, but the rule applied to real porters. If he was caught using this loophole, there would be problems. She also added that with this behavior, he draws attention to himself and makes others suspect him. He had to agree and follow the rules of the association until he could argue with her. Kim Giriok knew that Sun Woo-young-bi was an awakening rank and was capable of killing a lion with her bare hands. The alien understood perfectly well that until he regained his powers, he should not provoke the girl. She brought documents about one of the dungeons in which a mutation appeared. An Yun-sung was forced to follow the girl, and he waved goodbye to his friend. Kim Giriok thought it was time to prepare a plan B. The next day, while scrolling through the newsfeed on the internet, he learned important information about the bracelet he received in the X-rank gate. The information was new, and no one knew about this bracelet before. He saved it in case Jung Ha-seong contacted him, but now he had to keep it for himself. Having put on the bracelet, the alien decided that it was time for him to move out. Soon, he came to the right place to find the gate that suited him. Gate for F rank with low danger level and weak monsters. All gates were divided into two types, blue and red, and the blue one supposedly did not contain a boss. Monsters appear in the dungeon. If you kill them all, the gate is considered passed. Entry was free, so it was a great opportunity to practice. The previous method of earning money is unavailable due to Sun Woo-yan, which means you will have to kill the monsters yourself. Inside the dungeon, there was excellent nature, clear sky, and green fields. The main monster in this gate was the broken mountain goat. Having taken out the elixir, the alien thought that the monster's bleeding alone terrified him. Kim Giriok drank the mana booster in one gulp, already anticipating that he would soon earn money. The new body of the Alforian guest began to be filled with magical energy. The monster noticed that the hunter nearby began to glow with a blue light. A fire lit up at the end of the hunter's index finger. He was not afraid of the monster. The alien's spell-casting speed was several times faster than that of any person on Earth. He created a fireball and directed it at a menacing monster that was grazing in the clearing. The mountain goat was supposed to be the first victim of the hunt. But something went wrong. The fireball turned out to be very tiny, and even Goat was surprised. The monster clearly didn't like such jokes and became angry. The enraged mountain goat rushed at his offender with great speed. Kim Giriok immediately realized that something irreparable could happen now. Now he was trying to escape from the enraged monster and repeating to himself that he knew everything would not go according to plan. The mountain goat was pursuing its prey. It clearly wanted to kill the one who prevented it from grazing in the clearing. The monster turned out to be not only very evil, but also very fast. The alien noticed the gate. It was only a short distance to get into the safe zone. The goat almost caught up and opened its vile mouth to bite the impudent hunter. The alien was very lucky. Another second, and the monster would have caught up with him. But the hunter managed to reach the portal. Like a cannonball, Kim Giriok flew out of the gate into the real world. Much to the alien's delight, the broken mountain goat did not follow him. The mana level and endurance of the new body of the bud are simply terrible. Hunting the weakest monsters was not possible. Suddenly, a young guy came up from behind and respectfully addressed him as Hyun, saying that many years had passed. Of course, the stranger asked the stranger's name. The friendly boy couldn't believe that Kim Giriok didn't remember him. His name was Jae-hyun, and he was the captain of the team. After receiving the license, they went to the gate together a few years ago. An old acquaintance reminded him of an incident that happened a couple of years ago, quite shameful for an alien, but it amused the guy. When asked what he was doing there, Kim Giriok said that he was hunting a little. The situation was not simple. The alien had little memory of what happened in the previous life of the owner of his body. Jaehyun believed that their meeting was fate and suggested that they go hunting together. He noted that it was more difficult to hunt alone and that they only had one free spot on their team. An old friend pointed out his team that was relaxing nearby. 3 young men in full gear were talking about something. These were the hunters that Jae-hyun was currently working with. The big axe hunter was the team captain and had a D rank. The boy waited for an answer from Kim Giriok. They were ready to enter the gate right now. They lacked a porter in their team, but they could hunt on their own. The alien was surprised at how well things had turned out today. In particular, Jae-hyun's porter had not come. And the best part is that the hunters were willing to pay for simple work. The alien thought it was a great opportunity to make money and watch others hunt. In the dungeon, the team of hunters found a worthy opponent. The giant rhinoceros, a rare monster that could fetch a good price. With the help of a control spell, the monster was trapped. The monster was able to break the crystals that bound its hooves and rushed at the people. But a group of magicians from the team were already ready for the next step. An energy lasso was thrown onto a huge rhinoceros. Now it was the squad captain's turn to deliver the signature blow with the axe. In an instant, the giant monster was struck by a precise blow from above. An alien watched this fascinating spectacle and felt like he was in a movie theater. The monster was killed, and the squad captain praised all the hunters for their well-coordinated work. Even the alien understood that their teamwork was at a very high level. Those who stood in front distracted attention and lured the monster closer to themselves. Two magicians stood further away, and at the right moment they tied up the victim. And at the end, the captain delivered the decisive blow, simply but effectively, as if Stone Age hunters were hunting mammoths. Looking at the rhino's corpse, the alien thought that with such skills they would be able to kill almost all D-rank monsters. The squad captain offered to give Kim Giriok the backpack, and he would carry it himself from then on. He thanked the newcomer for his help. They couldn't have done it without him. He praised the alien and noted that he had done an excellent job with his mission. Since Kim Giriok is an old acquaintance of Jae-hyun, the commander will pay him well. The guest from Alfaria noticed a huge wad of money in the hands of the squad captain. Kim Giriok even felt that his work was overpaid since he was just carrying objects. But the commander explained that Kim Giriok had saved them and that in such a hurry they couldn't do without a bonus. The hunter with an axe asked if the newcomer was busy tomorrow. Tomorrow the team will be heading to the F-rank gate and they will need a porter. The squad captain had already noticed the expensive artifact on the newcomer's hand. After the hunt, the whole team sat in a cafe and talked about this bracelet that was obtained in the X-rank gate. Jae-hyun insisted that information about the bracelet only appeared yesterday and counterfeits could not have appeared so quickly. The squad leader thought that Kim Giriok might have something else valuable, even though he looked like a vagabond. In the world of hunters, there are those who refuse to fight dangerous monsters and turn their sights to easy prey. Their main target is newcomers who are not accustomed to the gates and spend a lot of money on equipment. Because they attacked their weaker relatives, they were called frogs in the hunting circle. The squad leader suggested choosing a gate where there were no surveillance cameras, and then asked Jae-hyun about Kim Giriok. The guy grinned in response, calling Kim Giriok a freak and adding that he was the weakest hunter on Earth. He also added that the blonde is a coward and ran away from the gate last year, and that he also has a lot of debts. The squad captain smiled, which meant that tomorrow everything would go exactly according to their plan. The next day, the alien was waiting for the detachment at the designated place. Looking at his phone, he thought that he had probably made a mistake and arrived early. There was one strange thing that had been bothering me since yesterday. There were some fragmentary memories when I saw Jae-hyun. Finally, a new team of hunters approached the designated place. The alien immediately decided to clarify the payment, whether it would be the same as yesterday. The squad leader replied that everything would be exactly like that. The gates were very close, around the corner, and a warrior with an axe suggested going into the dungeon. Kim Giriok walked with his new team through an unusual dungeon. The alien decided to ask Jae-hyun about the fact that there should be two bosses in this location. In this world, there was an unshakable rule. If you defeat the boss, the gate will soon collapse. If it remains, then someone is still alive. The guest from Alfari thought that it was necessary to study the topic of gates in more detail when he had free time. If he manages to earn a good living as a porter, then he won't have to deceive the kind-hearted An Yun-sung. After calling out to his new team, Kim Giriok made a remark out loud that he considered important. He believed that they had started going in circles and had already passed along this route. The proof of this was the remains of the monster they had killed an hour earlier. The frogs realized that they couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, the victim would understand everything. And while the alien was distracted by looking around the area, the squad leader swung a bottle of a special potion. The man hit Kim Giriok on the back of the head with all his might. The bottle broke, and the alien was covered in a strange liquid. While the porter was clutching his head, the man with a smile on his face asked him not to worry too much. Soon the potion will begin to work and the porter will fall asleep, and when he wakes up, everything will be over. The alien couldn't understand why he was being attacked, as if Earthlings had a fetish for attacking their own kind. The man turned to Jae-hyun, noting that their victim turned out to be much stronger than he thought. Of course, no earthly potion with a paralyzing effect could work on him. He held onto the ground not because he was afraid of falling, but because the aroma of the potion was driving him crazy. The squad leader began to get nervous. 5 seconds had long passed and the porter still hadn't passed out. Jumping up from the ground, Kim Giriok started running away from the frogs at great speed. The amazed scammers tried to catch up with their prey before it escaped into the real world. The warrior with the axe demanded that they catch up with Kim Giriok. Jae-hyun assured them that the guy couldn't run. The alien dropped his bag to escape faster, but it didn't help. The magicians used a vine spell. Grabbing the inexperienced hunter by the leg, they lifted him high into the air. Jae-hyun was very surprised at how quickly Kim Giriok ran away from them. When they saw each other last year, the guy couldn't walk normally. He had an injured knee. The squad leader was very concerned about why the young hunter hadn't passed out, since the potion was excellent. Jae-hyun canceled the spell. The vine disappeared and Kim Giriok fell to the ground at great speed. After the heavy blow, his head hurt a lot, but he couldn't relax. The frog commander put an axe to his head and promised to kill him if the porter ran again. The alien raised his hands up and asked why they were doing this to him, since he had done nothing wrong. A moment later, he himself understood the answer to his important question. It was all about a rare artifact, a bracelet that he received in an X-rank dungeon. Kim Giriok had already read online about the bracelet's main function. It could block absolutely any damage, even from an S-rank monster, twice. He put on the artifact for protection, but it ended up being a source of trouble. The captain of the frog squad looked menacingly and demanded that the bracelet be given to him. The alien ordered everyone to remain in their places. Otherwise, he would use both charges of the artifact at once. He knew perfectly well that after using the bracelet twice, it would become a simple accessory. Kim Giriok suggested that the greedy hunters simply let him go. He added that if they let him go, he wouldn't tell anyone about the incident. Jae-hyun smiled and thought the guy was delirious. The squad captain could not control his emotions and hit Kim Giriok in the face. He began to brutally beat the F-rank hunter, demanding that he give up the bracelet. A warrior with an axe hit the alien in the face and demanded that he give up the bracelet. Jae-hyun and the other members of the squad watched what was happening with satisfaction. Bleeding, Kim Giriok asked to stop and agreed to give up the artifact. It was the harsh reality of F-rank, ridicule, bullying, and beatings from other hunters. As soon as he gives the bracelet to the frogs, everything will end. They will simply kill him in the dungeon. The alien thought that this was the end, and his reincarnation had failed. Suddenly, everyone heard someone's quick footsteps nearby. The commander of the frog squad was furious at who dared to disrupt his plan. When Kim Giriok saw him, he couldn't immediately believe his eyes. It was A-rank hunter and Yun Sung, who hadn't even changed into his gear. Before heading to the dungeon, Kim Giriok informed his friend that they were supposed to meet for joint training. And Yun Sung was very happy about this because he thought he was useless as a student. The hunter was so happy that he even decided to treat his friend to coffee. Almost half an hour later, Kim Giriok was still not there, although the guy was always punctual. And Yun Sung looked at his watch. The mentor should have returned from the dungeon by now. Suddenly, a terrible thought came into his head. Perhaps the gate had mutated and his friend was in danger. Forgetting about coffee, he immediately rushed to the gate. It was good that Kim Giriok told him where he was going. And Yun Sung tried not to be nervous. The gate was only F-rank, and it was not an obstacle for him. Hearing the sounds of the struggle in Kim Giriok's voice, the hunter immediately ran towards the noise. A ridiculous picture opened up before his eyes. Several hunters had crowded around their comrade. One of them was beating him. The low-ranking awakened ones immediately recognized the A-rank hunter, because for them, he is a legend. Kim Giriok shouted loudly that these hunters were robbers, and Yun Sung couldn't believe how some weaklings could harm a master like Giriok. And Yun Sung knew very well who the frogs were and hated such hunters madly. The warrior with the axe instantly lost his former courage. At the sight of Yun Sung, he literally wet his pants. He looked at his subordinates and ordered everyone to run away quickly. But not even a second passed before an A-rank hunter grabbed him by the head. Yunsun threw it into the pile of rocks as if it were a toy and had no weight. He understood perfectly well that against such enemies, no serious skills or any tactics were needed. Everything was simple here. The frogs realized that this was their end and began to run away from the enraged hunter. But they were too low-ranking. Yun Sung could easily catch up with them. While beating them, he thought of only one thing. He needed to control his strength so as not to kill. Kim Giriok thanked his friend. Without him, he would not have survived in this dungeon. And Yun Sung was worried about his condition, but the alien replied that he was fine. Looking at the savior, the guest from Alfawari apologized. He understood that it was not easy for Yun Sung to decide to enter the gate alone. Before entering, he really thought about it. It had been too long since An Yun Sung had gone inside alone. But realizing that his friend was in trouble, he still decided to go. Looking into the mentor's face, the guy only now realized that all this was done on purpose. Kim Giriok suggested that they quickly get out of the dungeon. He felt uneasy inside. As soon as he finds himself in the real world, he will definitely report the incident to the Hunters Association. The friends walked silently, and Yun Sung thought about what had happened. Kim Giriok's face was not surprised. He had planned everything in advance. The alien broke the awkward silence and addressed his savior. He stated that if his rank were higher, he would definitely create a joint squad with An Yun Sung, but the hunter did not expect to hear these words. The alien also added that being strong is one thing, but when a person saves others without hesitation, this is the highest degree of courage. The A-rank hunter couldn't hold back a stingy man's tear. He had never heard such kind words from anyone. Because of that fateful defeat in the cave with the golem, the guy could not create a new team. He was an awakened defensive type, but he couldn't save his comrades, and this greatly demoralized him. Now he was completely sure that Kim Giriok had sacrificed himself to restore his friend's sense of confidence. He even deliberately allowed awakened beings below him in strength to beat him up. It was hard to imagine that such generous and caring young people as Giriok remained on Earth. And Yun Sung was very curious about why Kim Giriok was always taking care of him. The alien was surprised by such a strange question. The guy added that he meant all the training and instructions. The guest from Alfawari answered simply, "And Yun Sung is a good person, and that is enough." Finally, they got out. The alien asked his friend to file a complaint for him. Today, he will no longer be able to train anyone, for which he apologized but promised to continue tomorrow. Kim Giriok refused to go to the hospital and promised that he would recover quickly. And Yun Sung never ceased to be amazed. Self-healing was impossible and very expensive. The alien walked home and thought that for the first time he was dying from such terrible pain. After a few days, his wounds and bruises had healed and he felt well. For several days, everything hurt and he couldn't imagine how many broken bones he had. As he put on his trousers, he thought that the week had been terrible. He had been kidnapped by slave traders and almost killed by hunters for the sake of an artifact. Today, he had to go to the association again. He was already pretty fed up with these checks. Taking the bracelet in his hand, he thought that now it needed to be carefully hidden from prying eyes. At auction, its price was a couple of billion, a lot, but still not enough for the dragon lung. And it wasn't easy to sell it because the alien had gotten used to it over the past few days. Someone like Kim Giriok might need the bracelet's properties at absolutely any moment. Right on the way out of the house, he was almost hit by a luxurious red car. It was Kang Jong-ho. His cheeky and confident smile could captivate anyone. The alien hoped that he might be able to avoid contact with the arrogant awakened one. But the hunter had already noticed him. Jong-ho asked where his old friend had gone, whether he had gone out to have lunch. Kim Giriok politely replied that he had business at the association and was already late. The S-rank hunter invited the guy to get into his car as soon as possible. I had to obey, because Kang Chung-ho asked not to be forced to repeat it twice. It wasn't about fear. He was just a cultured and intelligent alien who was used to solving all problems through conversation. He was curious why one of the strongest men in Korea had personally come to his house. Perhaps it was related to a common secret, but Kim Giriok carefully kept their secret. Kang Jong-ho admitted that he heard the news about the blonde man and the frogs in the dungeon. Without a single doubt or worry, he replied that the incident had happened recently. The arrogant awakened one added that he heard how Kim Giriok suffered and decided to personally make sure that he was okay. It was strange to hear this from the most impudent and cold-blooded hunter. Looking at Kim Giriok, he joked that the guy loves risk and always ends up in dangerous places. Kang Jong-ho added that he brought a gift and asked to open the glove compartment. It was a very valuable potion, a medicine for recovery since the guy had already recovered. Perhaps it would be useful sometime in the future. On Alfarian, such gifts were quite common and would not surprise anyone. If someone accidentally injures a tentacle, friends immediately bring a potion. The alien accepted the gift, thanked him, and promised to use it wisely. Kim Giriok decided that he would definitely examine it. There could be something dangerous inside. Kang Jung-ho stopped and said that they had already arrived. He drove up to the main building of the association and asked why Kim Gir-yok was not coming in, since he himself was in a hurry. The F-rank hunter was stunned. He didn't think that he would be driven straight to the building. After he left, he still decided to ask why Kang Jung-ho cared about him so much. The S-rank hunter replied with a smile that he was interested in those who had potential. Then he added that it was time for the blonde to go since he was already late. After saying goodbye, Kang Jung-ho quickly sped away in his expensive car. The alien thought that this hunter was not so terrible. On the contrary, he was a true patriot. It was very strange how such different character traits converged in one person. He killed without thinking, and now he cares. As he walked into the building, he couldn't understand why Kang Jung-ho was interested in him. And the answer to this question came a few days later. In the US, a certain awakened one was killing other hunters and stealing their power. The skill Thirst for Improvement allowed you to kill enemies and then steal their strength and become stronger. The first thing the alien thought about was who came up with such an ominous name for this skill. For some reason, he immediately thought about the behavior of the hunter Kang Jung-ho. During the first meeting, he offered to sponsor the hunter's activities. He then exercised civic vigilance against the leakage of awakened people abroad. He gave me an expensive restorative potion and was worried about my health. Does he really have the skill Thirst for Improvement and he kills others for it? The alien even regretted that he had ever met an S-rank hunter. To survive, I needed to quickly deal with my weak F-rank body. Several hours of experimenting with potions were unsuccessful, and that was sad. The main purpose of reincarnation was to stop working, but in the end, he still gets tired. My thoughts were interrupted by a phone call, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. He was not eager to talk, but he picked up the phone anyway. On the other end of the line was Song Woo Yeon, asking to meet tomorrow morning. They met the next day in front of the association building. The girl apologized for disturbing Kim Gir-yok. She really needed the young hunter's analytical skills. She really needed help. It was work-related. The alien thought he would have to evaluate things. The situation turned out to be different. The matter is connected with a certain criminal and the gate. The association's analysts are low-ranking. All specialists have long since moved to private companies. She wanted him to research the gate, because everyone knew that Kim Gir-yok easily passed the labyrinth in the Magic Tower. He was also the only expert who was currently not employed anywhere. There was a small hitch. ASOH doesn't have the funds to pay for the hunter's services. Payments were cut, and this work is similar to volunteering. The girl understood that the request was absurd, but she had once helped the blonde man. Suddenly, she felt ashamed of her words. It was impossible to compare rescuing a kidnapped person and working for ASOH. She even offered to personally pay the F-rank hunter from her own savings. The guest from Alfari could not understand why the girl was so passionate about this investigation. He openly asked her if she would receive any bonus for catching the criminal. The girl replied no. But despite this, she dreams of catching the bandit, because behind every one of his crimes there are human lives. To an alien, she was pure and kind, perhaps because the authorities on her home planet were completely different. The alien asked if he understood correctly that she was ready to pay from her own funds for his services. Sun Woo Yeon answered positively. In response, Kim Gir-yok asked to spend this money right away. The girl was surprised. She couldn't understand what they were talking about. There was a huge plate of delicious noodles on the table. He decided to try a new dish that smelled so great. Kalguksu noodles turned out to be a true masterpiece of earthly cuisine. Sun Woo Yeon then calmly watched as the blonde man devoured the food with gusto. She still couldn't understand what kind of person Kim Gir-yok was. When he asked her to spend money, the girl became tense. But it turned out that his only condition for cooperation was lunch for 2 weeks at her expense. She was so confused that she took him to her favorite place, Kalguksu at Grandma's. The alien thanked him for the lunch. He really liked the food. Sun Woo Yeon couldn't believe her eyes that there were such awakened ones. Most of them became arrogant and vain. Kim Gir-yok lives in a small apartment and enjoys ordinary noodles like a little child. But doubts arose that he was deliberately pretending so that no one would doubt his rank. She still couldn't understand why he didn't run away during the kidnapping and instead ended up in the same room with the leader of the bandits. And why did he secretly enter the gate with An Yun-sung, risking losing his license? It was also strange that he refused so many offers to become an analyst for a huge salary, but agreed to help her for food. Kim Gir-yok was thinking about dessert. It would be ugly to eat it all, and he had to share it with his girlfriend. After lunch, he got straight to the point and started asking for details. The girl became serious and quietly whispered that it was about terrorists. Kim Giryok almost jumped out of his chair when he heard this. The attacker's methods are unusual. He's not trying to plant bombs or carry out a terrorist attack. It was all about the monsters. Kim Giryok didn't immediately understand what Sun Wooyan wanted to say. For several months now, someone has been deliberately causing underground breaches in the outskirts of the capital. Dungeon breakthrough, a phenomenon where monsters burst out of the gates into our world. The name itself is closely connected with the main feature of the gate. The gate is an unusual passage connecting our world and some other reality. The rules of the gate are similar to a bomb with a timer. Each gate has its own time limit, and if it is not cleared, it will explode. After the gate explodes, all the monsters that were inside appear in the city. This is why this phenomenon began to be called a dungeon breakthrough. This is why people are so obsessed with researching gate scanning technologies. Someone is doing this on purpose. The police and the ASOH are looking for the perpetrator, but so far without success. But perhaps there is a chance to catch the criminal. One gate has not yet disappeared. A gate breach occurred in the capital suburbs. Hundreds of monsters were on the loose, but the gate did not disappear. This is precisely why Kim Giryok and his analytical skills are needed. We need to find a clue in this case. This matter greatly interested the alien, and he immediately went to the gate. The alien didn't even use official transport and arrived by taxi. The girl introduced the hunter to the guy and added that he would accompany the analyst into the dungeon. Sun Woo Yeon added that she is an investigator, not a defensive type awakened, and will remain outside. The gate was B rank, but the hunter team cleared the dungeon. Most likely there is no one inside. Kim Giryok couldn't explain it, but there was something terrifying in the gate. The dungeon looked like a hellish wasteland with huge volcanoes spewing lava. It was incredibly hot inside, and the alien thought that it would be better if they were given water instead of towels. There were no monsters or bosses in the gates, only volcanoes and lava. Kim Giryok informed his companion that there was nothing more to see and it was time to return. Despite the fact that there was no one in the dungeon, the alien did not waste his time and realized something. The hunters emerged from the gates tired and drenched in sweat. It was unbearably hot inside. Sun Wooyan immediately ran up to the guest from Alforian. She was eager to find out what he was able to find. The alien took a bottle of water and drank it in one gulp. He was tormented by thirst. He started with the bad news. He couldn't find out who the criminal was. The ASOH employee was very upset and wanted to understand why the terrorist could not be identified. Kim Giryok explained that there were no signs of tampering or other evidence inside that could point to the identity of the perpetrator. But he still managed to find one oddity connected with the gates themselves. Looking at Sun Woo Yeon, he reported that someone had artificially opened the gate. It was a fake entrance. A detailed explanation would take a long time, so he promised to tell it briefly. The terrorist knows how to open new entrances to dungeons and close old ones. The girl looked at the scarlet gates and thought that he was doing this to undermine the dungeons. But the alien had a different opinion. An analysis of the gates showed that there are several ways to trigger the detonation, and the number of entrances is not related to this. The F-rank hunter asked how many more similar gates there were. He already understood that this was not the first. Sun Woo Yeon thought, there were 3 more this year. The gates still had time and they suddenly broke through. Kim Giryok confidently concluded that the criminal had left no traces back then, but had now decided to attract attention. It was not entirely clear whether those cases were related to this criminal. Kim Giryok was not yet sure. Looking at the girl, he asked that no one else enter inside. The gate is very unstable and will not last even a day. This ill-fated gate, contrary to Sun Wooyan's hopes, disappeared before any evidence could be found. From that day on, the terrorist attacks ceased, and the ASOH employee began to communicate less frequently. The strange gates disappeared, and there was no information about similar cases on the internet. For the past few days, everyone has been talking about a series of mysterious disappearances in Yunpyeongju. 7 people have already disappeared. The police have set up a special headquarters, but so far the investigation has not yielded any results. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Sun Woo Yeon. The alien quickly picked up the phone. The girl asked to come to Yunpyeongju province. It was very strange. Finding people was not part of the contract, and Sun Wooyan herself would have done an excellent job. The girl explained that her skill did not work, and she was only able to find the last missing person. The sensations were strange, as if a person was buried deep underground. The girl's skill allowed her to track someone even after death, but not this time. There was a strange feeling. as if they were being deliberately led down a false trail. Kim Giriok realized that he had been called to check a possible trap. Sun Woo-yan explained that analysts are not called in for such cases, but this situation was too complex, so she called Kim Gi-ryuk. The alien thought that it was difficult to call people like him F-ranked hunters. They came out into a small clearing, and thanks to her skill, the girl sensed that the missing people were right here, but underground. An unknown person was watching them from the bushes. He was looking intently at the police and the hunters. The girl informed the police captain that she had found the missing people and that excavations needed to begin. Sun Woo-yan suggested exploring the area, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was playing with them. Kim Giriok suggested that there might be explosive devices nearby, although he did not sense any traps. Now the police are in charge of the case. The girl has used up the charges of her unusual skill. Now for the next 24 hours, she is an empty shell that is not of much use. Walking around the perimeter, the girl asked if the analyst felt anything. Suddenly, not far away in the forest, the girl noticed something strange. There was a silhouette that looked like a human behind the tree. Kim Giriok tried to take a closer look. At least his vision here was better than on his home planet. Using his mana, he clearly understood that someone was trying to hide behind the tree. Analytical skill allowed me to understand that this was an awakened one. Mana was weak, but he definitely felt that this was not an ordinary person. The girl decided to go after the police. There really was a man hiding there in a strange hat. He didn't look like a hiker. The alien understood that the stranger was somehow connected with this matter. His rank was very low, perhaps E, but the stranger was desperately chewing on something. Soon, Sun Woo-yan came running, followed quickly by the captain and another policeman. Suddenly, the stranger's mana increased greatly, literally illuminating part of the forest. He released a huge ball of energy at the hunters and the police. They were caught up in a strange blue whirlwind. Kim Giriok turned to the girl and asked her not to be afraid. She did not understand what she should not be afraid of. The alien answered in a calm voice, "There is no need to be afraid of a quick fall." The spell cast by the criminal threw people inside a certain gate. A strange gate opened right in the air and they were sucked inside as if into a black hole. A few moments later they fell into some lake, although there was none in the forest. The girl was afraid that she would drown, and only Kim Giriok was calm and unperturbed. Water did not frighten the alien. He had lived his entire life underwater, his native element. The girl lost consciousness and the policeman tried to bring her back to her senses. The man turned to the alien. He wanted to understand where they were. The blonde replied that they were inside the gate. There was an entrance above them that quickly sealed, trapping them. Kim Giriok immediately understood that this was the work of the very same terrorists they were trying to catch. The picture of the disappearances in Yunpyong suddenly became clearer. Only 3 people were pulled inside the dungeon: Kim Giriok, Sun Woo-yan, and a policeman. 2 teenagers appeared from behind the rocks nearby and were happy to see the hunters. The policeman froze when he saw them, because these were the guys who had recently disappeared. These were missing high school students whom the police had been searching for almost a week. The teenagers were crying and asking the police officer to save them. The law enforcement officer was a little confused. They themselves should have understood what was going on here. The high school students said that there were 6 of them at first, but 4 died, and the policeman's face broke out in cold sweat. This dungeon was called Winter in Istanbul. The monsters could attack from the air and controlled the winter element. The B-rank dungeon is a very high-status dungeon, and dealing with the monsters here will not be easy. But Kim Giriok knew very well that among them there was an awakened B rank. All hope now lay on ASOH employee Sun Woo-yan. The alien noticed that something strange was happening to her, as if she had fallen into a trance. She cried and asked to be released from the dungeon. The guest from Alfari saw the girl in such a state for the first time. She is always brave and confident. Little Sun Woo-young's childhood was quite ordinary. In the mornings she went to school, and after school she helped her parents on the tea plantation. The mother was worried about her daughter working a lot and constantly suggested that she go play with friends. But Song Woo-yeon loved the tea plantation and enjoyed helping her parents. But everything changed on one very ordinary day. The girl's peaceful, cheerful, and measured life then collapsed overnight. A terrible monster from the dungeon deprived the child of everything he loved. A high-ranking flying monster appeared from the magic gate. Mother and daughter froze, and on that day, gates began to appear all over the world. The monster circled over the plantation, looking out for its victim. The giant creature noticed the child and flew towards him at great speed. Mom managed to push Sun Woo Yan back and stood in her place. Before the child's eyes, the monster grabbed the woman with its huge beak. The father bravely rushed at the monster, not even realizing how dangerous it was. He wanted to protect his family. The monster, without releasing the woman from its beak, flapped its wings. The man managed to grab the monster by the claws on its paws, and the monster lifted him into the air. It flew into the huge scarlet gate and took the girl's parents. It was exactly 7 years ago, on the day when the gates opened all over the world and people learned about the dungeons. It was on this day that Sun Woo Yan woke up, and she didn't even immediately understand what had happened. The girl became a B-rank hunter, a very high class. Kim Gir-yuk held her by the back and tried to bring her to her senses. He said her name loudly and tried to understand if she could hear him. The alien understood that this was a panic attack, but he was at the wrong time. The only B-rank hunter was Sun Woo Yan. While the policemen and the students looked on in bewilderment, Kim Gir-yuk thought about how the gate incident 7 years ago might have affected people. Using Sun Woo Yan as an example, he realized that there were those who had broken down morally. The guest from Alfari tried to support the girl. He reminded her that if not for her, they would all die here. He decided to try light hypnosis, although he himself was not sure that it would work. He started counting from 1. If the girl took this as a threat, she would instantly break his bones. He reached the number 2. The fear became stronger. But at number 3, nothing happened. He asked if she had calmed down. He began to explain that the gate was B rank. The policeman and the analyst were only D rank. Only B rank Sun Woo Yan and only she can save everything. The girl cried and repeated that she couldn't. Kim Gir-yuk remembered their acquaintance and the incident with the giant bird. She explained that she never hunted monsters of her own rank, and only outside the gate. An ASOH employee begged an analyst for help. She didn't believe he was an F-rank employee. Clutching her head, she insisted that she was a simple detective and that she didn't even have attack skills. Even words about imminent death could not lift her from the ground. She kept repeating that she could not do anything. The alien couldn't stand it. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shouted that she had woken up not as a detective. He knew this from the very first meeting, but he remained silent because he realized that the girl was carefully hiding this fact. Her awakened skill lies in the power of the wind. On a planet with such a dense atmosphere, the girl has no equal in strength. Sun Woo Yan was shocked. She had never told anyone this before. Looking into the alien's eyes, she whispered pitifully that she couldn't use it. The power didn't manifest. The monster that killed her family was a windy element. Every time she tries to activate it, she remembers that terrible day and nothing happens. Placing her hand on her chest, she swore that she couldn't use her awakened power. Kim Gir-yuk realized that the mana was blocked by psychological trauma, as if a novice magician did not know how to create spells. She extended her hand and replied that there were no problems with her body and that she could use force at any moment. You just need to put aside all fears and doubts and trust the analyst. The girl looked at him in surprise and could not believe that she could awaken the power. Why did he tell her all this, since he himself is not an F-rank hunter? The dialogue was interrupted by a policeman's shout. Something irreparable had happened. A monster appeared, a huge bat flying over the heads of the policemen and the teenagers. This ferocious creature was clearly hungry and thirsty for human flesh. Kim Gir-yuk shouted at the girl to quickly get up and run away from here. The alien, along with the policemen and the teenagers, ran as fast as they could, trying to find shelter. The guest from Alfari immediately noticed that the monster did not touch the girl who was sitting quietly, but pursued those who were running. And since Kim Gir-yuk ran faster than everyone else, the bat pursued him. He wanted to live so much that he didn't notice the stone, stumbled and fell to the ground. The winged monster was very close. The alien thought that these were the last seconds of his life. The analyst screamed loudly for help. He did not want to die in the gate. Sun Woo Yan saw everything that was happening to Kim Gir-yuk, and something in her mind changed. The winged creature pierced him with its knife-sharp tail and lifted him into the air. What she saw finally made the girl get up from her seat. Only now did she realize that he hadn't been hiding his rank all this time. He really was an F-class. The frightened investigator from the ASOH didn't know what to do if she delayed, and the monster carried off Kim Gir-yuk. This picture reminded me of that fateful day when my parents died. She shouted loudly to stand. Her body began to emit a light green aura. She directed a large whirlwind at the monster, which instantly reached its target. The bat seemed to have fallen into a meat grinder. It was chopped into small pieces. Kim Gir-yuk fell from a great height. He was injured and could not group himself before falling. The girl rushed towards him at great speed. At the very last moment, she made a deft leap and stretched out her arms. She managed to catch the wounded analyst, who had a severed bat tail sticking out of his shoulder. The guy was on his knees. She didn't know how to help him and only asked about his health. Song Woo Yeon quickly checked her pockets. She didn't have the recovery potion with her. Kim Giryuk looked at the investigator and asked if she had just used the skill. The girl froze at these words. All wounded, with a broken shoulder, he remarked in a kind voice that he believed in her strength. It was thanks to her that he survived today. The girl did not know what to answer. Tears appeared in her eyes. She didn't even think that she could save someone. A policeman and teenagers ran up to them. They were very excited. Sun Woo-yeon immediately asked the police officer if he had anything to provide first aid. The policeman, seeing the monster's tail sticking out of Kim Giryok's shoulder, asked him not to move. The alien replied that everything was fine and asked to move away from him. The analyst asked to take off his jacket. He would examine the wound himself and use the potion. The girl was shocked by such cold-bloodedness. The guy also asked everyone to gather together since there might be more monsters, and he would soon return to them. Sun Woo-yeon thought that he had lost his mind after being injured due to the intense pain. The teenager cried loudly after the monster attack, and the police officer tried to console him. Kim Giryuk stood behind the rock and thought that he could have died if Song Woo-young had not helped. First, he pulled the rest of the monster's tail out of his wounded shoulder. He was very lucky because he took a mana booster with him in advance. The alien drank the entire contents of the test tube in one gulp. Mana filled his body and he began to use a healing spell to patch up the wound. The investigator from ASOH was very worried about him. Even with a restoration potion, the wound was deep. She felt guilty because it was because of her that he ended up in the dungeon. A few moments later, Kim Giryok emerged from behind the rocks and reported that he was fine. The girl was shocked. A potion that could heal so quickly costs millions. But where did an F-rank hunter get it from? The guest from Alfaria immediately approached the girl. He wanted to talk. You need to continue clearing the dungeon and find the boss. After killing him, the gate will appear. The girl was worried, but the alien looked at her calmly and promised to help her. Under the watchful guidance of Kim Giryok, the girl killed monsters and did an excellent job. Her skill was a formidable weapon, allowing her to kill creatures quickly. The alien gave practical instructions and also kept an eye on the rear and reported in time when monsters were approaching from behind. After another wave of monsters was destroyed, teenagers and Kim Giryok ran up to Sun Woo-yeon. The high school students asked the analyst if they would really return home, and the guy responded by suggesting they take a rest. Sun Woo-yeon didn't know what to do. Maybe she should tell everyone the truth right away. The policeman and the high school student don't know that she has no experience in clearing the gate, and the boss was ahead. Ahead of her was a dangerous B-rank monster that she had never encountered before. Drops of cold sweat rolled down her face. She didn't know what to do. Kim Giryok approached and asked about her worries, whether she really didn't believe that she could cope. He added that it was his fault, because he forced her to fight despite the psychological trauma. The guy asked her for forgiveness. The situation was a matter of life and death, and he was too harsh with her. It's not her fault. It's all the fault of the terrorist who brought them here. But given the fact that there are no high-ranking hunters besides her, she needs to be patient for a little while. If she can handle this boss, she will be able to survive in absolutely any gate in the future. Looking at the girl's face, the alien added that he understood how difficult it was for her and suggested that they go after she was ready. The girl immediately got up from the ground. She replied that she was ready and had already rested enough. Looking at the analyst, she suggested finishing off the boss as quickly as possible. Approaching the entrance to the hall with the boss, Kim Giryok stopped everyone. Judging by the entrance to the hall, the boss is large, 5 or 6 meters. It will be too dangerous inside, so only Sun Woo-young and him will go. The huge doors to the hall opened, and the policemen and the teenagers watched as the hunters walked inside. The boss was enormous in size and belonged to the winter element. The room was completely covered in ice. The analyst noted that he didn't see any obvious weak points in the monster, and it would be better to attack first. Using her new skill, the girl attacked the monster from a long distance. The boss didn't expect this and couldn't dodge in time, but he couldn't be killed with one blow. The monster decided not to waste time and immediately counterattacked the huntress. The monster released an icy wave from its mouth that froze everything in its path. Luckily, the hunters managed to escape and were not harmed. With a gust of wind, Sun Woo-yeon drove away the boss's icy breath. The monster tried to engage in close combat and jumped on the girl, but the investigator from the ASOH managed to dodge. She continued to attack from a distance, trying to finish off the huge creature. The alien noticed that Sun Wooyan was very tired. Her mana was practically at 0. Even with his support, defeating the boss wouldn't be easy, and she only started fighting today. The only good news was that the boss was already seriously wounded and might die soon. She had been using mana for almost her entire stay in the gate, and now she was finding it hard to breathe. With every cell of her body, she felt that her strength was almost exhausted. She had reached the limit of her capabilities. Her mana was gone, but the boss was still alive. With the last of her strength, she sent a wave of wind to kill the monster. The attack hit its target, but did not kill the enraged boss. Spells were unavailable, mana was running out, and the monster was getting very close. At the last second, Kim Giryuk saved her from certain death by blocking the boss's blow. He shouted for her not to stand idle and to quickly finish off the monster while it was stunned. If she doesn't cope now, then everyone who is in the gate will die. The girl again remembered how the winged monster took her mother 7 years ago. That terrible day when my parents were kidnapped and taken to the gate. A huge column of energy burst out of her body. Everything was illuminated with a bright green light. The hurricane's energy hit the huge boss with incredible force. The mighty B-rank boss was cut into small pieces. The tired girl was amazed and dealt with her opponent. Kim Giryuk stood next to the monster's corpse and thought that it would be nice to take a couple of pieces for ingredients. Sun Woo Yeon couldn't understand how he managed to reflect the attack of the B-rank monster and even stun him. The alien approached her, knocked her down, and remarked that she had done a great job. Teenagers and a police officer ran into the hall, shouting that Sun Woo Yeon was the best. The high school girl noticed how a gate appeared right next to the boss's body, which meant they were saved. Huge blue gates. Thanks to them, you will be able to return home. The guest from Alfari looked at his companion and said that it was time for them to return to the real world. The first to go to the gate were the schoolchildren and the policeman, and the girl was thinking about the analyst. He was so strong that a B-rank boss couldn't even scratch him. She didn't know that the alien had an X-rank artifact that he used to save her. In the real world, morning came, and many patrol cars arrived at the forest. The alien thought about his artifact. It was thanks to it that they were saved. He of course wanted to save charges, since it only blocks any damage twice. But if that attack had hit Sun Wooyan, the girl would have died instantly in the gate. The alien hid the bracelet in his inside pocket. If anyone saw it, there might be another attack. Sun Wooyan's thoughts about the artifact were interrupted by loudly shouting the analyst's name. He managed to notice how she began to get angry after killing the boss. The girl really wanted to detain him because he pretends to be a weak hunter, but in reality, even the boss couldn't scratch him. The ASOH employee stated that she understood everything and would not thank him. She believed that he had gone too far with his games. But Kim Giryuk interrupted her. He has the B-rank huntress to thank. She was able to save everyone who ended up in the dungeon. Without her, he and the high school students would have died. The alien looked her straight in the eyes and thanked her again for everything. The conversation was interrupted and the girl didn't have time to answer. Someone from behind called out to Sun Wooyan. It was a rescued high school girl and her mother. They came up to thank her for everything. The woman insisted that the ASOH employee literally saved their entire family. Sun Wooyan was very awkward. She was just doing her job. The girl personally cleared the dungeon for the first time and heard so many words of gratitude. The only thing that was unclear was why Kim Giryuk did this and what benefit he got from it. Not only did he help her awaken her skill and save her from the boss, but he also thanks her. A very strange guy, he sits thoughtfully on a rock and doesn't talk to anyone. The alien thought that it was time to go home while everyone was busy. The criminal was caught, and all the missing schoolchildren were rescued. The 2 weeks promised to Sun Wooyan came to an end. When the alien thanked the girl, he even smiled. It was very interesting to see if he had learned to convey people's emotions correctly. Their eyes met again, and Kim Giryuk decided to smile to break the ice. But the friendly smile failed again. It looked more like the smile of a maniac or a psychopath. The girl was scared. She didn't understand why the analyst looked at her. He trained hard at home for 10 days, but all in vain until he could convey the emotions. He swore to himself that he would master this art and then deceive all Earthlings. A few days later, the girl was drinking coffee in a cozy cafeteria. Soon, An Yun-sung approached her table and started a conversation by saying that the weather outside was excellent. The A-rank hunter was surprised that the ASOH investigator scheduled a meeting on a day off. The girl immediately decided to get down to business and asked if An Yoon-sung was friends with Kim Gi-ryok. He almost choked on such a straightforward question. She noted that the conversation had not started, and the reaction was very suspicious. Of course, she knew perfectly well that these two knew each other well. Placing the cup on the table, she slowly said that if An Yoon-sung was in trouble because of an unscrupulous awakened one, then she could help. Sun Woo-yan stated outright that the guy had hidden his true rank. Yoon-sung was sure that Kim Gi-ryuk was an honest man and not a criminal. Hiding rank is a crime. A difference of one class significantly affects salary, and the analyst significantly underestimated his strength. This was a very strange fact, but the A-rank hunter did not know what to answer to it. Sun Woo-yan was well aware that An Yoon-sung was a decent and honest man and would not associate with a bandit, which meant there was some secret about Kim Gi-ryuk. Although it is possible that the analyst is simply using An Yoon-sung and he does not even suspect it. An Yoon-sung thought about what had happened at the gate recently. Did he really reveal his true rank to Sun Woo-yan? After all, the two of them entered the gate a couple of days ago in the suburbs of Seoul. Perhaps Kim Gi-ryuk protected people from monsters and therefore revealed his true power. The interlocutor interrupted the hunter's thoughts. She did not want to arrest anyone and was simply collecting facts. Looking at the ASOH investigator, the hunter promised to tell her everything he knew. But in return, he asked that this conversation remain only between them. Of course, she promised to keep everything a secret because she wanted to know the truth. The hunter began to tell the story of how he met Kim Gi-ryuk one summer day. The guy was talking about the Transcendental Gate, the day when almost the entire team died. The head of the guild the hunter belonged to forbade him from telling the truth. But in fact, he survived thanks to Kim Gi-ryuk. The girl found it hard to believe because An Yoon-sung was A rank. An Yoon-sung slammed his palm on the table. He could still clearly see that terrible day. When almost the entire team was defeated, Kim Gi-ryuk appeared out of nowhere and single-handedly tore out the golem's heart. The investigator is confused by the fact that the hunter has an F rank, but perhaps he is hiding his class for a reason and should be given a chance. An Yoon-sung recalled the incident with Jung Ha-seong during an interview. Then, from the S-rank aura, ordinary people in the hall instantly lost consciousness. People usually manipulate rank for the sake of crime, but Kim Gi-ryuk is not that kind of person. When Sun Woo-yan asked his friend if he had a thirst for wealth, the hunter replied that the analyst ate the cheapest rice soup. It was very strange to her why the hunter was so zealously defending Kim Gi-ryuk, since they had known each other for only a short time. An Yoon-sung spoke honestly about how the analyst supported him during a difficult time and helped him regain his confidence. He sacrificed himself without any hesitation to help his new friend. Sun Woo-yan was surprised to hear the story of how Kim Gi-ryuk exposed himself to the scum to help Yoon-sung. She immediately remembered the incident in the dungeon when Kim Gi-ryuk was pierced by a bat's tail. The ASOH investigator still had doubts. The guy only said good things about the analyst. She asked a strange question. What if the blonde had a scary side that no one suspected? She cited the example of Kim Gi-ryuk attacking another hunter inside the gate. It was mean. He attacked from behind when Hassan was not ready for the blow. An A-rank hunter asked if this was the case with the EX-rank dungeon. Of course, An Yoon-sung didn't know the whole story, but he could say one thing for sure. He personally heard the conversation between Kim Gi-ryuk and Jung Ha-sun after the labyrinth. They had lunch together that day. Kim Gi-ryuk asked for forgiveness from the awakened S-rank, and he did this in order to become a victim himself and open the way out of the labyrinth. That day, Yoon-sung was stunned. In the end, it turned out that he was forced to knock out another hunter in order to get outside. The hunter explained to the girl that in such a gate, if a sacrifice is not made, the portal simply will not open. All Song Woo-yeon could think about was how a mere F-rank hunter managed to knock out an awakened S-class. This is only possible if he himself is an S-rank awakened. The girl looked at the guy, thanked him, and said that everything was clear to her now. She added that there was now no point in considering him as a potential criminal. In fact, she wasn't initially 100% sure that the guy was bad, but he was clearly hiding something. She also explained that as a member of the ASOH, she sees nothing wrong with him hiding his rank. It's for the best. If everyone knows the truth about his rank, there will be a lot of offers from guilds. Currently, there are 3 guilds in the country that maintain balance: Neo Sisters, which had the most hunters and was sponsored by corporations. The Korean Tower of Magic was led by the awakened S-rank Esther. And the Korean Hunters Association, there were few awakened people in it, but it was in contact with politicians and the state. Since all S-rank awakened people acted purely in their own interests, there was a balance. But if a new S-rank awakened appears and joins one of the other three, the balance will collapse. In this case, the ASOH will lose its deterrent power. That's why she wanted Kim Gi-ryuk to continue pretending to be an F-rank awakened and remain neutral. She looked at An Yoon-seung and reminded him that as a member of the association, she had to monitor the situation in the country. The A-rank hunter assured her that in that case, she had nothing to worry about. He looked at the girl and added that his friend did not want to join anything, even rejected a good offer from the Korean Tower of Magicians. In a cozy restaurant, Kim Gi-ryuk met with Kwak Byung-gi, the head of the hunter recruitment department. The alien looked at the coffee and immediately felt sick, because he remembered that terrible taste very well. Kwak Byung-gi noticed that the guy looked tired. The alien explained that he had recently returned from the dungeon. He himself wondered why everyone in the Korean Magic Tower was crazy about coffee. The man in glasses decided that the hunter was very tired, and so he immediately got down to business. Kim Gi-ryuk didn't even wait to hear the contract amount and immediately interrupted Kwak Byung-gi. Is this guild really at it again? He has already personally refused his boss, Mrs. Esther. It all started a few days ago in the Korean Magic Tower. Kwak Byung-gi couldn't believe his ears and asked his boss to change her decision. Would he really have to personally hire some mediocre F-rank hunter? The 14th Awakening class, the man believed they didn't need such scum, but Esther insisted on her opinion. The guild leader reminded him that he himself had complained about the lack of analysts. Kwak Byung-gi was sure that with such characteristics, the mana would run out after 1 or 2 assessments, and the amount in the contract was insane. The man literally demanded that the head of the guild explain everything to him, otherwise he would not know how to negotiate. She reminded her subordinate that not all awakened ones are ready to openly declare themselves. Any information is a threat. The employee did not quite understand what the lady meant. She responded rudely, stating that he didn't have to know everything, but he should understand that Kim Gi-ryuk was much stronger than he seemed. She has already drawn up a temporary contract, and if more money is needed, then everything can be fixed. This was the first time Kwak Byung-gi had seen Seo Esther so interested in someone. She herself was not sure how profitable this investment was. She only knew that the blonde man had a clean record. What she heard again shocked the subordinate. She was not sure and was risking so much money. She reminded the employee that Kim Gi-ryuk was the first person to complete her labyrinth and did it very quickly. And after that, he was able to reflect an S-rank curse, something that even the most powerful hunters couldn't do. That's why she believed that it was worth luring him to her side, no matter whether he was a villain or not. She yelled at the employee and ordered him not to waste time and to quickly start hiring Kim Gi-ryuk. Of course, Kwak Byung-gi didn't fully understand why an F-rank hunter was being treated like that, but he ordered that it had to be done. On the other hand, his job is only to hire, and the quality of the employee will not be on his conscience. He decided to first study the hunter's personal file in detail in order to prepare. Kim Gi-ryuk didn't understand why they were back to their old ways. He wouldn't go to work at their company. The man replied that he knew about the refusal that Kim Gi-ryuk had given several weeks ago. They abandoned this idea, but still decided to contact him. He reached into his pocket and added that the previous proposal had been impulsive. The man put a document on the table and declared in a satisfied voice that it was a new, updated contract. Kim Gi-ryuk thought for a second. Too strange an interest in F-rank. The contract amount was shocking, 10 billion won, a salary that A-class players don't get. But even this was not enough. For the sake of freedom, the alien escaped from another planet and was reborn in the body of an Earthling. Kim Gi-ryuk tried to be polite. He thanked for the offer, but again refused. The man almost had a nervous breakdown. How could he refuse that kind of money? He glanced at the analyst and asked if he had joined another guild. Without a guild, a hunter will not be able to exist and develop normally for long. Sooner or later, he will have to join. Kwak Byung-gi never thought that he would be under pressure from some F-rank hunter. It is almost impossible to buy such a hunter who is obsessed with freedom. All the man's words remained without a reaction from Kim Gi-ryuk. It was as if his whole behavior was saying that he was not interested in money. The alien had only one thought in his head. He hated overwork. The man in glasses did not give up. He put the contract in his pocket and added that he understood everything. The young hunter is stressed by the official nature of the job, but there is a compromise. Taking out his tablet, Kwak Byung-gi promised to make a completely different proposal. Quite recently, a certain artifact was obtained, but no one was able to identify it. Kim Giryuk thought that looking at just one object wasn't so scary. It wasn't a full-time job. The sum for such a task was impressive, and the man asked to pay attention to it. Kim Giryuk even picked up the tablet to review the column with the amount for the work done. He interrupted his employer's monologue and coldly replied that he agreed to take on such an assignment. Pointing his finger at the document, he asked where exactly he should sign. Kwak Byung-gi held out his hand to him and was stunned by how quickly the hunter had agreed to the assignment. Having signed the contract, the alien asked when and where he would need to come. 2 days later, early in the morning, Kwak Byung-gi arrived at his workplace at the Korean Magic Tower. The secretary greeted the head of the department kindly. She also added that the hunter Kim Giryuk was already waiting for him near the laboratory. The man was surprised. It was bad that he couldn't hire, but even starting with small tasks was already a good start. The man walked down the corridor and thought that the guy, seeing the best equipment, would want to work here himself. He greeted Kim Giryuk kindly and invited him inside. Using the pass, he opened the doors to the second analytical laboratory. The room was simply enormous, surrounded by complex instruments and valuable exhibits. It was necessary to deal with the item received in the A-rank gate, having previously determined its unique status. It was the third of 5 ranks established by the Hunters Association. In a special storage, there was an interesting blade that glowed with a magical aura. The artifact was given a temporary name, the Cursed Sword, and this was not accidental. Kim Giryuk was surprised, and the head of the laboratory department explained that there was a reason for this. This sword was obtained after killing a formidable high-ranking boss. Having killed the monster, the hunters noticed that its weapon did not turn to dust after the death of its owner. Everyone was very happy about this. The item turned out to be unique, and this is a rarity. But after one of the hunters decided to take the sword, something strange happened. The guy literally lost all his strength. Later, it was realized that the object was sucking out mana. True, this was only realized after a dozen victims of other hunters who tried to tame the weapon. The man opened the vault and added that there might be hidden attributes to this artifact. Looking at Kim Giryuk, he added that the task of assessing the subject is not an easy one. The alien immediately grabbed the handle of the weapon, which was nicknamed the Cursed. The first thing he realized was that the sword looked much heavier. Kwak Byung-gi literally went into hysterics from what he saw. You can't just pick up unfamiliar artifacts, especially if they are considered cursed. The department head didn't understand. He explained everything about the danger, but the analyst simply grabbed the weapon. But the strangest thing was that the curse of the sword simply had no effect on Kim Giryuk. The guild's best hunters couldn't stand it, but this blonde man calmly holds a dangerous artifact in his hand. Kwak Byung-gi couldn't understand who the guild leader really wanted to hire. The alien didn't even immediately understand why the department head was looking at him like that. Maybe because he left fingerprints on the weapon. The secret of the sword was very simple. It sucked out mana in exchange for life force. The weapon had a built-in protective mechanism, and it stopped the absorption of mana until the owner had a limited amount left. The higher the hunter's rank, the faster he reaches the limit and the more pain the owner experiences. But an awakened F rank has so little mana that he feels the effect and does not experience pain at all. Kwak Byung-gi personally wanted to make sure that everything was okay with the analyst. It was hard to believe that he succeeded. Kim Giryuk concluded, it was a sword that became stronger from the owner's mana. The department head couldn't figure out how to use it. Even A-rank hunters lost consciousness. The alien looked at him with a cold gaze and uttered only one word, endure. Kwak Byung-gi was perplexed by this answer. It was unclear what the analyst wanted to say. Kim Giryuk looked into his eyes and asked him not to say that the man couldn't do it. The department head asked again whether it was really necessary to endure the pain of absorption in order to wield a weapon. Beads of cold sweat ran down his face. He couldn't understand who this F-rank hunter thought he was. His whole appearance seemed to be mocking the weaklings from the Korean Magic Tower. Kim Giryuk understood that there were not many awakened ones who could handle this weapon. Looking at the weapon, the alien noted that Kang Chung-ho would have handled the cursed sword without any difficulty. The laboratory chief thought, if only S-rank hunters can withstand this effect, then Kim Giryuk also belongs to this class. But he looked like an ordinary person. His mana was practically at 0. Kwak Byung-gi's thoughts were interrupted by the guild leader who entered the room. She greeted Kim Giryuk and her staff loudly. Esther learned that a young analyst was in the building and personally decided to watch him at work. Without expressing any emotion, the alien replied that he had already finished. She was pleasantly surprised by such speed and, coming closer, asked how things were going. Kim Giryuk looked at the S-rank hunter and understood that if he indulged himself now, it would be the end for him. Clutching the back of his head, the analyst calmly said that there was nothing dangerous in the cursed sword. Esther grabbed the hilt of the sword. She thought that there was some danger hidden in it and therefore did not touch it earlier. Having picked up the artifact, she immediately noticed how well it fit in her hand. The head of the laboratory was again surprised that someone was able to take the weapon. The alien immediately noticed how his devoted subordinate was worried about his mistress. The analyst turned to the awakened one and asked her to hand him the artifact for a couple of seconds so that he could check something. She asked if the young hunter liked the artifact. Nobody in the guild needs this sword, and she could give it to Kim Giryuk. Of course, he didn't need the artifact, and it would be very unpleasant to remain in Esther's debt. He simply replied that this gift was too much for him. The girl laughed and asked again, too primitive for an analyst. The earthling's sarcasm was incomprehensible to him. At first, the alien wanted to laugh it off, but judging by Sun Wuyeon's recent reaction, that wasn't worth doing. She looked into the analyst's eyes and began to clarify what his refusal meant. But the dialogue was interrupted. A very important notification has arrived on your phone that you shouldn't ignore. The gates were breached, and all civilians had to take refuge in shelters. The phone rang immediately. Esther picked up the phone and her voice changed. The A-rank red gate has opened, posing a huge threat to Seoul. Kim Giryuk didn't understand why the notifications about the gates came personally to Esther. She replied that the case was not simple. There were several of them in one place. Several high-ranking gates together in the center of Seoul is a huge rarity. She apologized. She needed to leave urgently, although she would have been happy to have coffee with the analyst. So Esther ordered the employee to call several analysts. There are a lot of gates, which means there will be a lot of trophies for analysis. Kim Giryuk apologized and asked if she would mind if he went with them too. The head of the guild was not against it, but she sincerely could not understand why the young blonde needed this. The alien replied that he wanted to personally observe how Esther fights. He is interested in S-class magic and he is curious. In fact, he simply did not see how the curse worked on Earth. He decided to add some flattery and stated that with that amount of mana, the guild leader must be unusually strong. Kwak Byung-gi tried to correct the situation, but Esther interrupted him and allowed the analyst to be present. A purple aura appeared around her. The awakened one replied that she did not mind if he went with her. Kim Giryuk immediately realized that sycophancy works just fine on such hunters. The S-rank hunter wondered if the analyst was really trying to suck up to everyone like that. She walked to the car, and in her head, there were thoughts about his words. He is interested in magic, and he dispelled her curse. Now he wanted to see her skills, even though one of them hadn't even damaged him last time. The driver asked the guild leader to fasten his seatbelt, and the girl replied in a dissatisfied voice that nothing would happen to her. She kept thinking about the analyst. To treat an S-rank like that, you have to be damn confident in your abilities. Esther couldn't understand why he had provoked her now, as if he wanted to say that if she tried to curse him again, he would not leave it like that. The awakened one believed that all this looked like some kind of warning. There were many questions. One remained unchanged. This guy is too complicated. Guild members have already blocked off the road in the city center to ensure that no civilians are harmed. So Esther got out of the car and began to admire the giant gates. A rank gates in the city center and so close to each other is a rarity. First, she activated the protective accessory on her hand. It contained the huntress's aura. It was time for the fun to begin. The girl was already anticipating an interesting battle. Kim Giryuk also got out of the car and began to observe the unusual scene. The red gates were unique. Unlike the blue ones, which become unstable over time, these release monsters and disappear. Apparently, the monsters were still inside and the most interesting things were about to begin. Esther warned that she would be working personally and asked no one to approach or interfere. It was strange for Kim Giryuk that all the guild members ran far back. Kwak Byung-gi was scared and asked the boy not to come close to the lady. It was not safe. The guest from Alfari thought that everyone had great faith in the abilities of the guild leader. Could she really rule alone? The first wave of monsters began to appear. Flying creatures with huge fangs entered our world. So Esther watched calmly as the second wave appeared. Huge insect-like monsters and golem-type guardians. There was also an unusual species. Creatures like magicians who could produce explosions around the perimeter. The alien was incredibly curious to understand how she was going to defeat so many different monsters. So Esther thought that she would start with those who were to her left since she was left-handed. The curse aura began to spread throughout the area around the gate. Everyone she touched turned into corpses almost instantly, their bodies falling to the ground. The alien saw such an unusual battle for the first time. It was enough to drive him crazy from what was happening. A huge number of different creatures died almost at once. Looking at Esther from behind, he realized that this was the most unusual woman he had ever seen. The curse skill was a very impressive weapon. It affected the mind and created illusions. For example, a healthy person could be convinced that he was dying from an illness. To use the curse, the hunter needs a very strong concentration, but Esther dealt with everyone so easily. Now it is clear why the members of her guild moved such a long distance. Anyone touched by the curse will die. A new wave of monsters appeared, and the girl was happy. She had already gotten bored. Monsters passed through the gates into the real world in huge numbers. The awakened one noticed that the monster mages were spraying a strange substance similar to blood. She didn't pay any attention to this and continued to destroy her enemies. The blood spatter that landed on her hand became stickier. But the huntress tried not to be too distracted by this and continued to destroy the monsters around her. Now Kim Giryuk saw the true power of S rank. Back then in the gate, Jung-ha Seong and Kang Jung-ho held back when they protected him. Finally, the moment came when the boss appeared from the gate. A monster of enormous size, similar to a spider or an octopus. Esther was absolutely calm. She understood that this was the final boss. Even an awakened S rank was surprised by its size. It was unrealistically huge. For a second, the girl thought that all this was too simple and easy. She was anticipating more. It was at this moment that a new boss began to appear from the second gate. It was similar to the previous one, but it was made of metal parts, which meant the curse would not work on it. The monster did not waste any time and began trampling the terrain with its mechanical limbs. But the huntress had a high rank for a reason. She entered into hand-to-hand combat. Each new blow of hers inflicted terrible damage on the creature's mechanics. Finding a weak spot, she climbed on top of her opponent and launched a series of attacks. The robotic boss from the second gate was defeated in almost 1 minute. The members of her guild rejoiced. They knew that Master Esther could defeat anyone. The alien was a little surprised that the S rank was excellent in magic and close combat. A man ran up to the cordon, really wanting to drive his car away. A hunter from the Esther guild grabbed the civilian by the arm and demanded that he get out of here quickly as the perimeter was very dangerous. Kim Giryuk understood everything perfectly well. The aura of the curse had spread too far and could kill innocent people. If S-rank magic touches an ordinary person, he will die instantly. But the strange man didn't want to listen to anyone. He was worried about his car. Esther saw everything. She immediately deactivated the skill and ordered the perimeter to be strengthened. The subordinates immediately accepted the new order and began to carry it out. The alien was very surprised by this, because by deactivating her skill, the girl was defenseless against the second organic boss. The huge spider-like monster swung its limb at the huntress. The awakened one managed to dodge and jumped to the side away from the threat. She decided to continue the fight in hand-to-hand combat without magic, as civilians could get hurt. Even without magic, she was too much of a challenge for the huge but unwieldy boss. The monster understood that physical attacks were ineffective, so it used magic. A swamp of a strange scarlet substance appeared that could be poisonous. One of the guildmates shouted that the civilians had been evacuated and the perimeter was under control. It was just in time. The girl activated her skill again. She could no longer hold back her curse and finally put an end to the second boss. For some reason, the alien thought that if So Esther fought at full strength, it would not be a battle, but a massacre of a monster. The A-rank boss couldn't resist the awakened one's true power for long. The hunters from the Royal Tower of Magic rejoiced. Their leader was able to kill 2 bosses at once. The satisfied head of the laboratory ran up to Kim Giryuk and asked the guy not to worry since it was all over. The alien replied that another problem needed to be dealt with, and Kwak Byung-gi turned pale. The head of the guild stood in a strange swamp that was gradually sucking her in. One of the hunters said he had a tow rope in his car. Esther could have gotten out, but she deliberately didn't move so that the poison wouldn't spread throughout the city. This is a toxic swamp created by an A-rank boss. Even inhaling the fumes is fatal. People first encountered this 3 years ago, and there were a lot of casualties then. None of the hunters could decide what to do to save So Esther. The silence was broken by a young analyst who turned to the head of the laboratory. He asked to give him the rope that one of the hunters had just mentioned. Kwak Byung-gi was in a stupor. The alien added that they needed to act immediately. Having received a rope 15 meters long, he kindly thanked the man in glasses. Some of the observers whispered that the guy was just an analyst and an outsider at that. People looked at his back and couldn't understand whether he would really climb into the poisonous swamp. The alien found the situation incredibly funny and even absurd. How much one had to hate So Esther to silently watch her die in the swamp. Although, on the other hand, the Alphorian would have thrown his own past boss into the swamp. But So Esther sacrificed her own safety for the civilians within the perimeter. Entering the poisonous swamp, the guy asked the awakened one to wait a couple of seconds. It was surprising to her. A couple of hours ago, he was smirking at her strength, and now he was helping her. He looked at her arrogantly and considers himself cool since he is resistant to poisons. The alien threw her a rope and told her to grab the end and pull herself out of the swamp. It was also strange why he just threw the rope and didn't pull it out himself. In fact, Kim Giryuk was too weak to pull anyone out of the swamp. As So Esther slowly swam out of the trap using a rope, she thought about how rare it was for sincere people like Kim Giryuk to be. Finally reaching solid ground, the girl began to shake off the remains of the poisonous liquid from her clothes. The alien asked her not to move and then removed a couple of drops from her hair. They almost got into her ear. The awakened one was a little embarrassed. The analyst was so kind to her. The guest from Alphawari was so carried away by the rescue that he forgot that the swamp was poisonous. Despite her pride and prejudice, Esther still thanked her savior. This situation irritated her, but it would have been wrong not to thank the analyst. The alien thought how wonderful the girl was, despite the fact that the head of a large guild was risking her life for the sake of people. Soon, her subordinates came running in protective suits and brought towels. The guest from Alphawari understood perfectly well that if the civilian had not run into the perimeter, everything could have been avoided. Looking at the guy, she asked what he would do in her place. She had the impression that the analyst would ignore everything. If he answered like that, she would have to kill him. Kim Giryuk honestly admitted that he himself had been in a similar situation. Having used his skill, he noticed a civilian in the blast radius too late and had to interrupt everything. As a result, his arm was almost torn off, but people's lives come first. The analyst was firmly convinced that the guild leader had made the only correct decision today. There is nothing more valuable than life. When the head of the guild did everything to avoid accidentally killing a person, he realized one thing. People like the awakened one simply deserved to be at the very top. The analyst then apologized and added that he had very urgent matters to attend to. The huntress didn't even have time to stop him. He disappeared over the horizon like a high-speed train. The girl thought that perhaps the young man simply felt ill. His hand was poisoned, but he is not completely immune to poisoning. Co Esther told her loyal comrade that at first she thought he was as narcissistic as Kang Jong-ho. The companion did not immediately understand who was being talked about, and it was necessary to clarify that Esther mentioned someone who was not susceptible to her curses. She wasn't used to judging a book by its cover, but her first impression wasn't very good. But after talking to him, she realized what a wonderful and polite analyst he was. Usually high-ranking awakened people are very unpleasant people, but Kim Giryuk is different. The companion clarified that since he was not a villain, there was no point in Esther getting involved in these matters. The guild leader sighed heavily. These assignments were such a headache. We have to take all the evidence from the outside since the phones and internet don't work at the gates. Taking a smartphone in her hands and taking a selfie with two hunters, she thought that they would rather create a phone that would work in a dungeon. Having finished the official procedure, she loudly declared that it was time to wrap up. The two hunters pulled the chain and flew forward at high speed, and she managed to capture this shot. The guild leader also spoke about the analyst's last words. He assured that people like her deserved to be at the top. The faithful companion silently listened to her boss, who could not calm down and praised the young hunter. During this time, she had managed to really like him. All that was left was to lure him over to her. The employee emphasized that the boss spoke as if she was ready to offer the guy her hand and heart. Co Esther replied that she received a response from the lab. Kim Giryuk is controlled by the cursed sword like an S rank. While the bodies of the dead hunters were being sent through the gate, the lady declared that if she united with the guy, she would destroy the other S rank awakened ones. But the awakened one believed that the chances were not great. The employee immediately asked why she had such thoughts. He didn't care about money. If it were a game character, the girl would have improved their relationship with him. After the hunters' bodies were moved, the gates closed. Despite all her efforts, there were more than enough death row inmates, and there was not enough time for her own affairs. 7 years have passed since the Awakened appeared in the world, and prisons for high-ranking criminals have still not been invented. Of course, she liked this kind of work, and she firmly believed that every scumbag who attacked the weak should be killed. Science has advanced, and DNA testing, surveillance cameras, and other advanced technologies have made life more difficult for common criminals all over the world. Everything was like this until something appeared on the planet that was later called a gate. Since that fateful day, everything has changed. The awakening, the power that came with the gates from another world. The awakening defied everything, science, logic, and common sense. Among the criminals and bandits, awakened ones also appeared, and they were the most difficult to fight. There were practically no awakened people in the police force, and all investigations reached a dead end. But if it was possible to capture an awakened criminal, there was no institution where he could be kept in custody. Ultimately, the country's government decided to take radical measures for the sake of ordinary people. While there was no punishment system, the country's leadership secretly hired an S-rank hunter to execute dangerous awakened beings. So Esther was in her office. She threw her head back and honestly admitted that she was tired during the night. An assistant entered the office and asked if the guild leader had finished her report on the work done. There was also a mercantile interest in these assignments. If society began to think poorly of the awakened, then her tower would have few sponsors. So Esther asked for a summary of yesterday's news, even though there were no major events. A certain invisible man has appeared on the city streets and has already robbed several shopping centers. Another awakened criminal who puts personal interests above public ones. Kim Giryuk was having lunch and listening to the news about a new criminal who was robbing shopping malls. Professor Kim, an expert in awakening, was interviewed by a journalist. The alien listened attentively to the fact that the criminal was meticulous about details and did not leave evidence at the crime scene. The professor was sure that the situation was not simple and even analysts would not be able to find such a bandit. The guest from Alfari finished his lunch. It seemed he had eaten too much. I received a message from Yunsung on my phone. He had almost arrived. While clearing away the dishes, Kim Giryuk remembered yesterday, which had been quite productive. For the appraisal of the item, the Korean Magic Tower, as promised, paid 10 million won. And Yunsung almost cried and asked for forgiveness for making his friend wait for him. The place where they were going was across the road. They wouldn't have to go far. A huge building in the shape of a pyramid. This is a hunting market, the largest legal one in the country. After a series of different adventures that fell on his head, Kim Giryuk decided that he needed to buy a certain magical item. And Yunsung promised to help. The hunter believed that Kim Giryuk was the first of all who had not been to the hunting market. There were a lot of people inside, and they were all bustling about and looking for something they would like. The alien couldn't help but notice that his friend was becoming more and more caring. Noticing the sale of the new lemonade, the hunter became overjoyed like a child and shouted that he would buy 2 servings for them. The way Yunsung behaved was very pleasing to the guest from Alfari. There was genuine kindness in it. The analyst's attention was drawn to the escalator to the top floor. The notice nearby stated that only licensed hunters could go up there. At that moment, An Yunsung came up and brought 2 portions of the drink for himself and his friend. He said that real weapons are sold on the 2nd floor, which is why entry is only by license. On the ground floor, they sold cheap materials and other recipes. What was on the top floor was mind-boggling. The alien immediately liked this diversity. There were various expensive potions on display, and the abundance of ingredients made my eyes go dark. If he had a lot of money, he would buy everything he sees now without hesitation. But despite the huge temptation, it was necessary to concentrate on survival items. This is the most important thing. The ice bomb, which freezes all enemies within a radius, attracted attention. But the price was unreasonable. 22 million won for a one-time thing. The black mamba blade poisoned the enemy upon impact, costing 40 million won. The alien realized that he definitely wouldn't be able to buy anything here for that price. After looking at the ice bomb, An Yunsung suggested going to the VIP floor. He had access there. Only elite hunters were allowed on this floor. While they were talking, the invisible man stole the ice bomb. The first thing Kim Giryuk noticed was the mana recovery potion, but the price of 975 million simply killed him. It still remained a mystery to him how Earthlings valued objects. And Yunsung explained that guild members only use such potions when absolutely necessary. Sitting down on a comfortable sofa, the alien suggested that his friend rest a little. Yunsung suggested something to eat. He can quickly run for food. Kim Giryuk just wanted to sit and think for a while. After he received the payment, he felt like he was fabulously rich. An Yunsung called him a very picky hunter with a smile on his face. He looked at the most expensive artifacts and didn't like anything. If he had known the hunter, Kim Giriok would only have disliked the price. While the A-rank hunter may have been right, his home planet was a center of magic. He was so nervous about the prices that he started seeing things before his eyes. The alien rubbed his eyes. He just saw some silhouette. Looking again, he again saw the awakened one who was invisible to the others. In his backpack, Kim Giriok noticed the artifacts he had previously seen for sale. The analyst asked his friend if he had seen the news about the awakened one who was able to become invisible. There were many awakened people on the floor, but no one noticed the thief. Perhaps he had some kind of expensive artifact. Kim Giriok calmly whispered to his comrade that he had found the invisible thief. He advised his friend to approach the far display case and then use the skill. The alien remembered a popular game on Earth, the name of which he constantly forgets. He literally controlled the A-rank hunter and told him which way to go. There were so many different commands in An Yun-sung's head that he became a little nervous. When he finally got close to the thief, Kim Giriok ordered him to stop. It was time for a shoulder strike, and An Yun-sung literally knocked the awakened one out of invisibility. A thief was lying on the floor holding his face, and the stolen items had flown out of his backpack. The hunters immediately crowded around, and An Yun-sung couldn't fully understand what had happened. Kim Giriok loudly called for security. He shouted that a dangerous thief had been caught. The shopping center security quickly subdued the thief, and the stranger thought about how not a day goes by without some kind of incident. An Yun-sung was proud of his friend who was able to spot the thief, because even the police could not find him. The alien believed that the problem was not with him, but with those who could not notice and catch the criminal. Kim Giriok wanted to treat his friend to dinner for his help, but the hunter was upset that the analyst didn't buy anything. Just before leaving, he noticed a rare reflector that reflects light magic, and the price was ridiculous. He literally grabbed the display case. Stupid earthlings were selling such a rare thing so cheaply. The alien shouted loudly that he was buying this artifact. An Yun-sung was very surprised. The analyst knew perfectly well that if he worked on the artifact a little, he would get an excellent thing. The man next to the slave was watching the evening news on a large TV. The invisible thief, who had been elusive for several weeks, was detained. He was very interested in how An Yun-sung was able to notice the thief. The girl said that it was not an A-rank hunter who found him. She pointed her finger at the TV and said that a strange blonde man in a suit had discovered the thief. CCTV footage of An Yun-sung and Kim Gi-ryuk drinking lemonade was shown on TV. The girl added that it was the blonde who noticed the invisible man and then gave instructions to his comrade. Two guys entered the room and announced that everything had been brought as agreed. The boss ordered them to put the boxes together and tear off the packaging. They would sell it on the black market anyway. He also promised that if there was even one scratch, he would kill everyone. This month, they have already changed addresses, shelters, and telephone numbers several times, but all to no avail. Someone was leaking information, and members of the underground group were being killed one by one. The leader of the Korean Magic Tower, Co. Esther, killed her own kind in cold blood. He slowly stood up from his chair, since invisibility hadn't worked. He would have to postpone killing the S-rank hunter. The young man's name was Pio Nagil, and he was the leader of a criminal gang of awakened people. The supposed rank was considered to be A-class. The skill was slicing. It could cut everything it touched. After his awakening, he began to do whatever he wanted: murder, theft, and other crimes. Soon he gathered a group of the same awakened ones, intoxicated by their impunity. They terrorized the city for a long time. Pio Nagel couldn't understand how this happened, because the supplier promised excellent results. Even Jung Ha-seong himself couldn't detect the criminal using invisibility. Everything was very strange. Neither the special gate nor the S-rank hunter could detect the thief, but some blonde guy could. Looking at his subordinates, he ordered them to find out all the information about the young guy in the suit. The next day, his loyal minions brought a detailed report. Pio Nagel couldn't believe his eyes. The boy had passed the labyrinth in the Tower of Magic. His subordinates noted that officially he was only an F rank, but he knocked out Jung Ha-seong in the labyrinth. Pio Nagil thought that the guy was one of them and was also hiding his rank for selfish purposes. His henchmen found out from other gangs, but no one had heard of the blonde. The report contained little information. No one even knew what items he used. The slave whispered that she seemed to know his name. She was not sure, but she heard something. The trafficker said he had his eye on an analyst and wanted to buy him, but then something terrible happened. The man heard about the terrible incident, and the girl added that the police found Kim Gi-ryuk at the scene of the crime. In the criminal underworld, Everyone thought that Kang Jong-ho killed the head of the underground auction, but it turns out they were wrong. Pyo Nagal grabbed his head. He scolded himself for not remembering this incident earlier. There was no doubt he is the same criminal as they are. He kills for pleasure. The gang leader's mood suddenly improved. Kim Gir-yok is the only one who caught the invisible man and has no business with the Tower of Magic. Before Esther got to them, they had to act quickly. Having used the skill, he practically broke the strong wall. The man thought about where he could find this hunter. The alien looked at himself in the mirror and wondered if the title of Archmage wasn't enough for him at 20 years old. He also mastered a mid-level spell from his home planet, a true genius. The hamster he revived immediately carried out all the orders he heard from Kim Gir-yok. It was possible to change Yahello and manipulate the consciousness of a reanimated corpse. It remains to be tried on larger animals, as well as on birds and insects. Ideally, this method would work on humans as well, although it would be much more difficult to pull off. Looking at the hamster, he remembered the raccoon, but nothing worked out then. The corpse was too old and unsuitable for experiments. A couple of minutes later, the hamster died again, and the resurrection time was short. Kim Gir-yok buried the corpse. He knew that experiments on the dead were prohibited on this planet. According to the laws of this world, the bodies of those used in experiments must be buried in a special location. Having buried the hamster, the alien thought that it was time for him to find a new corpse for his experiments. He looked at the mountains. He liked them very much, and if not for the circumstances, Kim Gir-yok would have gone traveling. Suddenly, he noticed the silhouette of a hand. Someone was in stealth mode. The alien calmly asked what the stranger wanted from him. Pyo Nagal smiled. He didn't expect that the blonde man in the suit would notice him so quickly. He snapped his fingers and returned to his normal form, saying he just wanted to say hello. Coming closer, he asked where Kim Gir-yok was going. The alien thought that this was an old acquaintance of the first owner of his body and replied that he would like to go to the mountains. Pyo Nagal asked a new question. He was interested in the details of how the boy had passed the labyrinth of the Tower of Magic, since he was the first one to succeed. He was also interested in how close he was to Esther, since there were all sorts of rumors about their friendship. The alien calmly replied that these were all rumors and there was no truth in them. The guest from Alfari was already starting to get tired of these stupid questions. Pyo Nagal was interested in why Kim Gir-yok was answering so honestly to a person he was seeing for the first time in his life. Only now did he realize that Kim Gir-yok was not familiar with this strange man. Pyo Nagal never ceased to be amazed at how cold-bloodedly this blonde man behaved. It was time to ask the last question. The gang leader was interested in how the hunter was able to notice him while invisible. The alien didn't know how to answer him. Telling the truth would have been a bad option. The awkward silence was broken by Pyo Nagal. If the guy doesn't want to, let him keep his secret to himself. Usually when you scare a person, he will tell everything, but this did not work on the blonde. The criminal introduced himself under a false name and offered to shake his hand. Kim Gir-yok noticed a technique around the stranger's hand. Such a force would cut through anything it touched. The gang leader was pleased that since the guy had passed the labyrinth, his skill was quickly noticed. The criminal admitted that he came here to make the blonde a very lucrative offer. The young hunter's abilities are interfering with business. He could kill him, but that would be too wrong. That is why he is willing to pay twice as much as the most profitable contract. The alien looked at his interlocutor and thought that if he refused, he would definitely be killed here. The leader of the criminal group has already prepared his skill. If the answer is wrong, he will pierce the alien through and through. Kim Gir-yok wanted to clarify whether the man was confident that he could pay twice as much as others. The bandit smiled. He knew that the analyst had been looking for a good place to earn money for a long time. The alien's attention was on the criminal's hand, which was shining with a golden aura. According to Pyo Nagal, joining their team would be a great decision. They have good guys and you can earn a lot. Having hugged the analyst, he wanted to discuss the remaining details at their headquarters. The guest from Alfari understood perfectly well that if he went with him, there would only be more problems. The alien demonstratively removed his hand from his shoulder. It was a serious gesture. The leader of the criminal group was surprised that the analyst really wanted to refuse. In that case, no one would help him. All CCTV cameras were destroyed in advance. The criminal had prepared in advance. The bandit suddenly thought that the blonde had no intention of joining his gang, but simply wanted to buy time. If the analyst doesn't come to his senses, Pyo Nagal will have only one option left: to end him here and now. The alien calmly looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and asked if he wanted to kill him. Luckily, he had a small vial of mana enhancer with him, and he always began to carry this potion with him. It would be better to drink it, but it can also be administered through blood given the situation. The bandit replied that he had no choice. His organization did not have a brainwashing specialist. Before Kim Giriok is lured away by competitors, it would be better for him to kill him himself in order to secure his business in the future. Dead crows began to come to life and caw loudly in the vicinity of this place. They formed a flock and began to circle above the criminal's head. Pionagel was scared. He couldn't understand what was happening, some kind of devilry. He looked at the young analyst and understood that this was his doing. This skill could be called corpse manipulation, the only thing the alien could do in this situation. He managed to gather together all the dead crows in the area and subjugate their minds to his will. But this technique had one flaw, despite the fact that everything looked very impressive. The birds' bodies themselves were practically powerless and could not cause any colossal damage. But the main problem lay for a completely different reason. Birds died around the criminal. Some crashed into obstacles. Others died in the air. The elixir ran out quickly, which means the spell won't work for very long. But initially, the main goal was to gain time to call the police. Even if a villain attacks him while he is ringing, the bracelet should block any damage once. Pionagel fell to his knees and pitifully begged the analyst to stop this devilish ritual. He thought that the blonde possessed a skill that allowed him to kill any living creature with the power of thought. Only rare hunters with the curse attribute can do this. But even the curse caused temporary clouding of the mind, not death. It is almost impossible to take a life with the power of thought using this skill. There is only one hunter in Korea who can do this, and that is Seo Esther. But killing such a large number of birds at once is beyond comprehension. Kim Giriok calmly called emergency services and reported the incident in Seoul Park. The bandit was dumbfounded with surprise at how the analyst could call the police so calmly. An idea came to mind to take advantage of the moment and stealthily attack the F-rank hunter. The blonde ordered not to move. One extra movement and the criminal would be like those dead crows lying on the earth. Kim Giriok continued talking to the police officer and explaining the problem. The bandit realized there was no entrance and used the valuable resource to escape. In an instant, his body moved a great distance. Kim Giriok was annoyed and lost his guard. Very soon, Sun Woo-yan appeared at the scene along with the police. Both of them did not expect to meet under such circumstances. The girl was here because she received a signal about a flock of strange birds. Looking at the analyst, she suddenly thought that perhaps he had something to do with this. Kim Giriok told about a certain awakened one with the talent to cut everything. The girl wrote everything down and tried to track the bandit. It was important for her to know approximately what rank the villain was. The alien thought about this for the first time. He looked at the investigator from the ASOH and then replied that the criminal was at the level of an Yun Sung. She was alarmed, because in that case it was unclear how Kim Giriok survived. His rank was much lower. Suddenly, the alien turned to his interlocutor to find out how terrifying he looked, and the girl choked on her tea. She didn't immediately understand how best to answer the question of a very strange analyst who always finds himself in the thick of things. To be honest, when a blonde guy looks at you with that sidelong glance, he seems like a real maniac. What was frightening about this man was not his face, but his actions. He was always at the center of the most dangerous and complicated cases and yet remained unharmed. While the girl was thinking about him, the alien was enjoying his tea. He liked it much more than coffee. Sun Woo-yan realized one pattern. All the criminals who crossed paths with Kim Giriok died very quickly. She sat silently and couldn't bring herself to believe that these were just coincidences. Pionagel sat in the shelter and listened to reports about a strange flock of crows in Seoul Park. Nearby, someone in a hood was very unhappy with the actions of the leader of the criminal gang. No one could have foreseen that everything would turn out exactly like this, and this angered the criminal. The interlocutor in the raincoat reminded that before this, no one could notice the adepts in stealth mode. No one could have imagined that such a problem would arise at such an important time for them. Pionagel was very frightened and declared that he wanted to abandon their planned business. The interlocutor in the raincoat did not understand why the devoted comrade decided to refuse. The bandit read an article about a talented analyst collaborating with the Tower of Magic and having an excellent relationship with Seo Esther. Picking up a newspaper from the table, the interlocutor suggested simply getting rid of this blonde guy. Pionagel replied that nothing would work. The boy and the huntress possessed the same skill. Yesterday in the park, he personally saw that a rank F hunter is much more dangerous and stronger than people think. The interlocutor was pleasantly surprised. Kim Giriok also hid his skill from the association. Pio Nagal is the one who must take on the task of killing the F-rank hunter, and the temple members will provide him with all their support. After all, there had previously been exactly such an agreement that the bandit had now decided to refuse. The Temple of Rakshasa, a cult that functions solely at the expense of its followers. Over the years, the cult has developed connections with a large number of criminal organizations. The bandits were provided with financial support, and they, in turn, carried out various kinds of assignments. The cult's main obsession was the murder of an S-rank hunter. The head of the cult took off her hood. It was a young and attractive girl who reminded the bandit about the money. She also reminded him that she got him invisibility, and he promised to kill Esther. The man grinned and remarked that the stone should have been prepared for him in advance. He clearly felt no fear of the cult's adherents and could speak without mincing his words. The girl smiled. If he killed her with her, nothing would change. But if he didn't fulfill the agreement, he wouldn't get any more money. Pio Nagal was furious. If it weren't for the financial help, he would have cut her into small pieces long ago. She was about to leave and finally said that if the problem was Esther, then Nagal could kill any other S-rank hunter. This was his last chance. If he failed again, the cult would stop sponsoring him. There was another piece of good news for Nagal. That night, Jung Ha-seong returns to Seoul, having been absent from the city for several weeks. Many years ago, on that fateful day, the first gate boss appeared in the coastal waters of Busan. Back then, people were not ready. They were confused and scared. No one could understand what was happening. A huge monster similar to the Kraken simply destroyed everything that was in the port. Earthly weapons could not cause him any damage. Everything was useless. All over the country on the same day, people with super abilities began to awaken. But even their magical powers were not enough to return people to their normal, calm lives. Everything was like a miracle until Jung Ha-seong, the first S-rank hunter, appeared. This guy had such strength that even A-rank hunters couldn't compare. All his power simply went beyond the bounds of reason and logic. It was as if he did not obey any laws of physics or other sciences. With his appearance, he changed the rules of the game and gave people new hope for a happy future. He personally saved the city of Busan, which was under attack by the terrible Kraken. It was on that day that the national hero, the legendary Jung Ha-seong, was born. After the appearance of such a hunter in the country, Korean society very quickly stabilized. He arrived in the capital after completing another dangerous mission to defend the motherland. A huge crowd of onlookers and reporters from various publications gathered near the ASOH building. The fans stood with posters and waited for their idol. The driver suggested they drive up to the building through the back entrance. But Jung Ha-seong replied that it was no problem and got out of the car. People simply rejoiced at the sight of the legendary hunter who does not spare himself for the sake of the country. The importance of this hunter in the country's community was simply undeniable. A member of the ASOH ran up to the awakened man and began to ask him for forgiveness. They tried to provide the hero with a calm reception, but information about his arrival somehow leaked out and people came here. The hunter was very interested in what happened in Seoul while he was away. An ASOH employee reported a rare case of 2 gates appearing simultaneously, but Ms. Esther sorted it all out. Jung Ha-seong was interested in how things were going with the F-rank hunter he was asking about. The employee immediately hesitated, and they did a second check. They did a recheck, but didn't find out anything new. His rank is F. The national hero was surprised by such an answer. Could he have been wrong? The awakened one inquired who was responsible for reconducting the test. The employee handed over the results, and investigator Sun Woo-yeon carried out the test. Chung Ha-sun knew perfectly well that she was incorruptible. The girl was a person of principle. The hunter asked for information about active gates. He wanted to start clearing the dungeons. The ASOH employee was surprised. The hunter had just returned from a mission and wanted to work again, even without proper rest. It was decided to start with the nearest blue category B-rank gate. He stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon and still thought about Kim Giriok. Before entering, he thought that it was worth seeing him in person. It was possible that the guy could have deceived everyone again. At the entrance to the dungeon, he bumped shoulders with someone. He apologized and looked at the face of the man he had bumped into with his shoulder. It was Kim Giriok, who replied that everything was fine and nothing terrible had happened. The surprised awakened man asked the guy what he was doing there. 10 minutes ago, the analyst entered the blue gate of rank B, category 2. The reason why the alien broke the rules and entered a high-ranking dungeon was simple. After successfully testing his new subjugation skill on crows, he decided to hone it on monsters. If he could learn to control them, it would make his life much easier. But unlike the corpses of ordinary animals, it is very difficult to obtain this exhibit. Usually, all valuable parts and magical artifacts are removed from the corpses of monsters. This dungeon isn't particularly popular, so you might be able to find a good monster corpse. Being an F-rank hunter, he won't be able to kill such a monster on his own. The plan was simple. Pick up a good corpse left behind by other hunters. The plan seemed great, but for some reason there were no monster corpses or signs of a struggle inside. He noticed a giant chicken. It would be a great trophy, but he himself would not kill such a monster. The plan failed. He himself will not kill anyone, and there are no corpses here. Jung Ha-seong drew his sword and brought it to the analyst's throat. This was a B-rank gate, and the analyst was not allowed to enter here. The S-class awakened believed that everything was confirmed. It was a rank falsification. He couldn't understand how ASOH even carried out its job of checking hunters' levels. Chung Ha-seong asked the analyst what he was doing there, whether he was hunting illegally. Kim Gir-yuk looked at the S-rank hunter and asked for forgiveness. In fact, he went inside out of curiosity, and if he interferes with the hunt, he will immediately leave. While the hunters were talking and Chung Ha-seong was deciding what to do, a criminal entered the portal in stealth mode. When he saw Kim Gir-yuk, he was very surprised, because he shouldn't be here. He was watching the Awakened One and saw how Jung Ha-seong went inside alone. Coming out of the portal, Pyo Nagil couldn't believe that the plan had failed again. This analyst has been showing up where he doesn't need to be lately and ruining all plans. In any case, as long as Kim Gir-yuk is here, it will not be possible to kill Jung Ha-seong. The leader of the criminal group held his head and didn't know what to do now. But I remembered the conversation with the girl from the cult. There was very little time left to kill. Before leaving, she stated that this was Pyo Nagel's last chance. Otherwise, he would lose his money. He was an unregistered hunter, and it would be impossible to earn money honestly. So he needed a cult. We'll have to use what the sex adherents gave us. The Alpha Decay Bomb. Typically, these bombs are used to break enemy equipment. But since it was issued against an S-rank, it should be more powerful. Without thinking twice, he threw this artifact straight into the gate that was in front of him. A terrible reaction began. The gate quickly changed color to red, and then there was a powerful and loud explosion. The criminal could not believe his eyes with joy. It was a real destruction of the gate. Kim Gir-yuk immediately noticed how the entrance to the portal in front of him disappeared in a second. Jung Ha-seong asked to stop joking. He thought it was the analyst's doing. But Kim Gir-yuk replied in a surprised voice that he simply wouldn't have time to do such a thing, since the Awakened One was holding him by the collar. The analyst tried to understand what happened. In order for the gate to disappear, it was necessary to either reach the hunter limit or kill the boss. But both conditions were not met. There were only 2 people inside and no one killed the boss. Jung Ha-seong quickly heard a strange sound not far from them. The Awakened One used his oral clock to understand who his opponents were. These were the bosses of the Minotaur's Labyrinth, but for some reason there were too many of them. Chung Ha-seong didn't understand why this happened. They shouldn't be in this dungeon. A whole crowd of bosses ran towards the hunters and clearly with bad intentions. Chung Ha-seong took hold of the sword's hilt. It seemed that new owners had appeared in this gate. After the entrance was artificially destroyed, all monsters were automatically replaced with Tier A bosses. The analyst was glad that he wasn't stuck here alone and asked the Awakened One where he could hide. The national hero did not understand what the blonde was talking about. The Alphorian explained that he was too weak to fight. The alien was surprised when he heard that the hunter had no intention of protecting him, and the Awakened One added that Kim Gir-yuk should deal with his own problems. The guest from Alphaury was very amazed at how he could survive in such chaos on his own, without anyone's help. Kim Gir-yuk asked the reason for such behavior. If the hunter is angry because of that incident, then it is not his fault. He was stunned by Kang Chong-ho. The S-rank Awakened One replied that the analyst's behavior only disgusted him. The analyst claims to be an F-rank, but he is entering the B-rank gate. He brazenly takes advantage of all his rights, and at the same time runs away from only one responsibility. The Awakened One added that Kim Gir-yuk and others like him literally make his teeth ache. After all, there is only one duty: to appear during the gate breakthrough and protect people. The Alphorian was furious and wanted to say something important, but Jung Ha-seong kept interrupting him. The alien shouted that he was an F-rank and that even his skill was only good for analysis, but the Awakened One ignored him. One of the Minotaurs approached the S-rank hunter and was immediately cut in half. Then the reincarnated one dryly said that Kim Gir-yuk should survive based on his analysis. After these words, the national hero quickly ran away, leaving the alien alone with the monsters. The Alforian started to run, thinking that it would have been better to stick with his friend An Yun Sung. The bosses were catching up with him. The analyst was thinking only about how soon he would die. Even the slightest touch would be enough to kill him, because he is only an F-rank hunter. He thought that he urgently needed to find an entrance, but suddenly Hassan appeared and killed the minotaur that was behind the analyst. The alien was amazed at the powerful firepower this awakened one possessed. He could easily kill dozens of dangerous bosses with one attack. Kim Giryuk noticed how one of the bosses began to use a magic spell. The analyst immediately realized that the opponent was preparing to use the dangerous skill Stone Spikes. This is a massive attack that affects an area. If it hits, the alien will die immediately. Kim Giryuk rushed to the national hero, trying to warn him about the impending magic spell. The analyst ran towards the hunter and shouted for him to block the opponent's attack. A huge column of fire erupted from Hassan's sword, literally setting everything around ablaze. Dozens of bosses were incinerated by this powerful attack from the S-rank hunter. He sheathed his sword and thought that it was finally over. But looking down at the ground, the hunter noticed that Kim Giryuk was lying down and was seriously wounded. Jung Ha-sung ran up to the blonde man lying in the clearing and asked if he was okay. He frantically began searching for a restoration potion in his pockets. Because of his power, an ordinary person suffered again. He was inattentive and almost killed the guy. Kim Giryuk looked at the hunter and quietly said that he was okay. The national hero was very surprised. The guy received severe burns but didn't even moan in pain. In fact, the alien was in so much pain that he couldn't even moan or scream. The Alforian was glad that he remained alive, and he would heal the damage with the help of magic. He asked for forgiveness because he himself was to blame for throwing himself under the attack of the awakened one. The alien noticed a threat from behind and warned the national hero about it. Jung Ha-seong quickly drew his katana and cut the minotaur into 2 pieces. The analyst noted that the monsters are once again gathering in a large pile. The F-rank hunter stated that his treatment could be postponed. Now he needed to concentrate on finding a way out of the dungeon. His skill can be useful, and he will try to find the gate. The Alforian asked to cover him while he scanned the area. Jung Ha-seong continued to destroy the monsters, and the analyst slowly followed him at a safe distance. The alien addressed the awakened one with the glory that all the monsters had been destroyed. He pointed his finger to a place nearby, and a saving gate appeared there. The guest from Alfari suggested getting out quickly before the portal disappeared again. Once in the real world, Kim Giryuk praised the national hero for his skill and bravery. The wounds needed to be treated, so he was going to return home. Jung Ha-seong wanted to take the analyst to the hospital and pay for the treatment because it was his fault. But Kim Giryuk refused, saying that he could cure himself. Jung Ha-sen's doubts left him. Now he understood that the guy was really F-rank. He watched the analyst leave and thought that if he had known right away how weak he was, he would have protected him from the first second. Now he felt a very unpleasant feeling of guilt. Because of him, he had suffered and almost killed a weak person. A few days later, he came to see the chairman of the Hunters Association. The man claimed that he would definitely find out why the portal to the dungeon disappeared. He noticed that the national hero looked sad and asked about the reasons. Looking at the chairman, he told about the incident with Kim Giryuk. The head of the association was agitated. The chairman immediately asked whether the hunter had resolved the problem and whether he had paid for the treatment. Chung Ha-sun explained that the analyst had given up everything, and his interlocutor couldn't understand how the hunter had just let him go. The chairman believed that it was urgent to take care of the F-rank hunter. Taking the tablet, he asked the hunter's name to find him in the database. There was a big risk that the guy would start saying all sorts of things to journalists. The chairman looked at the awakened man and declared that this was no longer his personal problem. Such an incident could tarnish the reputation of S-rank hunters. If a national hero is embroiled in such a scandal, people will not be able to sleep peacefully. First, the chairman wants to call the guy to the association and talk about everything. Perhaps it will be possible to avoid publicity. The next morning, Kim Giryuk sat in the office of the head of the ASOH together with Chung Ha-seong. After reading the paper they gave him, he looked at his interlocutors and asked if they were joking. The paper they gave him was an agreement on compensation for damages. The awakened one was ready to fully reimburse all treatment costs. Kim Giryuk said that he is alive thanks to the national hero, and everyone needs to have a conscience. By exposing his arm, he demonstrated that the burns had almost completely healed and he was completely fine. The chairman was shocked. The young man even refused moral compensation. Jung Ha-seong asked the analyst if he needed something other than money. Perhaps they can offer a pass to a rare dungeon or rare resources to compensate for everything that happened. Kim Giriok watched his interlocutors and could not understand what they wanted from him. It was strange why they wanted to bribe him, since he himself had broken the law and illegally entered the gates of a high rank. Bitter experience has taught me that Earthlings are not kind just like that. Is it really possible that the person who offered such money was so ingratiating? The alien developed a huge degree of distrust towards all people on Earth. Perhaps they want to take him out into the forest and bury him in a deep hole. He stood up abruptly from the table and, turning to the awakened man, reminded him that from the very beginning he had said that he did not need anything. Looking at the national hero, he added that anyone can make a mistake, and that's okay. The analyst stated that shaking over such a trifle is, to say the least, very strange. When Kim Giriok left, the chairman told the hunter that they were probably worried for nothing, but their conversation was recorded anyway. The awakened one thought about the recent dialogue and could not understand what had angered the young analyst so much. He kept going over the guy's last words about such a trifle in his head. That evening, Alforian had dinner with An Yun Sung and decided to ask his advice. The A-rank hunter swore that he would tell everything he knew, just to somehow help his friend. Kim Giryuk calmly said that he believed that Jung Ha-seong was a hunter who wanted to kill him. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through An Yun Sung's head at once. The analyst explained that An Yun Sung is also a top hunter and may know something about the S-rank awakened. The comrade thought, the national hero is generally an emotionless hunter, and in this he resembles an analyst. If he thought about it, An Yun Sung had seen more than once that Jung Ha-seong was not the type of person who would quarrel with people for personal reasons. The most he can do is get excited about going through the dungeon. He is definitely not the type of person who would kill someone out of hatred, and Kim Giryuk is not the type who would cause bad feelings. Turning the meat over, the analyst replied that he had probably simply misunderstood the awakened one's words. Handing his friend a plate of food, he wished him bon appétit. The alien remembered the stranger who at first wanted to kill him, but then became afraid of his strength and ran away. A message arrived on the analyst's phone, and he immediately responded to it. And Yun Sung was curious who was writing to his friend. The Alpha Urian showed the correspondence to his friend so that he wouldn't have any unnecessary thoughts. It turned out that he had been communicating with So Esther for a long time, and the girl herself was bombarding him with messages. After that incident, the girl often writes him various pleasant messages. But for Kim Giryuk, it's just communication, and he doesn't see anything wrong with it. There was a real alarm in ASOH, with many A-rank gates appearing all over the city. The chairman was informed that all the best hunters and guilds were busy on the battlefield, and there were not enough people. The man took the phone. They had no other options except Hassan. Exhausted, he answered the call and promised to arrive at the right place soon. Chung Ha-seong asked the driver to hurry up. The man was in shock, because the hunter had just cleared the gate. The awakened one has not slept for 40 hours, and he needs to at least change his clothes at home. The national hero replied that there was no need for this, since the blood would stain everything again anyway. Kim Giryuk was at home. The latest experiments had come to an end, and he was happy with the conclusion. Through a series of experiments, he developed pain tolerance, which is a great skill. But he understood perfectly well that if he completely got rid of the pain, serious problems would arise. He remembered the pain of the burns very well and did not want to experience it again. Suddenly, a bright red light burst into the apartment, almost blinding him. Then the earth shook. The Alforian did not even understand what was happening. It seemed to him that he heard some kind of monstrous explosion very close by. Someone shouted to evacuate. It was not safe to be in the building. The alien ran to the front door and quickly opened it. What he saw shocked him. There was no entrance, and the sky outside was scarlet. Half of his house was completely destroyed by an unknown force. Hundreds of dangerous monsters circled over the city, and the gates were breached. He walked through a crowd of people and tried to remember whether he had managed to take all the necessary artifacts. The analyst really wanted to contact An Yun Sung, but the cell phone connection was no longer working. Many people on the street faced the same problem. The phone lines were overloaded. A new wave of monsters appeared and attacked ordinary people. One of the people passing by was grabbed by the flying monster with its tail and lifted up. Kim Giryuk wanted to survive and ran at great speed away from danger. The metro is a refuge that people use during gate breaches throughout the city. But the police wouldn't let anyone inside. There were already too many people in the metro, and it was very dangerous to go inside. Kim Giryuk realized that he would have to use his skill and find a safe place as quickly as possible. Using his unusual vision and sensitivity to mana, He turned into an alley. He can accurately track the mana flows from monsters and therefore will be invisible to them. Suddenly, he felt a very powerful and strong energy nearby. It was Jung Ha-seong who single-handedly destroyed monsters on the city streets. The Alforian believed that he was, after all, a parasite of the highest order, since he hid behind the strong in any situation. He immediately noticed that the Awakened One's mana was too unstable. Jung Ha-seong was incredibly tired. He hadn't slept for over 2 days defending ordinary people. He did everything he could, but the situation continued to worsen. It was unclear who and why needed to arrange such things, but in any case, all the creatures needed to be killed. Esther was in Cheongju and suppressed the gate there, and if she were nearby, he would feel better. Having killed another wave, the national hero decided to use a recovery potion. There was one last vial of potion in his bag, but it should be enough. The hero didn't have time to drink it. Someone nearby was begging for help. In the ruins, there was a man who was crushed by a piece of a house slab. Jung Ha-seong ran towards the man and asked him not to move. He easily lifted the huge piece of concrete that had pinned the man to the ground. The man muttered that his leg was injured and asked the hero to help him get up. The awakened man raised the man and said that he would call for help on the radio since the cell phone connection was not working. Suddenly, the stranger asked if it was Chung Ha-seong who saved him, and the surprised hunter answered in the affirmative. Then the man hugged the national hero tightly. Opening his jacket, he showed an explosive device attached to his body. Now the awakened one understood everything. It was a trap set by the suicide bomber. A moment later, there was an explosion of monstrous force. The analyst barely managed to hide behind a strong wall to avoid being killed by debris and the blast wave. The S-rank hunter was lying on the ground, badly injured after the explosion. He suffered severe chest injuries. He tried to get up and only thought that he had lost his vigilance. He tried to open the bottle with the potion and thought that someone had deliberately summoned so many monsters to exhaust him. He didn't have time to drink the healing potion. His strength left him and the hunter almost lost consciousness. Already in delirium and death throes, he saw the analyst running towards him. The alien sat down next to him. He understood that such wounds were no joke and something had to be done. It's a good thing he had a healing potion in his backpack that he took from home. A couple of minutes later, the national hero came to his senses and clutched his chest. Kim Giryok immediately asked the awakened one if he could move. Chung Ha-seong sat up with difficulty and asked in surprise what the analyst was doing here. The alien explained that he was looking for shelter and accidentally stumbled upon the awakened one. He also took out his favorite t-shirt and suggested changing clothes. Hasten clearly didn't like the clothes with a chicken on the chest. He looked at his chest and asked what kind of potion was used on him. While Kim Giryuk was picking out another t-shirt, the hunter thought about the potion that was able to heal him so quickly. The national hero wanted to recoup the costs and asked for the price, but the analyst hesitated. He received it as a gift and didn't even know its approximate cost. The radio reported 3 new A-rank gates nearby. The awakened one picked up the radio and announced that he was heading to the address. Kim Giryuk tried to stop the S-rank hunter. He can't go. After such an injury, he can't go anywhere and fight monsters. After the explosion, his lungs were damaged. The primary wound was treated, but he should rest for a while. The lung tissue was too weak, and if mana was used, it would be terrible. But Hassan didn't even want to listen to advice. In this situation, he has no choice. The alien thought that the awakened one had gone crazy after being wounded. The alien shouted after him that there was a risk of becoming disabled. The awakened one picked up the sword from the ground. He was ready for such a risk. The hunter reminded the analyst that while they were talking here, people were continuing to die. The alien dryly replied that it was not as important as the national hero thought. The city was full of hunters, and Chung Ha-seong was not obliged to do all the work himself. The tired hunter promised that he would rest after everything was over. He asked not to distract him any further and to let him pass quickly. Kim Giryok stood in the way and declared that he simply would not let the hunter go anywhere. Chun Ha-seong started to get angry. He was very grateful for the treatment, but he would figure it out on his own. The Alforian thought that all this was already going beyond the bounds of simple heroism. Kim Giryok didn't understand what was going on. Was the association really pushing him so hard? He knew very well how management could exploit young and talented personnel. The S-rank hunter declared that he had no more time and walked towards the new gate. Kim Giryok again tried to warn that the lungs would be damaged and the hero would become disabled. The awakened defender of Korea reminded that the analyst cannot dictate anything to him. The alien realized that it would not be possible to reach an agreement and threw the sensor in Hassan's face. Of course, he managed to repel the attack and cut the artifact in half. He was furious and didn't understand what the blonde was up to. Suddenly, he felt weak and sank down on one knee. Initially, the sensor only worked on B rank, but Kim Giryuk modified it, and now the device can put even S rank to sleep. He asked the hero for forgiveness and added that it was solely for his own good. The alien noticed a new ring on his left hand. Most likely, Hassan began wearing it for protection after that incident in the labyrinth. The Alforian understood that he could not avoid new problems now, but there was simply no other way out. Heaving the body onto his back, he felt the enormous weight of the S rank. Kim Giryuk thought that all his problems were because he was too kind to people. When he woke up in the hospital, the first person he thought of was Kim Giryuk. The nurse in the emergency room was surprised to see such a strange picture. The analyst held the hunter and asked the nurses if there were grounds for hospitalization. The alien admitted that he was forced to put an S-rank hunter to sleep using the artifact. The nurse was shocked, but mumbled that they would definitely take care of the national hero. Jung Ha-seong was furious and shouted to the medical staff that he would find Kim Gi-ryuk. He couldn't believe his ears when he heard that the situation with the gate breakthrough was over and he had slept for a whole day. The national hero immediately thought that many people had died while he was sleeping. Being late was his main nightmare. It all started when he overslept and missed school. It was on that day that the first gate appeared. All his classmates died and the school was destroyed. From that day on, he simply couldn't find a place for himself and was constantly reflecting. If he had been at school at that moment and woken up, so many casualties could have been avoided. Huge tears rolled from his eyes. He felt guilty for the deaths of so many innocent people. Soon, the whole country knew about him. He was the first S-rank hunter, killing the most dangerous enemies. The new life was good in its own way and even interesting despite the danger. The new position worried him a little. It was awkward to receive various awards from the head of state. There were no major difficulties, and every resident of Korea thanked the unique hunter. He very quickly became the first, a national hero, a role model. Old wounds were forgotten. But one day a terrible event happened. It was an ordinary evening. He and his mother sat at the table and were preparing to have a wonderful dinner. The phone rang and he decided to pick it up to find out what had happened. A B-rank gate has been discovered in the city that is soon to collapse. The national hero asked how much time was left before the explosion. The voice on the phone answered about a day later. At that time, they didn't yet know all the nuances and couldn't count correctly. After hanging up, he told his mother that nothing urgent had happened and he would be able to have dinner with her. After dinner, he said that it was time for him to get ready and take care of the B-rank gates. The chairman of the ASOH called again, and the awakened man picked up the phone, suspecting nothing. The breakthrough happened much earlier than everyone expected. Dangerous monsters killed a huge number of civilians in the area. All this happened because Hassan was in no hurry and stayed home to have dinner quietly. And again, a large number of deaths due to the fact that he was late. Because he was late, so many people died, he was at the memorial service and saw the tears of their relatives. People couldn't believe that their loved ones died overnight because of terrible monsters. That day, he should have rushed straight to the gate and forgotten about that damn dinner. Jung Ha-seong woke up on a couch in a ward of a huge clinic. The folk hero looked at the ceiling and realized that all of this was just a dream. His chest tightened again. He knew that suffocating feeling of responsibility for others. The only thing he wanted now was to deal with Kim Giryuk once and for all. A shelter for those injured in the gate bombing was opened in Gangnam. Kim Giryuk was one of the victims and received temporary shelter and free food. The phone rang and Sun Wooyan's number appeared on the screen. The alien was even surprised. The girl really wanted to know what the talented analyst had done this time. Early in the morning, Chung Ha-seong came to ASOH. He was angry and demanded Kim Giryuk's address. The alien was surprised to learn that even the girl received a reprimand for conducting the re-examination incorrectly. The Alfarian thought that the hunter knew his number but did not call, which means he intended to meet in person to kill. Having learned that he had been awakened back in ASOH, he promised the investigator that he would soon come there himself. There was only one problem. The alien was not at all strong in diplomacy. Fortunately, there were many different ways to apologize on the internet. Sun Woo-yan looked at the awakened man and thought about how to help the analyst in this situation. Kim Giryuk got out of the taxi. It was clear that he was in a hurry. The girl wanted to know what happened. The analyst replied that he had knocked out the S-class representative again. The Alforian asked not to worry about him. He swore that he would sort everything out. As soon as he approached the hunter, he swung his katana. The girl was in shock. She didn't even see how the hunter drew his sword, and Kim Giryuk managed to dodge. The alien just wanted to bow, and it saved his life. He raised his hands up and asked Mr. Hassan to calm down. The alien added that he was deeply guilty before him and came here to apologize. He also reminded that he had no bad intentions. He only wanted to help. He was sincerely concerned about the health of the awakened one and did not want him to become disabled. Chung Ha-seong stated that for him, Kim Gi-ryok is no better than the terrorists who poison people's lives. Kim Gi-ryok couldn't stand it and screamed. He wanted to understand why the hunter was always in such a hurry. The analyst knew that Hassan sets a new record for closing the gates every year and doesn't sleep for several days. But what's the outcome? The alien tried to understand why this man was so obsessed with hunting all monsters. If he takes even one day off, nothing will change in the country. Jung Ha-seong threatened. He promised that someone like Gi-ryok would no longer be a hunter. The Alforian thought that these words meant inevitable death at the hands of the awakened one. The guest from another planet felt that he would soon cease to exist. Kim Gi-ryok shouted loudly for the awakened one to finally pull himself together. Jung Ha-seong and Sun Woo-young were taken aback by the analyst's scream. Kim Gi-ryok was furious and called the aroused man the genital organ of a stray dog. The Alpha Urian stated that Hassan decided to imagine himself as God. He added that the hunter was so exhausted that he lost consciousness from the F-rank representative. Korea will not cease to exist if he rests for at least a day, and if it does, it is not his fault. People see him as a hero, but Kim Gi-ryok sees him as an ordinary 20-year-old guy who is out of touch with reality. It was time for him to end this and just relax like a normal person. Hassan frowned after this monologue. The guest from Alfari understood that if he didn't stop, he could go too far. Jung Ha-seong often appears unstable, and that's a fact. He spends all day cleaning the gates. There are no fewer of them, and he only wears out his body. A simple rest won't change the fact that he is the strongest hunter in the whole world. The awakened one asked coldly if he really looked sick in the analyst's eyes. Then he passed Kim Gi-ryok silently without saying goodbye, as if he had not noticed anyone. The girl called out to the awakened man, but he did not turn around and only asked her for forgiveness. The alien thought that his plan had succeeded since he was still alive and had not even been beaten. He realized that he needed to put pressure on, to communicate as if he were the most powerful magician he had ever been on his home planet. Sun Woo-yeon raised her hands and said with a smile that if he wanted to shut her up, he didn't have to be so zealous. The girl promised that she would not tell anyone about what happened today. Kim Gi-ryok looked at her with a piercing gaze and suggested having lunch together. Jung Ha-seong walked down the street and thought about the words Kim Gi-ryok had just said. He hadn't seen such blatant disdain from anyone for a very long time. Of course, no one wanted to tell the offensive truth to an awakened S-rank. The more he worked without sparing himself, the more he considered himself a true hero. People are used to thinking that if a hunter is S-rank, he can easily cope with everything. They themselves push the hero to clear more and more gates, constantly increasing the load. There was not a single person nearby who could notice his internal state in recent weeks. But the young analyst understood everything and even said it to his face. He was the only one who understood everything. The awakened one realized that he had been expecting these very words from someone for a very long time. Kim Gi-ryok asked the girl if there was any beef in the seaweed soup. The girl whispered that she wasn't sure about it. She felt awkward. She watched the guy who was eating with appetite and thought that he clearly had something to hide. She immediately remembered how he dodged the sword strike. The analyst was equal in strength to an S-rank hunter. One thing Sun Woo-yeon knew for sure, he would make her surprised more than once. Suddenly, the analyst felt awkward. He thought that he was wasting the girl's time, but she reassured him that it was lunch break. After lunch, an ASOH employee decided to share information about the criminal who recently attacked an analyst in the park. The name he gave was most likely not real. It could not be found in the database. The alien was finishing his dessert and listening attentively to the investigator. The girl had some good news. ASOH managed to find those who recently locked Kim Gi-ryok and Jung Ha-seong inside the gate. She sent him a message on his phone because the information was secret and concerned terrorists. In the message, she talked about a certain cult, the Temple of Rakshasa. It is a terrorist group that worships some kind of deity and does terrible things. They use the invisibility skill. That's why she wrote the messages instead of speaking out loud. The network is huge and most likely includes foreign citizens. In the hangar where Pyo Nagal was hiding 48 hours before the attack on Chung Ha-seong, the leader of the group was furious and demanded that the sect member Su Yevi be brought to him immediately. It was all about that bomb that she gave to kill Jung Ha-seong. When he destroyed the gate, he immediately wondered what would have happened if he had used it inside. The cultist intended to lock him inside along with the S-rank hunter. He was already looking forward to tearing this sectarian messenger into tiny pieces. Soon, the girl appeared at the shelter and kindly greeted the bandit. But instead of saying hello, the criminal hit her on the chest. She fell to the floor, scarlet blood spurting from her wounds. The sect member was perplexed as to what was happening and why he attacked her. Pio grabbed her by the shoulder and explained that he would be asking the questions. First of all, he was interested in why she gave him this terrible bomb. He activated the skill, and his hand began to burn through the cultist's shoulder. She didn't understand what was being discussed. The girl simply handed over a package from the head of the cult. The criminal was furious because he could have died if he had been left locked alone with the hunter. Only now did she learn that he did not kill Hassan but simply locked him in the dungeon. She explained to the dim-witted bandit that when Hassan killed all the monsters inside, the entrance would reappear. Upon hearing the truth, Pio declared that he was canceling the previously concluded deal. Suyevi was upset. The man took the money and promised to settle everything, but now he refuses. The leader of the bandit group activated the skill to kill the cultist. But for some reason, the skill stopped working. This happened for the first time. An evil smile appeared on the girl's face. She understood what was going on. He swung his fist to hit her, but his hand wouldn't obey. The fist froze a couple of centimeters from the sect member's face and simply did not move. The girl understood perfectly well why he didn't kill her right away. The criminal wanted to torture her first. She looked at his gang. The bandits took out their weapons, each holding them to his throat. A moment later, they all committed suicide at once. Pio suddenly realized that this was the brainwashing skill. Suddenly his skill activated again, but his hand didn't obey. The sect member made him put his hand to his own neck and said that she was the messenger of Lady Rakshasa. He had inflicted wounds on precious flesh, and now he would pay a fair price for it. Nagel was horrified. One moment and he cut his own throat. The girl stood in the hangar and looked at the dead bodies with a satisfied look. I felt a little sorry for her, because she thought that the criminals would be useful to her. On the desk of the dead Pio she found one interesting piece of paper. It contained detailed information about the analyst Kim Giryok, and the girl decided that he was the one to blame for all the cult's failures. Kim Giryuk was upset that he was unable to revive the F-rank monster. The end result was sad. Only crows and hamsters could be revived. If he had known all of this in advance, there would not have been an incident with Cho Ha-seong at the B-rank gate. There was another option to protect yourself from enemies, good equipment. But there was a problem. Kim Giryok was a beggar and good armor was very expensive. To earn money quickly and in large quantities, there was only one option: call An Yun-sung. An Yun-sung, despite his busy schedule, arrived at the appointed meeting place very quickly. The A-rank hunter said that if a comrade wants to see him, he will always put off his business. Kim Giryuk said that they were going to the A-rank gate, where there would be no ordinary monsters. Hearing that he would have to meet the golems, the guy felt uneasy. Taking out his smartphone, the analyst added that he wanted his friend to go there alone without a team. An Yun-sung's heart sank. He couldn't clear the gate of his rank alone, and besides, there was a problem. Golems are two difficult opponents and the old injury has not yet healed. But Kim Giryuk explained that without this, the mental trauma will never go away. To somehow calm the guy down, the alien said that he would go with him and help him. He suggested trying at least once. If it works out, Yun-sung will overcome the injury and Kim Giryuk will gather resources. The alien also added that he knew a way to defeat any golem, and the hunter was very surprised. The Alforian continued to insist that they would not move away from the portal. If it didn't work out, they would immediately run away. And Yun-sung agreed, and the alien immediately reminded him about the entry request. The analyst asked his friend for his phone for a couple of seconds. He quickly filled out an application for only one An Yun-sung. Naturally, he did not indicate himself. The friend tried to explain that it was illegal, but the alien insisted on his own. Everything inside sparkled, and it seemed as if the halls were made of pure gold and precious stones. Kim Giryuk stopped and used his unusual vision skill to find the nearest golem. After a couple of minutes, the analyst found the passage they needed where the first guard was. The golem was simply enormous. Its armor glittered as if it were forged from gold. Looking at him, the alien felt traces of native technology, and Yun-sung said he was ready. He even took some recovery potions with him. He handed his friend an artifact called the inventory, which can be loaded with trophies and easily carried around. The alien heard that this thing costs as much as a decent apartment in the capital. Kim Giryok warned that there was a condition. He would take the magic stones and cores. This was the price for the secret. The A-rank hunter was stunned by the generosity. He was ready to give anything for such a secret. There was a photosensitive element on the golem's chest. If light hit it, an emergency stop would be activated. The analyst prepared himself and took a laser pointer with him. The alien explained to the awakened one that he needed to hold off the golem for 10 seconds. The A-rank hunter activated his shield and prepared for another battle with the enemy. The analyst believed that his friend would cope, but just in case, he took the bracelet with him. He began shining a laser into the photosensitive element on the golem's chest. The Guardian activated and prepared to attack the uninvited guests of the dungeon. Kim Giryok continued to shine the laser at the target and began counting the seconds. And Yoon Sung did a great job blocking the giant golem's attack. The tactic worked. Golem passed out and fell to his knees. The awakened one couldn't believe his eyes at how quickly he managed to disable such a dangerous opponent. In a calm voice, Kim Giryuk added that now it was on Yoon Sung's turn. Now he needed to beat the monster to overcome the mental trauma. And Yoon Sung managed to land only one blow, and the enemy flew into pieces. The alien was surprised at how this was even possible and turned the guard into a pile of scrap metal with one blow. The analyst called his friend to show him something very important. He wanted to show his friend a very fast and reliable way to extract the core. First, it was necessary to remove a small plate by prying it off with your fingers. Yoon Sung got it right the first time and saw the core inside. The awakened one understood that such knowledge was not given after one battle. Kim Giryok must have killed golems 1,000 times himself. The alien suggested trying again. Yunsin was already several times more confident than before. The hunter killed the next guard himself, without any prompting or help from his friend. He was very happy with what was happening. The Alforian was sincerely glad that his friend had gotten rid of his phobia. He reminded that one should not underestimate the enemy, but one should not be too afraid either. This method only works on guardian golems. The rest must be dealt with differently. Kim Giryuk suggested that his friend go into the room with the boss. It was nearby. Suddenly, the floor in the hall froze. The friends couldn't understand what it was. They had been in the dungeon for about an hour and had never seen ice in any room before. 3 strange silhouettes appeared at the entrance to this hall. It was difficult to see them because of the fog. At first, Kim Giryok thought that these were just another group of hunters looking to take advantage of easy prey.